that particular stock at the open. It's not like you're going to see that kind of a thing happen. So, but it's crazy. Like six even on a stock like this, I can only imagine what it looked like on the bid. So I want to, in case we do flush, like if there's a sell at the open, I think this is one to watch, especially at that $6 level. But yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot that could have got missed yesterday. Like Reddit had a pretty big reversal that I think was not very good. We'll talk about like this topping tail candle on Reddit looks a little bit ominous. One of the names that got definitely, I mean, look, Micron has been slept on for the last couple of weeks, I think, because there's not many more impressive charts than Micron. They report next week, so it's rallying into their earnings, one of the last major names that we're going to get a report on this quarter. But just look at the daily on Micron, and this feels like a genuine pullback day. Micron down 3.5% on not much of anything here, but that just goes to the fact that it was made a $50 move in the last couple of weeks just to start the month. Like 2 weeks from 120 to 170 on Micron and barely a peep out of it going into earnings, like not even post earnings. I have a feeling there's going to be some profit takers before earnings on this particular name. That's for sure.
Yeah. What's up, Mr. Westermeyer? Thanks for the advice. Yeah, crazy busy weekend today. I'm actually trying to organize with my parents right now to drop off my son and my dog because we have a big trip ahead, and it should be fun. So he doesn't want to come all the way there to Sudbury to watch some hockey. So yeah, we've got some stuff ready to go here today. FedEx was interesting last night, obviously, as they talk a little bit better about their forward look here on their business. But we've been pulling back. Wow, okay, so FedEx only now up 0.77. Wow, okay, not good. Yeah, they started to go up there yesterday, and then there's the fade back in. We had, in sympathy, UPS starting to go to the upside as well there, and then boom, right back into 85 and change again for UPS. So, yeah, man, interesting pullbacks as maybe today is going to be some sort of a reddish day in the market. I don't know. I'm not predicting that. I don't think that necessarily. But here's the size that we talked about. It's not that big yet. I don't know. I thought we'd be a little bit bigger here on a rebalance day. But yeah, what Kenview? Okay, but Pfizer. We never talk about Pfizer anymore, do we? Pfizer's just been doing nothing for a very long time. I feel like. 25, 26, like this seems to be the prices for Pfizer. Pfizer has been in like a $2, I mean, sure, we went down to 21 there, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, that was April. So it's been in like a $2 range here for a very, very long time, Pfizer. But anyways, nothing, it's not on my radar, just one of the top names here on the imbalance.
That Lumen's on the locator again, though. They were
Merck.
Lumen with the Palantir deal last week. 700,000 to the sell side. But I think what will happen is a little closer to the open. Maybe we'll see a little bit more on that locator. And certainly at the close, it should be a pretty big deal. I know we're going to have, we're supposed to have Michael coming on through. He was in the building.
Oh, right. That's right.
On Monday. So hopefully we'll have him remotely. Let's see if we can't we'll get back up to the desk and move it on. Because I'm telling you, we got a busy day, I think. I was hoping for some continuation, but the only things I really liked long were Palantir and Apple. Like everything else looks bearish after yesterday's charts. A lot of stocks look pretty bearish after yesterday's charts.
Yeah.
Gentlemen?
We're going to connect with Michael Noss coming up here. Hopefully my mic is behaving a little bit better now and we can talk normally. You mentioned real quick off the top there, the iPhone 17 day has arrived. Lots of lineups being reported all over the place. It's been a couple of years. I mean, this is a yearly event. It's been a couple of years since we've seen these types of headlines around the launch day.
Absolutely, Brendo. I mean, it was very muted reception last year for the 16, especially with the botched AI rollout. We're getting a lot more demand this year and a lot more enthusiasm, at least from what's being reported initially. You're seeing lineups in Beijing, London, and Singapore. I saw Dubai Mall. There was a huge lineup there as well. And a lot of people are saying different things. They're saying, hey, we like the new features, the upgraded cameras, we like the upgraded battery. And there's not just demand for the 17, Brendo. There's a lot of demand as well for the AirPods, which now have a heart rate monitor as well as some hearing aid features. And anecdotally, on my favorite social media platform, TikTok, there is people trying to break the iPhone Air, Brendo, and it is not budging. I was just showing Joe off camera. Some guy's sitting there smashing it with a hammer. So at least the initial fears that this thing was going to be very similar to the 6. I don't know if you remember the 6S, the first large model that Apple dropped. It was bending. Titanium, I guess not bending this time, so not too bad.
I saw a couple of videos of drop tests. I think it was actually the manufacturer, though, like Apple themselves doing the drop tests initially, and nothing.
Good, yeah.
Didn't even like crack, not like nothing. So I mean, yeah, it seems very, very strong for something so teeny tiny. Let's bring in, as we said, Michael Moss on a Friday morning here, and we'll get a look at a few smaller names once again. Mr. Noss, good to see you. Happy Friday. What a week it's been. Yet another positive week here for stocks. You're looking at Cathie Wood's portfolio at this time.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know when I've done this recently, and I think the first slide explains why, because she's been out of the game for a long time and been beaten up for just a bit. And the article here is saying she was the largest wealth destroyer in the last decade. So not a title, not a crown that you want to hold based off Morningstar, losing $14 billion, but I saw yesterday a chart on Twitter that I thought was super interesting. This next one just showing ARC versus the Qs. I added the little, don't call it a comeback from Mama Says Knock You Out for people as old as me. But so this chart is essentially ARC over the Qs. So not just ARC going up, because we're in this stage of the market where kind of everything is going up. So it makes a lot more sense to compare what versus what you want to invest in. So is there... this is basically, if this line is going up, it means ARC is outperforming the Qs. And if this line is going down, it means the Qs are outperforming ARC. And you can see for a very long time, basically since the highs of that kind of 2020, 2021 ramp up, you didn't want to be in ARC. You wanted to be in the Qs instead. And now you look at that, I say it all the time, I've been trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces, starting to look like might be a little bit of a comeback for ARC stocks. Next chart I wanted to put out here is ARC versus BRKB. And if you go obviously back in history, you'd be way better off investing in Uncle Warren than Cathie Wood, but that's been changing a little bit here, and not just because of the weakness that we've seen in BRKB, but a little bit of strength in ARC. So it looks like we might be breaking out on this ratio, so might be some little outperformance. So what I did is, again, just because it's an ETF, and the beauty of ETFs is you can always just go through and see what their holdings are, is I went through and just took a look at some of the holdings that are interesting. I ignored a lot of the big ones we know, the biggest one being Tesla, just because I'm sure there's enough analysis on Tesla out there. So I thought I'd look a little bit under the hood at some other names that she's holding to see these are the names that you need to break out if you think that Cathie Wood and her ETF is going to move higher. So this first one is Roku. It's very interesting around this kind of $100 area, beaten up huge, like a lot of them in that 2021, 2022 bear market, never really got back up to it. It's $100. If it breaks out of, if you think this is going to go back to all-time highs, it's $500. And I like charts like this because if we break through $100 and then we fail that breakout and we spend any time in the 80s or 90s, then you're probably wrong and it's time to go. Next here is another one that's not only Cathie Wood, but this is one of those Nancy Pelosi picks. TEM, which I looked, is AI and healthcare, which is just a awesome combination right now. Butting up here against all-time highs. This is all the data there is because this is a brand new issue. So this one actually started quite recently. So that's interesting as well, and looks like it could break. Again, these things are what needs to break to get ARC moving. And last but not least is CRSP. Now, what I've done on this one is that pink line, that is the anchored view app from all-time highs. So the idea is, if you started buying this at the worst possible time, your price is around $75 or $70 to $75. And that, to me, is always interesting because it's just showing this is the sentiment. If you're above this, it means pretty much everyone in the stock is back to making money, all-time highs being 220. Now, those are very interesting stocks, and that's part of why I want to talk about it. But the real reason was to show we all know what Cathie Wood likes to invest in, and it is the speculative of the speculative, companies that aren't doing anything right now, but she has very lofty price targets for 5, 10, 20 years out, companies that she believes is going to change the world. And those have been out of favor for a very long time because the companies that are doing things right now, being your kind of mega scalers and your AI play, those have been in favor. So the question is, and the thing that I'm always trying to bring to you guys is, where is the puck going? Are we going to take some profits on some names that have been doing very well, and are we going to start putting them into other names? And where is that going to happen? I've talked a lot about small caps. Those are working very well with an all-time high recently. And then we have names like this, in which these are companies that have the promise of something amazing very far out. And you see in certain market cycles, these really become the outperformance when kind of we hit that euphoria stage of the market. So some great names, some things to look at, and hey, maybe it's time for a little bit of a Cathie Wood in your portfolio.
You mentioned the small cap aspect here, market pricing in 75 basis points worth of cuts now through to 2026. If we are going into a longer cutting period from the Fed and getting interest rates down to, I don't know, 3, maybe even below that, if inflation continues to be a little bit of a problem. My long story short here, a lot of these charts that we just looked at, they've already made massive moves, let's be honest. If that is, like I said, we're going into a cutting period that's going to be an extended time, what is the potential here in your mind?
The potential in my mind might be another 2021. And for those who are trading there, things got ridiculous when it came to valuations. That was the original people selling pictures of rocks for, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if we are going to cut, we've kind of realized that interest rates don't matter to the big guys. They didn't get affected when we were raising rates, so I don't think they'll get affected when it's cutting. So I think it's more of a rotational thing. We have just hit all-time highs in small caps, and it's since the first time since 2021. So if you look at that and say, okay, well, is this going to catch up to the regular market? What you have to do is look at what the S&P 500 looked like when it broke its 2021 high, which it's, I think, almost doubled since then. It's at least 70% up since then. So if we're going to see that same move in small caps, it could be that we're only getting started. Now, it's always the thing that nobody is watching that causes the end of these rallies. So at some point, this will all come to an end. I just don't see that on the horizon now that the Fed's going to make it easier for people to invest and for small companies to actually do well and compete with larger companies.
Have a plan, have tight stops, and
yes.
Yeah, best of luck if we do get. I mean, Roku was $500 on that chart. It feels like a lifetime ago at this point, but anyway, Michael Noss, have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. Talk to you Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. And as always, certainly informative. And I think Tempest might be a name that gets a lot of people's interest. Certainly, maybe not as much for the Cathie Wood effect, but the space that they're in and the Pelosi effect, which is true. And hey, we've had just about everyone else been breaking out and making all-time highs. So why wouldn't this one take it out as well? Little skeptical that's going to be. The thing about it happening today, right? Like when you're looking at higher time frames like Michael is, you look at this chart, it's like, oh, great, that looks like a pretty good breakout today. Well, there's no catalyst on Tempest, so the idea that it's going to break out that top today and go is pretty low probability. But I am interested in Tempest. Possibly next week, this could be a breakout.
Yeah. I just want to, good call there. We are going to go to Joe in a second there. Andreas getting excited there. But yeah, I just want to say the ARC KQ, this is the robotics, autonomous technology and robotics ETF. So this is the only ARC that I've ever invested in. And there it goes. So it is a pick and choose type of thing. Michael didn't talk about this, but look at the robotics and autonomous ETF here for ARC. So, we'll pat ourselves on the back for being in it, but it was just because I wanted to get a robotics ETF. So if you're looking at something right here, we used to have Raider Trader on, was talking about robotics. I've been in this name for forever, really. I can't even, it was well before 2024. Anyways, I just surprised when I looked at how well this has been doing lately. So ARC KQ, not destroying any wealth as far as Cathie Wood is concerned. So pick and choose your battles, but I definitely am a fan of this particular ETF, and it's been such a home run. So ARC KQ, the robotics ETF. All right, Joe, kill him.
Happy Friday. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. A lot of price target raised. So JP Morgan raising the price target on Apple to $280. And then we have the likes of Micron by TD Cowen also getting the nod. Price target raised to $180. Now Kohl's by Citigroup getting that price target raised to $19, and FedEx by TD Cowen. Now on the downgrade side, we have a neutral to sell in Darden Restaurants by BTIG Research. And then we have MetLife by Piper Sandler getting that price target lowered to $84. Yes, that's a downgrade. Now, yes, surprisingly, as Sharif mentioned earlier, that Citigroup is downgrading Intel to $29, and then UPS by BMO Capital also getting the downgrade as well too, guys. Now let's take a look at some of the calls. Now, if we look at NewScale and CleanSpark, the volume in the open interest isn't overly substantial, but it's relative, all right? So we'll go from the top of the list here. Intel put in 106,000 contracts yesterday. Those are completely closed. And then as for the open interest, you have 11,300. Not an oversized amount, but wait for the open to come in because as Neil mentioned also this morning, it is triple witching. So look out for volume in the likes of Apple, SPY, and the Qs, and then you'll see a little bit of a relative volume coming out of the gate because a lot of contracts are going to be closed. Now, as for NewScale, we've seen that SMR was trading higher yesterday and broke out with 31,800 contracts being closed on this week's expiration cycle. As I mentioned, it may not seem like a lot of volume or open interest, but it's relative, all right? Now, CleanSpark also breaking out yesterday as well, 29,700 contracts completely closed with 30,900 remaining. Keep an eye out again, guys, for the volume out of the open.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. That like twice that 37.50. Well, you can make an argument 3 times that 37.5 on SMR was a big deal yesterday. Like at the open, it was kind of drifting away from it, and then once it broke out, it was holding support. Pulled from 41, like you thought that, okay, well, it gets to 41, it's going to hold, such a strong stock. And then it lost the open and then bounced at the close in front of that same 37.5. So I think that's the right spot to be looking on SMR. But you can't talk about SMR without looking at Oklo, which means similar move without the breakdown in the afternoon, like it pulled back into VWAP. And the daily chart on this is just built entirely differently, OKLO versus SMR. So I think both of them obviously going to be in play to a certain extent because of the volatility that they have, but a little more strength in Oklo. But that 37.5 would be the place to look on SMR. And for the life of me, I see Micron on that upgrade list, and it's down 3%, and I can't see why it's down to 3%. I got an upgrade, and really, it could just be some exhaustion happening here on Micron. There isn't a negative catalyst that I'm aware of on the stock.
Yeah, Micron coming with a report, I think is next week. We have Costco next week as Costco well, too, so that should be a lot of fun. Yeah, look, I mean, great nuclear call out there on some of those plays. I like the Intel downgrade on the upgrades and downgrades, so we'll have to find out if that's going anywhere. And again, President Trump wins again, right? I mean, those guys bought shares at $20.43, and Intel is at $30. So there it is. Yeah, Neil has a little bit of a funny graphic.
It's just from his truth.
Bought Intel 20, Intel now 30. So there it is, man. I mean, you know, only winning, right? And it's great. And there you go again. So another little I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and it continues to go a little higher. And that's exactly the reason why I don't like Intel up here. So, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So we sold some yesterday. It's down a little bit today. Probably going to go higher every time I sell something. It goes higher. So Intel probably along here in everybody's portfolio. But I think that was a great graphic. So President Trump always forever the troll, right? I mean, the guy's hilarious. So I at least gotta say that. I'm not sure Joe Biden even knew what.
No, he would never.
AI is or anything like that. So, all right, let's keep going on here. Go back to the desk. Bitcoin continues to fall. I have Bitcoin written down as a short today. It's just not reacting the way I thought we would have into that rate cut, right? I mean, yesterday it did get going a little bit, but still stopping at 117. I thought yesterday was a record day, actually. All 4 markets closing at record highs. IWM, I think the last time it happened was 2022. IWM record highs yesterday. NASDAQ record highs yesterday. S&P 500 record highs yesterday. IWM, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones. So all 4 of those hitting all-time highs yesterday. Meanwhile, Bitcoin languishing. So I think there is a downside play there on BTC, so we're going to be looking short there as well. But just a couple ideas. It's 8:54. Thank you for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. It's going to be another fun day here with the imbalances. Should be interesting right off the open. I don't know.
I think the close will be bigger than the open, but you never really know how these things will play out until until they come around. And this is the thing, when it's just because it's a witching day and we think there could be increased volatility at the open and the close, it's not some kind of carbon, oh, this is in stone, it's going to be absolutely insane, watch for these crazy candles. Sometimes, but other times it might not be, so don't get caught. I found on a witching day, more than anything else, some people are like, oh, you're going to do so much at the open. I find I do less in the first 5 minutes on a witching day than any other day. But we got Control Alt Escape. We remember you from last week. How could you not? AMD long. Well, AMD was a long yesterday on that Intel and Nvidia move, I guess, because AMD is the one that got punished for it. And they spent when I say they, you know what I mean. The market spent the day buying it back up, and I don't have any of the chips on my list today. I mean, that said, it actually doesn't look that. It needs to hold 155, I think, the prior support level, because when you have a big news event or reaction to a news event, and we basically just erase the down move, well, I want to make sure that the prior support holds. You're back to where you were before with 155 holding. So that will be the key here this morning. You hold on to 155, and I think there's all the reason why this could just go back into the 160, 161. But that's going to be a key hold at 55. There was at least one analyst that came out saying that this wasn't a bad thing for AMD, but the market was telling you that anyways. So a lot of the focus is I'm going to make an assumption a lot of the focus usually ends up on Intel and Nvidia because they're more directly related, and Nvidia's got another story today. But yeah, AMD was fantastic for a long yesterday, no questions asked.
I only have 4 names written on here. Intel, so here's my sticky note. Pooja was asking for some trade ideas. We all have, if you go over to X, Neil and I both post up some of the trade ideas that we have, and this is mine here today. So we have Intel short, Apple long, AMD long, iBit short. So, and with a couple explanations there, and we have some numbers here today as well. Oops, that's not right. That got copied incorrectly. Off the Fed interest rate decision today, Neil.
Boom. Let's go.
Yeah, so that should be exciting. But anyways, go back over there, have a quick look on that. That must have been an old draft that I copied over. All right, so that's a sticky note here today for September 19th with a couple trade ideas up in there. And I'm going to edit to get rid of today being Fed Day because it's not. So bye-bye for that right now. And yeah, that's what's on the watch list. Go have a check out and see what's going on. It is Trader TV Live. We'll all have them up. And we also have our watch list that we produce every single day. So if you're looking for some trade ideas, go find that right. The Treasury Department just came up here as a suggestion for me. All right, so
follow the Treasury Department.
Yeah, I don't know. I should. I don't know where was that? That was just here a second ago. All right, let's go back over the desk, see what the boys are up to.
I was just looking at FedEx just popping up again in front of me here on one of my screens. The gain is gone, so that happened already. Yeah. We are trying to bounce off 226, which was essentially support from yesterday's, the 15-minute chart. Huge move, but I mean, we're red now. Crazy.
Hey, Brendo, look, they were really hurt by the removal of the de minimis exemption. They basically bringing in cheap goods from China that were under $800. That was a lot. They had a large business coming out of China there. That's all gone. They expect about $150 million trade headwind as a result. They did really well on the quarter, beating on the top and bottom line. They reaffirmed their full year guidance, but this specific issue that they're having with small packages, volume dropping from China is a bit of a headwind, Brendo.
I was just seeing we got retail sales data here in Canada, negative 1.2%. Consensus was negative 0.7%. Our unemployment rate, negative 7.2% as well, or 7.2%, depending on how you look at it. So those two things combined pointing to continued weakness.
And probably double that for youth unemployment, Brendo. We keep hearing more about that. Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look. But I always say on the Midday show, it's darkest before the dawn. I think Mark Carney, the new prime minister, has been outlining a whole series of nation-building projects. We got the first tranche already, Brendo. We're expecting the second tranche around Grey Cup time. So I think we've bottomed, and we're hopefully going to make higher lows.
Well, I love how you used Grey Cup as a point.
That's what he said, Brendo.
A point in time. People are apparently going to know. Let's have a look at the market here.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the ES September contract. Guys, December contract, we've rolled now. 66.93 is where we closed out yesterday, with the overnight high being 67.06. So we're still dancing with that 6,700 point area. We really haven't reclaimed it. We're showing 67.02 right now. So here's the deal. If we trend up right at the open and we're defending 6,700, we're going to use it as support. If we fail for whatever reason and lose 6,700, we're looking at that same area, 66.75 as our support level. In fact, the overnight low, 66, Brendo, 79.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. As always, top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. It's free. Why not? Just grab that every single morning. Has everything you need to know that is moving around in the pre-market. Here's Baird with a positive note on Tesla this morning. We've been talking about Tesla the past couple of days here. I mean, it's been a really nice week for the stock. Continuing to the upside, target now 548 according to Baird. And a big jump, I know, because previously they had it at 320. So a nice move, over $200 per share. The premium valuation, according to Baird, is justified as investor focus shifts from Tesla's role as to a physical AI company. The Tesla stock has gained about 24% in the past month. They're seen as a leader in physical AI, including, robotics, self-driving, robotaxi. And the analyst at Baird noted that muted stock reactions to weak earnings suggest the market is kind of looking beyond the near-term weakness of the stock. Now, here's where we're talking about maybe bullishness from the shareholders. So Tesla's proposed pay package for Elon Musk ties rewards to aggressive product and financial milestones. So here's what they're talking about, Brendo. We're looking for 20 million vehicles delivered annually, 10 million full self-driving subscriptions, 1 million robots, 1 million robotaxis, and a market cap as high as about $8.5 trillion. I've got a whole lot other to say, but we'll save it for the midday news. Everyone gets a Tesla. 35% since August, guys, to the upside for Tesla.
Everyone gets a robot. Forget about the Tesla.
The thing is, I don't even think, when I read those numbers, I don't even think they're that out of line.
They're not absurd.
I don't know.
If the robot, here's the thing.
3 million cars,
it's not, those aren't ridiculous numbers. But you know what? Remember when everyone's like, Tesla's dead? And Tesla's the worst, blah, 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 and this is crushing your portfolio and all that stuff. Well, the thing about Tesla, when I look back even further, look at how good this has actually been. When it breaks down, look where it's supported. What's the obvious area that you would think it would support? That 215 to 220 area, right? When it runs from here, you expect it to kind of hold around. That's exactly what happened. Oh, when it breaks back out, well, what do you think's going to hold? These prior high area, right around that 300. And then where was the buying when we were dipping the last time? 300. So the obvious sort of 220 area, the obvious sort of 300 area, and then the breakout. And no one cares about the news. It's just doing all the good technical stuff and going higher. We're in a consolidative phase with Tesla. And this entire week has been a consolidation phase. Can't break 430, can't break down under 410. So in that mode on a Friday, I actually like this I kind of like it in both directions here. I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, stocks only ever go up and we're all fun with it. But today, if we false break above 425 and can't take out 430, I want to look for a reversion short. Now, came in and it was gapped up a little bit, so I was thinking that way first. But you've got to also respect the fact that 410 and then this little wick into 400 have also held. So I'm playing reversions in either direction on Tesla today. I'm expecting on a witching day, you'll get one or the other. Rather going to have a drop and pop, or ideally a pop, or we're going to get some kind of a pop and fade. I'm not taking any breakouts on this or continuations through. I got other ideas for that, but yeah, for Tesla, upgrade doesn't necessarily matter to me much. I think Tesla's been forward-looking long enough that we've all been looking for Optimus and what's next for a while. That's how you justify being in this thing in the first place.
Open Door just named a new CFO. All right, starting to maybe go here. So we got news finally. Remember last time? I mean, a switch up of CEO is going to be a lot different than CFO. So we'll find out what exactly is going on here. right now. Oh, we have another stock, Zoos. What the heck is Zoos? Zoos Power right here. Zoos Power shares are trading higher after shareholders approve all proposals related to its $180 million private placement for Bitcoin Treasury. My bangs are not working because I don't have Stream Decks up. That was very, very anti-dramatic right there. So, Zoos International getting approvals for the proposals of a new treasury. It's Bitcoin Treasury. All right, well, there goes Zoos right now, up 200% right there. Kablam. All right, well, there it is, man, 180 million. Like, come on, man. All these Bitcoin treasuries, Bitcoin's going down right now. I don't know, whatever. It's up to you guys to trade those treasuries if you want. To me, they don't make any sense whatsoever, and I don't know. I'm all there for the action.
They don't have to.
You guys saw Turbo. We showed you how that name ran. That was not Bitcoin, of course. So I think that there's a little bit more to actual stories than Bitcoins. But all right, so or treasuries, anyways. Where's that Cardano treasury, by the way? All right, so 422. That could be a short. This just looks too messy to me. Like Tesla yesterday, whoosh at the end of the day. I'm not sure what that was about. I mean, we saw the market give it up a little bit, obviously, but Tesla was a pretty dramatic move, right? I mean, we were hanging around 425 as the high and thinking like, okay, that might be something, and then like it just whap all the way to the downside. So I don't know. It's not looking great to me for a long, but I do think that everything they're talking about right here makes a lot of sense to me, man. They've been up 24% in the last month. So that's the part that I don't like as far as like potentially fading back a little bit. I think stocks just need to cool down. So it's already ripped through that level. That's a big congratulations. That's part of that 24% rate there. Elon Musk pay package, we'll see if that gets approved. There's huge levels that he has to get to, right? And so if he can meet that, then wow, the pay that's going to be coming his way, but also the pay that's going to be coming to shareholders of Tesla. I like the stock. I think we see all-time highs mid next year, maybe. Like that would be 10%, 420. Add $40 to that, you're right there. So I think Tesla just needs to go up 10%. Like it's not unbelievable that Monday we come in and Tesla's over $500. Like it's a 10% move. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. Not 10% from here. 10%
Maybe Tuesday.
Yeah. So 10% from here doesn't get you to 500, but that's the idea, is that it gets up to that level, and then we can go. So I think you're just a couple stories away. Like, do you want to be short when they release Optimus? No, you don't want to be short when they release the robo-taxis.
I think that's what people have been covering. It's why it's running already.
I just don't think that it is running already. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So once these releases come, then we'll see what winds up happening. I think for right now, it's kind of just stuck. We'll wait to see if it breaks above that 450, and then we get into 480, and then we start talking about all that. So
these guys better not be stuck next. It's already $39 for 100 shares of Zoos.
Oh, Zoos.
Usually, see, every now and then when a stock just first pops up, like it just starts doing volume. So if you go to try to get the locates then, you might be able to snag them really cheap. Not that I'm intending on shorting it, but like if you can get them sometimes for like a few cents a share, then you just have them for the day. You don't have to use it, but it's already getting expensive on that Zoos. Hopefully, Apple's getting more expensive today. No? Yes.
Talking to Raheem. Raheem's bugging. Raheem's in India, messaging me right now. Come on, man. All right, Apple back to the upside here. We're right back to highs once again. iPhone 17 day has arrived. Sharif is very excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited. It's on its way to my place right now, Brendo. I want to go home and pick it up. No, I'm kidding. So let's talk about the China demand, because that's where they've really been hurt the most. Apparently here, early demand has been quite robust. JD.com reported iPhone 17 pre-orders in the first minute, Brendo, surpassed the entire first day of volume for the iPhone 16 last year. They also reported trade-in sales were 4 times higher than they were last year. Customers cited many different reasons why they like these: a new design, improved heat dissipation, larger storage, premium features, whatever the deal is. They're buying them more, Brendo, and you're seeing that in China. You're not just seeing it in Asia, you're seeing it in London, the Middle East, as I mentioned, Dubai. The Dubai Mall had a lineup across the side, so good look.
Yeah, we'll see how things transpire as the days go by here for sales. Just reading the information reporting OpenAI continuing to raid both Apple and now continuing to raid Microsoft as well for hardware talent, manufacturing partners, and engineers, again, from the information, guys.
Yeah, it hasn't seemed to affect the stock yet. the poaching or the raiding, whatever we're calling it, like taking away the talent. But at the end of the day, like Apple's hasn't been investing like sort of directly in AI the way everyone else has, then maybe it's just how can it be that big of a hit for them if they're not utilizing certain talent in a certain way? So I think you got to look at it on its own and maybe look for the positives for the other companies that are getting the talent, because Apple doesn't seem to care whenever we see these headlines. Now, obviously, there is a chance that release in China, sell the new type of event, but this is a hard one to ignore because Apple, we've been talking about consolidations. Well, Apple, it hasn't been up here at this 241 for very long, but the last time, it's a nice double top, clearly on the daily, 241.5. The dip got bought very quickly after the event. Like we anticipate, you sell the news when they did have the iPhone event, but it didn't really last very long. I kind of expected a little bit more, and it just didn't happen. So looking for a break today. I did have as a backup plan. We found a lot of support at the breakout price from Tuesday here at 237, like breakout there, and then support yesterday. In addition to 241.5, trying to go for a breakout. If that fails, there's always pre-market lows, but if we just end up going straight down, the long for me is going to be at 237. So this is the one I am taking a breakout trade on. I think the only breakout I have on the list is actually Apple.
Yeah, so I have Apple written on here as well. It's going to be a big trade. Hopefully we don't mess up like we did yesterday. Well, we didn't mess up. We took the Google break yesterday, and that did not work. So we have the 241.50 long breaking out on strong iPhone 17 news. I mean, Sharif's waiting for it. The whole world's waiting for this thing. When you build a high-quality product and you have the base that you do with Apple, I think it's a winner here. Like yesterday we had Google. I mean, I'll just show you what happened to Google. It was the reason why. Not Blue Ocean. It was the reason why we stayed red pretty much all day. Hey, what's up, Brandon? Hope you're doing well there. I hope your chin is getting scratched properly. But all right, there it is. Thank you so much for that. But here we go. Yesterday we had that Google break, and it was right here. It was taking out all-time highs, and then this is what happened. Smack down, and this is what wound up happening. No, not a bag. Flush down there. But then we were able to catch that bottom right there near the pre-market lows. So we're able to make a little bit back, and then we kind of left it alone. We tried one more time at those lows again, and that failed. And then Google eventually, at the end of the day, kind of tried to rally. We saw Tesla go to the downside at the end of the day, Google making that way back up. So that was that problem right there, breaking the highs. So I almost feel some kind of ways now. Why didn't my chart change to Apple there? Oh boy. Okay, hold on a second. Change it over here. I kind of feel the same kind of ways for Apple right now, trying to break through. Let's go charts. There it is, trying to break through that daily level right there, 240. It's like 241.25, but let's make sure it goes this time. Let's not just exactly hit the top, but right there, it's 241. I don't want to take 241. I'm going to take 241.50 and then use 241 as my out. So I just don't want it to hit there and then whoosh us down again. So we'll wait. Let's make sure it does break, and then we'll get aggressive with it at 241.50. And then I think it can run up there 243-ish or change. That high's been 245. That's 240. That's the break that we're looking for right there. And if you have to go over to the daily, my bad, to see those kind of levels, right into here. So I think 245 plays maybe today if we're lucky enough to get that. And then if you really break uncontrollably, then you're going to look at all-time highs again of 250. Look, when I bought it down here, obviously I'm confident when I'm buying something, especially a big cap name that we're not buying ahead of earnings or anything like that. I was calling 250, man, and that we're going to get there. We're not, like, that's the price target. We're not that far away now. We don't even really have any AI news. So let's just keep this going. And I think the truck can be backed up for Apple even right now. It doesn't have, I have to check out what its historical PEs are. But this is a name that we keep on forgetting to look at whenever I'm, looking at PEs. But there it is, 29 right now with the Ford and 36. So a little bit expensive probably for Apple. That is more like a staple right now than like a growth stock, right? But I still like it. And again, if ETF buying continues to be a thing and passive investing, then Apple and Nvidia, the two largest positions in any ETF pretty much, will continue to move higher. So. Yeah, I love Apple. I love that break, and I'm there for it. My order's already in, so as long as it hits, then we'll go. Thank you so much, Natalia, for that talk there. That Sean's notes are always great. I appreciate it. I just hope they can continue to work out right now. Yeah, I thought the SPY PE was 22. I'll look that up as well. I'm not sure it's in our platform there for that, but yeah, I think the market's frothy. I'm not buying the SPY right now. I'm not buying Nasdaq. I'm not buying any of these names at all-time highs. I'm going to wait. I'm sitting on 10% cash. That's my always forever. So yesterday we raised a little bit more with Intel. We raised a little bit more last week with Palantir. We sold something else as well. So we're just keep on rotating it out and waiting for better opportunities. Like we got out of Palantir, bought some Marvell, you know. So I mean, things are working out for us right now. What, is that the historical? Oh, that's dividend history.
Hold on a second. No.
What is a website for historical PEs?
No,
there was a good Yahoo one.
It is this site.
There was a macro trends.
Macro trends usually have it.
Go to debt to equity.
It's one
price
of
ratios right there,
oh.
right beside where you are.
Here we go. Yeah, there it is. This should
there
have
it is. So
right?
what does it have? The historic.
It's a little high.
Yeah, there it is.
Why can't I? But you can't. I can't full screen this. I would love a resource.
Well, they can see that.
I know. I would love a resource where I could full screen the PE chart. Like this is free at Macro Trends. Like we're not sponsored by them, but the second you mentioned it, I was like, oh, let's see what it is, and it is a little bit.
Yeah.
It is a little bit high, relative.
Type in SPY quickly.
Yeah, let's see if we can do SPY.
Can you do SPY over here?
Well, I've never tried.
It doesn't even come up.
No,
just do SPY and just go with it.
Just
see what happens.
See what happens.
Apple?
Oh, okay, so I can't do SPY?
No, see, I
do
don't,
S&P, no.
Yeah, try the S&P. That's fine. See what it is for the last 10 years. Does it show it? S&P daily? No, you don't.
They might not have the ratio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think.
I would love to see if anybody does know a source where you can get maybe. I'm nothing against this site. I've used it before.
Yahoo
where you can see like a historical PE in a quality charting platform, just so you can maybe do some comparisons as well, like chart two symbols against each other. That would be really cool. But let's talk a little bit about a disappointing earnings name. Actually, it wasn't a disappointment until we came in this morning.
Yeah, it was this headline that sent this thing back to the downside, as Sharif was mentioning. $1 billion expected in cost on the de minimis policy change. So yeah, straight back down. We give it all back. Trying to bounce right now, though, for FDF.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad report, as I mentioned, Brendo. They beat on the top and bottom line. EPS 383, beating the estimates on revenue of $22.42 billion. Again, beating estimates. They took home about $820 million in net income, beating expectations, and up from the $790 that they took home last year. But that was the good news. Here's what's the problem. U.S. average daily package volume did rise 6%, but their FedEx freight segment continues to weigh on performance. Speaking of that freight segment, they're actually looking at spinning it off to become a publicly traded company by June of next year. So look for a possible spinoff. But as Brendo mentioned, it was really that headwind from the removal of the de minimis duty exemption, $800 and under. Temu, Xi, and they all take advantage of that, Brendo.
I think the bright spot or the positive on this is we typically look at these FedEx, UPS shippers in general as more of an economic bellwether.
Yes.
So some of the positives that they had to say maybe a good sign of things to come here for the overall economy.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll have to go with, because as Sharif mentioned, the de minimis, it's not good, it wasn't certainly good for them, and at the end of the day, maybe there's just some kind of a rule that it has to get sold off at $245 on the stock for the last few months, because that's just like, it's so, like, when I see a level like this, you're thinking to yourself, okay, this just gapped right into 245, like bang, 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 4 times on the daily, distinct top with clean reversals. This, if it breaks out, that's going to be a great continuation trade on earnings, and then it rejects it one more time. But the other thing is, maybe somebody wasn't done accumulating at $225. That's the other side of the coin. And maybe that's why we're down. So you can see all of the support FedEx has. If it holds on to this, another run at 245 based on that quarter seems pretty likely. That said, yeah, when I went to bed last night, or well, not really, when I was on the train and kind of seeing this, my first thought was, oh, this is going to actually be a trade for a continuation breakout. And because it cannot take out that 245, and we're like $20 away from it right now, throw that out the window, because so much for that continuation play. Disappointing that there was no follow through here for FedEx. Yeah, maybe we'll come back to this next week and it looks better.
Look, I'm disappointed that we don't have Intel written down on the board today. That seems strange. Already 10 million shares. Intel right here goes boom yesterday to the downside right now, and it's trying to hold this level of $30. Now, will it do it? I don't think it will, but we're going to wait to see if Intel does. Yeah, so first of all,
there's a few symbols.
Yeah, our symbols are off, because this is not, I don't think, oh no, this one might be down 1%, right? It closes, at 15. I'm not sure. Some of our prices might be, our numbers might be off, but that's $30.60. It's $30.20, down 30 cents on a $30 name. Yeah, okay, great. It's close enough. But anyways, okay, so it's that this one's right. But if Intel continues to move down, this is my #1 trade on the sticky note today. And if you actually go back, it goes back on the daily. And we talked about this yesterday again on the market recap show. So I think that's obviously pretty important to watch if you're looking for key levels and what to look for. But I was just looking at right into here. This, okay, settle down chart right here. So that's the shelf right now that we've had a problem breaking through, right? I mean, we broke through it yesterday at the top side of it, 33.50. Wow, I mean, I can't believe that was at that high. And then right into here, if we can break that, then I'm looking to go short, 29.75. I think 30 is a good short, but again, I just want confirmation. We'll go short 29.75, then use 30 as our out. But right into there, this break back down in for me on Intel, it could hold and be a crazy long. So I mean, it's any way you're looking at it, $29.75 to $30 is a level, and that's what we're right now debating with on Intel. I'm going to minimize that and just show you. So that's what's happening right now. You know, it's thinking about it. It thought about it at 130 yesterday and didn't break and went up about 75, 80 cents off of that level. And then right into there now, it's debating this break again. So we do have quantum names on here in QBTS, and we have Nvidia coming up. So we'll talk more tech plays shortly. But this is my #1 trade for today. So let's just go see if it winds up working out. Hey, may not. And if it doesn't, we have an out. So we're going to wait to play that short there on Intel and figure it out from there. So I'm looking short on INTC today. Let's go back over. We only have 9 minutes now. This went pretty quickly.
Yeah, quick look at some of these quantum names. Pretty wild day yesterday. I mean, volatile both directions for QBTS, someone's trigger happy over there. We're back to the downside here for QBTS this morning. Some of the other names, though, gave you lots of opportunity yesterday.
Rigetti and D-Wave were also strong, Brendo, yeah. IONQ, so there's a couple of catalysts here. I mean, they're not without catalysts. So you got IONQ kind of announcing, fresh advancements at their Qubits 2025 conference. Rigetti, for their part, they secured a $45 million defense contract. And D-Wave Systems, they made strides in annealing-based systems. But when you look at the market cap of these companies, obviously still very nascent, $25 billion market cap for IonQ compared to $3 trillion, obviously, on Nvidia. So no overlook there. But they are breaking out and explosive breakouts over the past 2 weeks. For example, Brendo, IonQ was trading in the 40s. Now it's above 70 a couple of weeks later, so good breakout.
Yeah, I mean, these things continue to, I was just going out to a daily chart here, these things continue to just ramp to the upside, all-time highs again yesterday, guys.
Yeah, Rigetti was the one that we were on yesterday, and that made an all-time high breakout. I don't know about the continuation today. It's down only 1 point. I should double check to make sure that one's also correct, but yeah, it broke away from that 23 level to be able to get to 26. I like the fact that it's holding a higher low, but all these have this same profile. Like you pull back and we're like underneath the close. Like a resumption to me, at least minimum needs to hold 25. Otherwise, maybe we have that whole third day pullback mode. I'm not really thinking short on these names either. Like the name I'm actually looking for continuation on doesn't even have a catalyst, and that's actually Palantir. And most of the reason is just going back to the Fed day. Like I think the things that went the most after Fed, I'm going to prefer a little bit, and that had the biggest reversals, maybe catching the most people off guard on Wednesday, and then it had that big ramp up early, and then a great look off of the volume weighted average price to continue. That was at about 174. So that volume weighted average price yesterday and the accumulation at 174, it was a great long into the afternoon. I'm looking first level there and then back. What did I write down? Double check. Yeah, it's adjacent to 172. I mean, this bottom's like 170, 160. But those are the two levels I'm looking to dip by on Palantir. So I don't have the same feeling that we did about the quantum names on a Friday. I think they made a pretty big move for a third day in a row. I think you get that little bit of a short hangover, and then you come back next week and are more interested. So I'll probably be looking at Palantir, not the quantum.
There's some talk about BBA. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Yeah, so I was just looking at this. This is pretty ominous here. I think that could be sort of a blow off top right there. I mean, the fact that we extended out into $25, $26, made a huge top wick candle there on Rigetti on the daily, and then now today it looks like we're going to turn around and go red. I don't know, it looks similar to, I'm going to sneeze. Ooh. But up. It's almost the exact look as what we had back here in December. And then we topped out, and then we did this. So I don't know. I mean, these companies aren't making any money. It's a future play. There's no doubt about that. And I like the space, and I love this 50-period moving average. But if you're going to look at something and say, hey, man, stock prices have patterns in memory, then, I mean, right up to there, wick top, then right back down. That is almost looking similarly to this. Now, the difference is we based out here, and there was some demand on the buy side down here between $14 to $16. So I mean, to say that this thing is going to drop down 70% from now and get back down to $16, that wouldn't be 70%. That would be, what kind of math am I doing? That would be 30%. So 30% move down there for Rigetti is possible for sure. Likely, I don't know, but that's the way the chart looks to me. So I think if you're enjoying this run up, just like I did on Intel yesterday, it doesn't mean that I think Intel's done. I just think there's had to be money taken off. So, enjoy that huge move, man. Rigetti right now, $16 back in September 14th. Yeah, whatever, at the beginning of the week, so it's Friday. So you've gotten right now a 35% move in a week. So you tell me if that's pigs get slaughtered. But I like the stock. I think it's probably profit-taking today. That's it, man. Quantum names continue to be pretty strong in the market, and I wouldn't go short them. I'm just waiting for better opportunities. Intel, even though it's a buy and balance, started to go down. There's Nvidia with the buy and balance as well, not really doing anything. Apple. But if you're going to look here, look at all the buys. Tech, Pfizer, Microsoft. There's NIO's been had a huge run up as well. But these are not that exciting, considering that it's in balance day. I thought they would have been a little bit juicier than that. But Apple says yes, sir, to that, and starting to go back upside right now into 241. So there's that level that I was talking about. So we'll have to wait to see if that opens up here and takes out 241 and change. So 926 right now, 4 more minutes.
All right, back higher once again this morning for Nvidia. Big day yesterday on that Intel headline. Nothing significant today. This was kind of interesting. $500 million to UK autonomous driving startup Wave from Nvidia. So continuing to branch out on the autonomous driving side of things. But what a day for both Intel yesterday and Nvidia.
Oh, absolutely a big day for more obviously for Intel. $5 billion, not too much for Nvidia now. So they have another headline as well, Brando. They paid about $900 million in cash and stock to acquire a company called Infabrica and basically take over the CEO and his team, while also licensing the startup's networking technology. So this allows Nvidia to kind of secure talent and IP without the regulatory hurdles of acquiring a company outright. So here's what Infabrica does. So builds right into the remote. They develop hardware solutions that connect over 100,000 of NVIDIA's GPUs into a unified cluster that kind of delivers integrated AI systems that operate as a single supercomputer. And that's what we're seeing the Chinese do. They're using these Huawei Ascends that are much less individually strong as a performer relative to maybe the H100, but they're putting 200,000-300,000 of them together. And apparently together, Brendo, they can kind of achieve similar results to using NVIDIA's chips, but on a smaller scale.
Never ends. The progression never ends. We mentioned this yesterday. AMD was super weak on the day. We did climb back, a little more than 50% of that, we'll call it, by the end of the day. Bank of America, guys, with a positive note today on AMD, saying, hold on a minute, maybe they could also benefit from this Intel-NVIDIA tie-up.
Yeah, from the open, AMD was the strongest chip stock. Yep. From the open. It didn't actually get green. It came really, really close to being able to get green on the back of that headline. As Sean mentioned, there is a sell imbalance on Nvidia. It's still, buy imbalance on Nvidia, still 1.5, and then Apple and Intel, Microsoft. They're all very small, but all buy imbalances here with the notable exception of QBTS. But Nvidia 177, obvious sort of resistance area here for Nvidia, but I wouldn't get that too twisted. I think on a Friday, clearly the inventory is above 178 to 180. 178 to 180. I think that's a bit of a fade zone here for Nvidia. I think you have trouble getting through that today. So on any strength, this is one I'd be looking in the other direction. But it would have to pop to get up there.
Okay, so just real quick, I have 155 written down for AMD. Hopefully that gets going through there. And NVIDIA yesterday they put in $5 billion into Intel, and they gained, you know how much they gained in market cap? $180 billion. So invest $5 billion, get $180 billion in one day. So yeah, I mean, I think it benefits Nvidia to be tied up a little bit with Intel there, gets them, and it's just an investment into Intel, right? It's not like, I mean, I don't know, is there going to be a partnership that's coming from this as well? Intel hasn't necessarily blown their whole business out of the water. They still have some strong PC business there. So we'll see if that can benefit Nvidia. Today, 177 breakout. I'm not on it. I'm more on dip buys into into AMD at 155. So if we could get that, AMD was such a strong name yesterday. All day yesterday, AMD just kept on whoosh, all day, upside, upside, upside. So if we can get a dip down, and I put 155 right here. If that dips in, I'm not sure. Like when I wrote it down, we were at 156. So now you're up to 158, and it continues to climb higher. Apple's going to go right off the open here, so I don't know what to tell you. It's going to blast higher. I'm going to try to take it, but we only have 30 seconds left, and then that order will go through. So yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll right now.
Yeah, it's your last opening bell of the weekend. It is brought to you today by VinFast, VFS on the index. Check him out, scan that QR code if you get a chance. The market is now open. We didn't get a chance to talk about Reddit, but we'll get to that one in a little bit later because I think, as you said, Apple is going to blow out that top pretty much right away, I do think.
And here goes Intel. Intel's going down as well. So which one do we have first? Which one? We have Apple right now, but Apple's going to the downside right now after breaking. Now I've got some feels again about yesterday when we had that move downside in. So I got to sum out right there. We had that move downside in Google. So yeah, not great right now to start, but we'll wait. Here it goes. Okay, which one? Now hopefully it goes upside. Yeah. Yes, Apple. Here we go. This is the trade of the day again right there. So right now we're already making more than we lost on Google yesterday. So here we go. Let's get some more outs. Yes. There it goes. Boom for Apple. Let's go right there. So we lost yesterday. We win today. Nice move there for Apple. I'm already out of half. Like I don't want to play. Yesterday we had lost on that. We're out of half right now.
I think that's a play. It's a Friday, remember. I took out 3/4. It's a Friday, so opening wicks can be obviously crazy on a witching day. Also want to note here, Palantir did go. And when I said Reddit had a big topping tail candle. I'm looking short Reddit. Oh, never mind. I just got short Reddit. Put that one in the note. Again, Reddit's had a pretty solid run the last little bit. But breaking down after what was a strong session, it was a big reversal on Reddit. It just did a flat bottom break through that 268. So we're going to try to get some out in front of 66 and see where this one can go. It's been a good run for Reddit, but it looks like it made a bit of a top. A lot of stocks have that pattern where they made a bit of a topping tail.
Okay. Wow. All right. Boom. That was a good trade. So we got some more out right now as it just came back up to 242. I want to be flat on this, and I don't really want to mess around with it, but where our stop is going to be on Apple, like yesterday, it was the 200 period that wound up holding for Google. So see as this pulls right back in again. So yeah, 240 breakdown would be too big of a hit. Like we don't want to give back everything. If the most we're gonna, all right, this doesn't even want to go. I'm gonna put an offer again at 90 here. Hopefully there we go. We just got it. But yeah, I don't want to turn this one into a disaster. So that's 241 right there. Let's give it a little bit more room. That's 240.75. Okay, well now I'm waiting at 25, so hopefully we can get that. And then that will be the end of the trade for me, and then we'll wait. So there it is. Yes, sir. This is a money trade, Neil, right there. We are now 2 times our daily goal right there on this trade alone. So let's just wait to see. Again, of course, position pending. Just so you guys know, a third left only. That was a big out for me there at 242.25. All right, Intel. Lucky that we didn't we almost got absolutely destroyed on Intel. Like, yeah, because it came 8 cents away from me punching into a monster position short. And thankfully, that didn't happen because I would have given away everything we made on Apple on the Intel short. But Apple right now, so thank you, Intel, for doing that. But there goes Apple right now. My next offer, you know what? I can't. 240, this is just my bad, guys. This is who I am. I have to get something out. There it is, 240.240s. We'll take another out right there. My next out, and hopefully we'll be able to hold out for this one, is 243. So if we can get up, yes, Neil, this is Look, I was debating not coming in because I wasn't feeling 100%, but I want to come in. I want to be able to be here and trade with everybody. And there it goes, right there to the upside goes Apple. So yes, sir. Happy, joy on that one. I'm going to cancel my Intel short break right now just because, and we'll let that settle down. Intel right now is just kind of bouncing around here. It's not doing what I thought it would do. I thought there would be a little bit more action on INTC, so the fact that there isn't, I step away, and then I'm going to throw over to Neil in 1 second.
That Zeus is halted.
What AMD is doing. Okay, not much there. So there it is. What's up, Bobby Axelrod?
Yeah, a bit of a turn there in Apple, but Zeus is now halted to the downside, everybody. This is the thing. Play those crypto treasury plays with your own risk. Like, just, it's at your own risk, I should say. Obviously, you play everything with your own risk, but at your own risk and at your own peril, because I think the ones that are non-Bitcoin seem to be a little bit more interesting in terms of upside. Zeus, as I said, halted to the downside. We're going to end up losing trend. I got to follow my rule, and if I can get out Apple here under that 242, get out. I'm only in Reddit, and then, of course, that Apple trade. If we lose the breakout price, I'm jumping out. Anytime you get past that first move up, well, I'm not short. That'll just quote as a short sale because I had to take profit out there. Now, anytime we lose that reversal on a Friday, I want to jump out of it. But I wanted to get to that Zeus, and we've said this before. No one ever went broke taking profit. Okay, so this is now halted at 377. Open price 357, indicating the open. And this was a $3 stock before. Sorry, $250 before, and now absolutely cratering. Still up 61%, so you can still make money in theory if you get out of it. But with the halt, who knows? It could open $1 lot higher, $1 lower, whichever. Just want to quickly show target is 262 on Reddit. I'm just going back to 2 days ago where it broke out from this price. So my targets is 262 on RDT. On RDDT. And one more thing before I throw back to Sean, don't forget that Robinhood effective tonight is going the S&P. It's already starting to run. I'm not like auto thinking long in this. I was kind of hoping it would do a crazy dip and then you could buy it going into the afternoon. But Robinhood already on the move to the upside in a essentially flat market.
Nice play on Reddit there for sure. Yeah, so we're going to stay strong, and this is what we talked about. We talked about this yesterday, and I thought about what I said yesterday about how 95 to 98% of day traders are not successful, but that's why we created the show is to show you guys that if you can have discipline, just like what Neil just did there. He said he's getting out once it breaks 241.50. Like that's the kind of stuff. That's why we created the show. That's what, when I try to talk like that, it's talking that, like, if you just jump in there and go crazy on all these names like that Zeus or something like that, and you don't have a plan that works, that you've ridden before, that you've done stuff like that before, that's what really creates the negative feels and the unsuccessful. I mean, just look at anybody here. Are you going to get results at the gym if you go there, couple times a week, and then you take a month off, and then you go back, and then it's like you gotta be disciplined with whatever you're doing, your family, your diet, like anything. Trading is the same kind of thing. So stick with your rules. Stick with some kind of discipline, and if you can do that, then hopefully at the end of the day you look back and you think about, all right, let me look at my trade list, let me look at my P&L over the past couple months, et cetera. What could I do differently? How could I turn myself into a more successful trader? And that's what we talk about. And I don't know there's many channels or anything out there that does what we do. So that's why I always want to preface the fact that, is it a fact that most traders will lose? Yes. But is it possible that you can win? Yes, as well. And there's no way that we have 100% of all traders watching this show, which is why I keep on saying stuff like that, because we can all learn from each other and we can all learn and grow. So I'm going to watch out for this break right there of 241. That's going to be my stop. I'm out right now of about 75%, so holding about a quarter of this. And sure, we've gotten more and more out here at VWAP. It doesn't look like it wants to break 242. So if it doesn't want to go upside, then we have to punch out and get out before this goes too far downside. So here it comes right now, Apple making the moves lower. Yeah.
So I heard a headline, and I'm just going to try to say it the best I could when I was trying to listen to it. AMC had a bit of a volume spike and a pump. It had something to do with a special, like,
AMC.
Something Taylor Swift related, which is why it's like something from Hollywood. I think Adara should probably have it, but AMC did a huge volume. Like it's giving it back now, but a potential Taylor Swift tie up there. Let's go back to Adara.
Yes, people are thinking there's going to be a secret. I guess this started with the Hollywood Reporter that there's going to be reportedly, potentially, a secret theatrical release on October 3rd. I'm guessing of Taylor Swift's movie because it doesn't speculate, but it says apparently the article from the Hollywood Reporter also brings multiple sources that speculate this is being done through a partnership with AMC, and apparently some accounts from Taylor Swift fans have actually flagged that certain AMC theaters have dates blacked out on the 3rd. So either way, a lot of this seems to be a bit speculative, but there is, again, rumor and speculation. There's going to be some kind of theatrical release here with AMC and Taylor Swift. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
All right, so
Thanks,
I mean, huge news for obviously for AMC.
Yeah, like and anything that could squeeze it, I think is possibly interesting. But it wasn't moving as much as I was anticipating. We have to cancel, slap the fail, and cancel our dip buy on Palantir because, well, if candles are all green off of the open, you're probably not going to get a dip buy. At least that's what my mother told me at some point. Unfortunately. Fortunately, it's doing the same thing. We always want stocks to go up for everybody, so congratulations if you have Palantir. This is exactly what it did yesterday, just one shot straight to the upside, but there were chances to get in. It did pull back early and then twice into VWAP, or 3 times into VWAP in the afternoon, so you had chances to get in, and now the prior high lines up around VWAP at 178, so I have to start looking at the prior high. And this was... It told everybody 2 days ago, the market told everybody when it rallied more than anything on Fed Day. Well, not more than anything, but it was the biggest rally that I saw in the afternoon, and that was a bit of a hint that the buyers are coming in. I gotta respect. All right, if we're gonna talk about being rules based.
Yep.
This is supposed to be like a head and shoulders setup, but if it's finding support on Reddit exactly where all of the prior liquidity was, then to me, it's take what you can get and don't be upset with the move here on Reddit, because it doesn't seem like it wants to hold or break down any further, at least from what I can see. There's always a chance to get back in at some point, but yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't just take the win on the rest of this on Reddit. It's finding support here. If you break down further through 247 or 264, there's a lot more room, but that's a lot of liquidity to ignore on this 15-minute chart right around that 265, 266. So the breakdown worked, but really I didn't get it till it took 68 when the breakdown was at 69. So you missed the first dollar. You can't just say, well, I'm gonna get more. No, I mean, the move ends up being 28, 68 to 65. And if you don't, 69 to 65, and if you get in at 68, you got in at 68, you can't extend it another dollar just because you got in a little bit late.
The Intel short is working, so yeah, sirens up for that one that anybody took it, but I wasn't looking at it at the pre-market high. We're looking at it on a break lower right now of 29.75. So it looks like it's trying to go through the low of the day. We used Apple at 240. Okay, it's going to go 240.75. So it looks like it is going to break lower. But we just took an opportunity on a bounce back up there to get out more in the 30s. So it looks like there it is. We're going to lose Apple. So there goes Apple. Hey, look, man, it's a positive stock, but it's nowhere near obviously what we thought it could have been earlier. And it just stopped again. So there we go. I mean, I don't know. But there it is. We have a new position right now. It's Intel. So let's see if this disaster of a story. Look, I'm glad that we sold some yesterday, man. We did it live on the show. I talked about why I sold some, and we sold some about $1 ago. So now the fact that it's down 3%, feel a little bit better about my Intel position right now. And again, we talked about raising capital and cash just to sit there. So we'll see. I mean, Intel could still be much higher, obviously, come next week. So we'll wait. But here we go. I lowered the amount of shares that we took on this. It wasn't a early break. I mean, it's still 940. So, the break is still imminent right here for this trade. But we're in it right now. This is what we wanted. So we're into Intel short. Let's see if it can print a little bit for us. The VWAP and everything is at $30 right now. So that might be a little high to wait for that to come back upside there. But yeah, shorting in and around 30 if we have to average in. Let's average in like a quarter of our position if it does come back up to there. So right now, let's let Intel just go a little bit. The pre-market, some of these pre-market lows, I don't start the pre-market until 7 o'clock. Someone actually asked me about that yesterday. 29.50 right there for a little bit of a downside play for Intel. So I'm going to put an offer now at 65, and then I'm going to put one down at 55, and then we'll see what winds up happening. But we're short Intel right now, and hopefully it continues to work out for us. Market not doing a whole whole heck of a lot, Neil. You're not in any.
SoFi is gone.
Yeah.
Again.
I do have an offer for Palantir at 180.
It just hit.
It did. Okay, so bang.
180.10.
I had it at 180 exactly. So
okay, yeah. Palantir, kind of under my breath, I was like, Palantir broke 180.
Yeah, we got some out at 160. I just put it out at 180 because the all-time highs are 192, something like that, right there on Palantir. But wow, what a move up there for 190. Look what eSignal has, 190 flat. Come on, pull down. 190 flat right there as an all-time high for our boy Palantir. So yeah, not bad there at all. So good trading there.
Look at these rocket
LTR, man. Yeah, what's going on?
SoFi,
wow,
4%,
we like that.
just absolutely blasting.
Hopefully
we already just showed you guys Palantir. SoFi, that's 52-week high. So check that, all-time highs. I got to get used to saying that again. All-time highs for SoFi. It's a monster. We showed you guys a monthly chart on this sucker last week or yesterday and every other day after that. But, got to move on. I'm not chasing that move. It was on the list yesterday, but it wasn't today.
Get down, Intel.
BBAI is not going to give us $6 today. BBAI just broke out. So prior high will be the play. If we're not dipping into 6, then we're dipping into the prior high on BBAI. Just got to be a bit patient. Palantir now 180.30. I mean, Apple, I don't mind the notion of trying to get back into Apple, but yeah, it's maybe not yet. Not yet.
Big Bear AI get filled?
It's still a little bit early. I'm not going to get back into this one just yet. I mean, the breakout trade was good, but it feels like we're still in a little bit of a pullback mode. So here's what I want everyone to do. Make sure when you're putting it in, flat right now, it's a good chance to do it. Make sure when you're putting symbols in the chat, everybody hit that $sign first. Obviously, SoFi, we just talked about. Open Door, we haven't looked at. BBI, we just did. AGMH, see, I don't know what that is. AGMH. RR, of course, we know Intel, Sean's in. Tesla, we've talked about. But unfortunately, AGMH, that's one I am unfamiliar with. I was going to, like I said, I'm hoping a next trade might be in BBAI if it'll pick me back up off that prior high. But I'll try to figure out what's, we'll visit back into that in a few minutes to see what's at the top of the list. For me, it's BBAI.
I just have to tell you guys, we got another fill in our own account. So we got 2 fills this morning. We got BBAI at 650, and we got, this is in our swing account. So we're long at $4 on Big Bear AI from before, and we talked about this trade a long time ago. So we're long BBAI from this move. So we got some out the first time. I'm doing exactly what we did last time: 650, 750, 850. So 650 just filled on Big Bear AI for me, so that was a good trade. And then 750 is my next offer, and 850 is the one after that. Hey man, we're going to take 55% or whatever it was. We're long at like 4. I think it's near 420. I've talked about that before. So, good trade there. We'll take 250 on $4. So nice move there on Big Bear AI. And oh boy, here we go. Let's go Intel. Again, the top 2 trades today are the top 2 trades for me. Obviously, we only have 2, Apple and Intel. Someone early said, hey, Sean, where are the trade ideas? There's Intel 29.75 short, that's been printing not all morning, but since we have it. And then Apple right there, the long is I'm still up more on Apple than I'm up on Intel, but that's only because we've only covered 20% of INTC. All right, Adara, what you got for us?
What I have here is Google, GeoOGL, making comments here on the DOJ's ad tech decision. They're proposing some changes to the company. Google saying that their proposed changes from the DOJ go far beyond the court's liability decision, and that they disagree with the court's initial decision and plan on appealing it. This is from Google's website. So Google, not pleased with this DOJ ad tech decision. I also do want to let you guys know there's no economic data coming through at 9:45. Well, it's already past 9:45, of course, and 10 a.m. Though at 11 a.m. we will get comments from new Feds Myron. So Feds Myron with his first speech here at 11 a.m. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Much there. We did get 3 super chats. P. Lucid, thank you for the super chat. No. But we'll just say thank you. Hope you're having a fantastic day. One of them just disappeared. Willis Addison, yes, sir. 1060 per contract on your Oklo swing calls locked in. Congratulations. You're done for the day. Gone fishing on a boat.
I'm not showing you.
oh, yeah, don't make us jealous. Don't tell us you're going fishing. Hey, enjoy yourself, man. And the fact open is down with positive news tells the story. That's Mike Williams. Thank you for the super chat. Puts in my future. Get out while you can. So thank you for that. I have not looked at open. We will look at that in just a little bit. But I want to give a big shout out to Beta Pro. Why? Because Canadian traders, all of you out there, Beta Pro by GlobeX is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition now with over $40,000 in cash prize, including 20 grand grand prize, $20,000 grand prize, and it's all risk-free. Because to enter, if you're Canadian, it's free to all and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test your strategies and build skills while climbing the leaderboard. So you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? Sign up, scan the QR code you see in front of you, and good luck to all. Jumping back over to the speaking of Beta Pro, the Baird one, which is Big Bear AI. Yeah, the thing about dipping into the volume weighted average price is it's not dipping. 2 days ago would give us, it was 2 days ago. 90% sure it was 2 days ago where you got all of the dips that you wanted. Yeah, it was. You got the dips in the morning, you got the dips in the afternoon. Yesterday it gave you the dip at the open. Today it doesn't. So sometimes you try to play the pattern and you don't get it. Play back into the prior high is all I'm looking for. Next, we did jump out of Reddit. Still not liking the re-entry into Apple. I mean, Reddit's holding, it's still at 265, but it did eventually break and go to 64, but it's right back to the 265. Apple's trying to go again. It's starting to look a little bit better. It's still well underneath VWAP here, which is a bit weird. I guess that's because it did so much open volume. But at the end of the day, maybe wait for this to look like a close of breaking this trend. It's still too early for a trend break. I don't like that setup just yet. So I'm going to focus maybe on that BBAI. Palantir is now so far gone that I'm probably at this point I'm probably looking for some kind of mean reversion on Palantir. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, MPW on watch, Medical Properties Trust. This name is $5, but it's not a small cap in the traditional sense. This is a $3 billion market cap, roughly 33% short float. I'm not seeing any news on this move, guys, but MPW, Medical Properties Trust on watch, and back to you.
Oh man, thank you, Adara. Damn it. All right, so it's too bad that it's not too bad that it didn't break earlier, because on Intel, like I switched my shares. I had a bigger share size if it was going to break early, and I'm glad it didn't, because we would have got smoked on that. But then there it goes right now, finally starting to go, and this is what we're doing right here. We're at the highest spot. I'm up more now than I was with that great trade, the runner there on Apple, sorry. But there's the breakdown, and this is where 29.75. So we're covering now in the 50s on Intel and just letting it go, because you know what? Just like my guy over there gone fishing, we're gone fishing right now mentally. We've hit our goals. We're still going to sit here and trade, but I don't need to put more risk into anything right now. The day is sort of made, and let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Apple is making its move back up, and I was going to get back into the long at some point, and was looking at maybe this break again of VWAP in the 70s there. That's kind of where we went the first time, and it went. Yesterday Google bounced off the 200 period moving average. We could have been a little bit more diligent with it. Too bad I was just championing the Intel short and not really looking over here. But that was a great opportunity right there to dip by again into Apple. So we'll let it settle. All right, so I'm only out of half of Intel right now. So I'm going to put another bid right now at, we just buy 59s. And now we're going to have to wait. I'm not sure. The market's ripping right now.
Oklo's going.
There's many different names here, but like we say, it just takes one.
This is a squeeze.
And the day's there, but yeah, Oklo's there. iBit right now not doing much.
SMR's up 8.
SMR is up 8%.
Oklo is going nuts. Like Oklo's up 13 or 12%. OKLO and continuing to rally 13%. It was 12% a minute ago when I checked it, and then SMR is also going. Now 9% to the upside on SMR.
Yes.
Obviously ridiculously strong for some of these nuclear names. Let me just check, see is it the entire space? No, it's just the frothy ones, because Vernova's not doing a thing. It's actually flat on the day. Ooh, I just heard something about oh, okay.
Is spiking.
Yeah, Nano, this is the other one going. NNE, I always forget about this. NNE, also going 11% to the upside. BBAI doesn't seem to want to pull back, but I just remembered the $10 level on Open Door. Remember yesterday, $10 was the only place that was worth going long? Today, instant failure underneath 10, and look at that. Here, I'll zoom in. And this is a real pop where it tried to get back to 10 and then just flushed. So 9.95, and then the sellers came in. So it looks like today is open is not open for business here today. So underneath $10. Yesterday I was only long over 10. I think today it's a short. Hopefully we get BBAI pulling back and letting us into this upward trend. But yeah, Open Door underneath $10. Kind of an easy out if it breaks VWAP, because that's exactly $10.
Right, so just because Intel's not going, I'm going to get out at 298, I wish, 29.85, like that little break there. This is the 21 period moving average. We do have some top breaks there, so if it does go back down, we just take another 60 fill here and wait to see what's going on with INTC. Hopefully more downside, right? I mean, that's what we're hoping for right now. I have a bid at 50 and then I have a bid at 40. So hopefully that will fill and we don't have to worry about it. I have my stop in there again. I am going to go long on a break of 241.75, but there comes Apple.
It's
pushing back down in pretty dramatically right now. So maybe watching out for that 240 fill, but it's coming in nicely right here. So I don't know what just happened to Apple. I'm going to take away that dip buy or that bid now and try to see if we can play off of some kind of a dip buy now. So I don't know, that was a little bit too much of a move there for me to say, hey, I'm so confident that if it runs and punches that top, then we're going to get out. So we'll watch out for all of those plays coming in here. The trade rate right now on eSignal has Apple near the top, ADAP, that's a 20-cent name. Micron down 5% today, wow. Open Door down 1.5%. Nvidia right now up slightly at 176. We had an AMD trade at 155. That's not there yet. Tesla 430, congratulations on that one, up 3% there as well. The NASDAQ continues to climb higher here too. So there it is, yes sir. We get our Intel. So Intel right now at the lowest spot it's been at all day right now. Breaking back below, there it is, man, spin it. It's the money trade right there for me on Intel. And again, as it was written, right? I mean, we talked about wanting that trade, so we took it, and there it comes. Now, okay, now we're really starting to go. Let's go. We're bidding 41s. Yes, go. There it is, Neil. That's your chicken winner of the day, chicken dinner winner of the day right there. It's Intel, and it is just making the moves lower right now. A $30 name. We're in the money 30 cents. Let's see if it gets even lower than this. Good take there at 4. We told you we're at 40, so decent take right there at 40. Super glad I came in today now. Good winner on Apple. Could have been better. And a much bigger winner here for me now on Intel. We've made double on Intel what we've made on Apple so far. So pretty happy and just waiting for this name to continue lower. And I'm just glad, more importantly, I'm glad I sold Intel yesterday in the account. So that helped. What we do here on the show is prop trading.
Day trading.
Yeah, day trading, prop trading here. So, getting out in my PA of a quarter there on Intel yesterday, or 20%, looks to have been the right decision. Will we buy back in? Probably not. But we'll see what happens. The Intel story's not over. Boeing right now down 0.22. That's a story for sure today
as well. Is there news on Boeing?
No, I mean I don't mean a story. I just mean it's down. I think it can get going Boeing there. Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Boeing. I think if Boeing can get into
it's nowhere close.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. I thought it was moving a little more than it was, but yeah. Okay.
I'm stink bidding this one close to $200.
Okay, yeah.
Anybody that watches the show probably wouldn't have too much trouble guessing where I am stink bidding in my personal account on Boeing. If you can't guess, then again, you just don't know how my silly mind works. But it should be relatively obvious. I am into BBAI for the first time here today. As it dipped, it doesn't get to VWAP, which, I mean, VWAP's a line on a chart. So I'm looking to buy the dip into the volume weighted average price. But as I said, it's a line on the chart. The prior day high is a wick on the chart. It did a bottoming tail here at 47. So I got in at 48.5. And I actually got a midpoint print. I'll only buy more if we start getting a green, like on the other side of the V. So I'm willing to get in again. But half in now, and if we get a nice bounce and some kind of a curl on BBAI, then I can add back into it. Open Door did not come and pick me up in front of that $10 area, unfortunately. So it's now breaking the lows on Open Door. This has a lot of room underneath the 10s we mentioned yesterday. It didn't quite follow through. Like yesterday, it got like 10 to 975. Today, it looks like it's going to follow through. You could see 925 if this continues to go down. So it is a bit of a flat bottom break here. I'd rather not take the break, but if that's all I can get, it would have to be 970 and then give it back to the prior low, about 15 pennies. I'm still trying to get picked up underneath 10 bucks, ideally. That's the plan of action. But if we break the low, then I take the low break and give it back in here to like 980, call like 83 or 84.
I'm actually going to, before I go over to Palantir, go ahead.
QUBT is number 3 on the list right now. Okay. Like right now, OpenO we just talked about, SoFi, Oklo we've been over, but the quantum names, QUBT up 18% and just absolutely ham. Wanted to make sure we got this because this is pulling back for the first time as well. There's so many runners. This one is not all-time highs, but it is breaking out a very significant level, which is at least trying to hold this $21.50 level here on QUBT. So it seems like every single day we have these small cap runners going ham. Another one here in the quantum space. Quantum and nuclear both flying around. Was that Adara? No?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just, wow. I'm checking out Palantir here. Like, it's getting to be a very, very big position right now, and I'm getting a little nervous here. Palantir. So back up through 180 and change again. Like this name, you know, Andrew left, beat it down for a minute. Obviously covered down into there, into the 50-period moving average. We say buy stocks that you like, and you know, Palantir again, another 2 and a bit percentage points right there, back up to the upside. I did cover some more Intel right now down there at 29.50 and change. So we'll wait to see. Oh no, sorry, 55s. We'll wait to see if it makes new lows. But just so you guys know this, I only have 20% left. Now, a little bit more than that, but 22, 23% left right there on Intel. Yeah, what's up, 221B? You got Palantir at $34. Great, man. I mean, if you've been watching the show, we're long Palantir at its direct listed price, and it even went lower than 920. So Palantir right there, what a monster trade for anybody on the PLTR train. And we talk about PEs all the time. I told you that joke about my kid. Told me to go find some good PEs. But yeah, this is what Palantir looks like. And if you go over, even if you go over to, it hasn't been around that long, but if you're going to go over to a monthly chart here on PLTR, I mean, this is where it came through at a 920, the direct list. Went up to $35, went back in, made the low right there of $6. Like this, talk about generation. I mean, I didn't make generational wealth or anything on this trade, but $7 right there in 2022 to 180. It's like, and it's not like, I don't think you had to take that much risk. So I'm in Big Bear AI for hopefully a similar run. I don't think we get up to this level, but I like Big Bear AI, and that's another play that I've told a lot of people about, and I hope that some of you are in that name as well. I know a lot of you like SoundHound and whatnot, but that could be another sort of AI play that gets a chance to go. And they're actually up pretty nicely now as well. SoundHound up that 3%. And what a great base that's had there, $6 up to $16.50, and with more room to run there as well. So there are a couple great opportunities here. Good out there. We just got this again at 43 right there. So we may get stopped out again here if it does rip back up through 75. We put our order there. I'm going to get some more out right now on Intel, and then we'll put another bid a little bit lower. Hopefully it will take one more move down and fill us, but it does look like Intel's on its way back northbound.
Well, speaking of the chips, it hasn't been all that crazy on Nvidia, but it is about to break out that high. I really didn't want this one to the breakout. Like I said, I got BBAI, and then we played into open for the short side. But this 177, no, it's still battling with yesterday's top. A little bit of a, not calling it a false break yet, but there's a lot of sellers in here kind of holding up this move. If Nvidia goes, the market has a great chance to get back into those highs. I don't know if Apple's trying to break a wedge. I'm not thinking about getting back into it yet, but BBAI, and then of course short and open, and we're going back to Adara.
Time for happening now. What's happening here today is actually a lot of Fed speak, despite not a lot of economic data. Initially, I wasn't seeing any people on the calendar set to speak today, but then as of this morning, we did have this morning Fed's Kashkari pre-market speaking on CNBC. He is generally one of the more hawkish Fed members, and he was quite hawkish in today's commentary as well. Then we have Fed's Myron for what I understand to be his first public speech since becoming a Fed member. That'll be at 11 a.m. At 2:30, we will get Fed's Daily. Now, it is worth noting as well that Trump and President Xi of China were having a phone call. Chinese state media reported that it started around 8 a.m. It was scheduled to start at 10 a.m., but either way, at 9 a.m. Either way, could be talking right now. If I get any details, I'll let you know. I also need to let you guys know, I'm just seeing this come through now. SMCI on watch. OpenAI reportedly planning to spend $100 billion on backup servers. SMCI and Dell, definitely names to watch here. Again, the information reporting that OpenAI is planning on spending $100 billion on backup servers. Keep an eye here on INTC, this one getting both an upgrade and a downgrade this morning, and Donald Trump posting an AI image about it on Truth Social. We know this one was on watch after we had Nvidia announcing a $5 billion investment in the company. Apple here also on watch. Their iPhone 17 series is now live, and Tesla getting an upgrade and a hefty price target from Baird this morning. So lots to keep an eye on, especially in the tech space. And again, watch SMCI with that OpenAI catalyst. Before we swing back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Adara. And the thing is, just one note, like actually, people joke around and call him Crash Kari because he tends to be pretty hawkish, but he's been sometimes consistently hawkish, but he's not a voting member right now. So it's worth keeping that in mind. So when he says, talking about the potential of like raising rates, he doesn't get a vote, at least until they make some changes. But it's always changing, and sometimes you'll hear Fed speakers. It's good to know just who is voting and who isn't, and whose opinion might matter more than others. So open door in front of the volume weighted average price, still kind of consolidating underneath. But let's be real, the market
holding out again.
The market's right at yesterday, getting back into yesterday's highs where we topped out the first time. We could blow it out again. But what's weird to me, well, it's not. It doesn't have to be weird. It just happens to be weird to me. Is Apple. Like, it's holding, not bad. Oh, I don't have my tool set up. There we go. It's holding higher lows, but also kind of like this downward trend, which is a little bit more distinct, right? So it's holding higher lows, and you've got this downward trend. Like, something obviously is going to break in it. Ideally, this breaks up and go long through 241, but if it goes down, that's going to throw any re-entry into Apple completely out of the window. Big Bear AI is kind of doing a dance off VWAP. It did do remember I said if it did like a bottoming tail,
that's what I got.
a candle bounce off VWAP. So it did that. And then I got some more shares on the next candle here at like 46. So let's see if this one gets back into the high. It's only up 3%, which is not a lot. But remember, this just held to 200, broke resistance at 6, and is now holding the 50-period moving average. And a break away from here does have lots of continuation room on the daily chart to like $7. This is a really good-looking technical trade. When you have a stock like this that just trends down and then clearly breaks the trend and consolidates for a couple of days, it's just good risk to reward. Let's see if we get some follow through. That's what we haven't looked at. We haven't looked at crypto.
Mm-hmm. I'm not looking at it. It's not moving.
Oh, I was going to say with the market load, there we go. And the market at the high of the day, pretty sideways there. I mean, unlike Apple, which is still holding that trend, this is at least creeping to the upside on IBIT, but nothing crazy just yet in the world of crypto. And as I said, that the Bitcoin treasury play, that was a disaster. The opening move, take your profit, because that Zooz, it was Zooz, right?
Yep, Z-O-O-Z.
Z-O, yeah, that's right. Zooz Power.
Zooz.
Still. They announced the treasury. There's your move up. If you were in it at pretty much any point early, like you're at 3x, 2x, 1.5, but if you hold it more than 5 minutes, then you're starting to get yourself into trouble. Usually when it pulls back, you want it to hold the volume weighted average price, or hold, when you have a bit of topping tail candle like this, hold one of the even dollars that's adjacent, like 6 or 5. Just an absolute bleed here on Zoo. Still up 40%. For anyone that happens to be in it. And just anecdotally, and I want to do some research on this, but I'm pretty sure it's the non-Bitcoin ones recently that have been having more follow through in terms of treasury plays. Like the ones that are, there was Solana, that one did a heck of a lot better. In my memory anyways, the ETH ones have done pretty good, having a couple of days worth of run, but the Bitcoin ones have been a little bit more, short the pop.
Yeah, people are yelling about what's up, ebb and flow. Is you just talking about AGMH? No. Okay, so AGM Holdings halted. All right, shout out to our girl Adara over there. We have a new symbol alert. AGMH right now up 322%. So
what is that?
And halty right now. We'll get some information on that one. And there it is, man. We'll spin the money again. So we wind up making more on Intel than we did on Apple, about 50% more, but we don't max it out because we did hold back. We got some out there at 63s. Once we broke that 21 period moving average, we talked about that, and then our last 10 or 15% or so comes out for flat on that break right there back up. So there goes Intel. You'll notice at the bottom, and this is what I talked about yesterday, was the risk to reward, right? It's like you keep your account green. Like, I've only made 2 trades. How can my account be green? And we're up more than our daily goal there because we got there, got out, and then we did Intel same ways out again right there for Intel. So, all right, I guess Adara has news on our friend AGMH.
Yeah, this actually on our watch list this morning, guys. This small cap right now about a $13 million market cap, million with an M for AGMH. Now it's also worth noting this one float of about 1.8 million shares, roughly 9% short float. The story here is that according to a Form 6K filing they just filed, one of their subsidiaries in Hong Kong just finalized the sale of one semiconductor unit, which is called the Nanjing Lucan Semiconductor Company, to a different company here in Hong Kong. The sale is valued at $57.45 million and was completed in early May 2025. So AGMH, again, it is worth noting here, small float, decent short float relative to the size of the float, and a catalyst. Back to you.
Yeah, so not a crypto treasury, which has been a lot of the ones that have been running. Just be careful with these. Not to, it's sometimes when it's the China or the Hong Kong names, they can, when they flush, it tends to be a little bit more violent. And we've certainly seen that in the past. I don't want anyone to get rinsed. But good luck if you happen to be in this one. This is for sure no chase. I might at least price out locates. They're probably going to be expensive. I find the Hong Kong ones are very expensive locates. So BBAI, it's just gliding very slowly higher, which it's apt to do sometimes. So I don't want it losing VWAP. If it loses VWAP, I get out and wait for something a little bit lower potentially. Ooh, oh goodness. We haven't even talked about, it's a good look, Maximus Decimus Meridius in the chat here, saying Coinbase is worth a look. Coinbase is finally getting off the schneid, everybody. Coinbase been doing a whole lot of nothing, but we said this about Palantir, and it's also true of Coinbase. If a stock pulls back into bear territory, and the first reaction when it gets there is to find a clean support level, that's not bad, that's good. It's a good sign. And what happened when it broke trend and then held the higher low? You get the trend up. Now, do I think it's going to do what Palantir did with a similar look? Probably not, because it's not Palantir. But that doesn't take anything away from Coinbase entering a kind of a new phase. Like it goes from the sideways consolidation to a bit of a breakout trade. So you definitely have a good one. I pretty much never chase moves like this. I sometimes think about if I want to mean revert it, I'll stay away from Coinbase at this particular. I'd rather join a trend cleanly if I can, right? Like if I like BBI, join it on a dip buy because it's available. If I like Open Door, I like Open Door either way off the 10 level. It just happens to be down today. Then I'll short that one. And if it consolidates and then breaks down, then I'm in it. And I can hold through, but with the trend. But if it's too far gone, I'm trying to revert the trend. And I think Coinbase for myself is at least a little bit too far gone. Yeah, SoFi as well. SoFi has been an absolute barn burner. And one thing that you should keep in mind, we talk about day trading a lot, but when you're talking about investing or swing trading, just on the higher time frame, do yourself a favor and do not ignore these longer term charts because thanks, man. I just realized we didn't get one.
Yeah, I just yelled. Randy's over there just talking in the hallway.
Oh.
And I told him, Randy, it's in our contract that these coffees need to be delivered at certain times. you know, and then I saw the
Oh, the
lawyer,
smell
and
of
he
Joe.
confirmed, and so it's like, you know, what's even
They're
going
at the
on
water
here?
cooler. It's Friday,
Right, that's
water
exactly
cooler
where they're
action.
talking, right at the water cooler.
Which is weird. The water cooler for us, it's like a bottleneck to the kitchen. It's the worst place to stand. It really, because it is. If like two people stand there, you can't get into the kitchen. It's like stand by the coffee machine or something.
Then Randy said they've run into a problem, so I wonder what that is because. Yeah, Randy.
Oh, I think
Randy's trying to do his best over here.
No, I think there was some noise complaints.
Oh, okay.
Morning, because they started early with the saw, and I think maybe it was a little too early. Is my.
Okay, I think he said
there's like a condo building.
I know, but I think he said they ran into a problem.
So like a physical.
I think there might be a physical problem. Maybe not. I hope you're right because we don't want to have any physical issues whatsoever right there. So, anyways, yeah.
Studio 8, everybody.
Yeah, there's the coffee.
They're taking out that stage. So
I'm gonna go long on view up break.
Gotta go.
Honestly, let's go Apple long 241. Let's go 61s. Let's just make sure it's confirmed here, and then we'll just try it. So we'll try it with like not as many shares, obviously, as not even close. We'll try it with about a third of the shares that we tried this initial break with, right? So we got out by the skin of our teeth there, and actually it was a good trade. It's not like we barely made money. We did make money, but it's only because we have multiple outs up here near the tops, and then once it came back into VWAP, which wasn't even there at the time, we just kept getting out at 242. So big resistance up there at 242. So if we even earlier than at 241.90s, something like that, 241.80s. So let's get out of probably 20% if we do wind up getting this break. We'll get out some for 25, 30 cents, and then maybe we'll go from there. I honestly, man, we'll Barry Horowitz ourselves again for this. Like, thankfully, we're able to get out of Intel, but looky what I see right here for INTC. It is right back up into a 50 or the 200 period moving average. So for me, that's a short. So we're going to try to go short right now on Intel, and then just see if it's the trade that we think it could possibly be here once again. So we'll go short against let's go short against 30.30 right now. So it's like the ESPN there, 30.30, or is it 30 on 30? Yeah, I think it is, right?
30,
okay, so 30, yeah, some of that. All right, so we're going to go short right now. We're short at 17s because we punched the ask, but we're going to wait for some more at 20. Go ahead, yeah, if we're lucky enough to get that.
No, I was just going to say you'd never be able to guess. The first MLB player to 30-30 this year, you would never guess.
Oh, did you? I wanted to, no, I don't know anybody.
One of the slowest players in the league.
Kirk?
Juan Soto.
Oh, Kirk.
Juan Soto, because their first base coach is an absolute genius.
I wanted to send you something. It was that it's like 20 years ago, there was like 50 300 hitters in the league. And then 10 years ago, there was like 35 300 hitters in the league. And then last year, there was 6. And the year before that, there was 8. And I don't even know how many hitters are 300 this year. I think the pitchers are just dominating.
It's the same reason you've got high school kids that can throw 100 now.
Yeah.
It's like everybody, and this is great, like for biomechanics and what people have learned with biomechanics, it's insane. Like in all sports, it's unbelievable. So now, kids are trying to optimize their fastball when they're 12 years old. So now if you can't, like back in the day, 90 was a big deal. Now you got to throw 100 miles an hour, and everyone throws so bloody hard. It's ridiculous. So unfortunately, it makes it hard to hit, and they haven't done anything to change that. So I don't know why Micron is down 5%. And we've talked about this before. There was an upgrade on Micron today, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this other than maybe it's just, sorry, whoops, I have the wrong chart. It's been so good, it's doing a bit of a pullback because it's been so good the last little bit, and they report next week. But Micron is absolutely bucking the market trend today and showing all kinds of weakness. I mean, Nvidia just broke the highs, and that thing's going ham. Open Door, okay, this is another test of the low. This has now held this 970 like 4 times here. Maybe 5 wicks on the 3-minute, but if it doesn't break down this time, I'll reload it again, but you kind of, yesterday it defied you with an inside day where you just sort of just keep on taking the highs and lows and there was no follow through. Kind of hoping that's not the case here, but the idea would be that it also breaks 970 and goes further. So BBAI is slowly gliding up and this is slowly gliding down, but I just heard StubHub.
Same.
I just heard StubHub another low. This IPO has been an abject disaster on StubHub. Total, absolute disaster on this thing. $19. The issue price was, what was it?
23.50.
23.50.
I'll leave that for Sharif.
And now you're way out of the money. This is an embarrassment for them. At some point, there's got to be a value play here, but let this one settle down. It never looked
Give
good.
me Intel.
It's never looked good.
Okay, Joe. All right, there goes Intel. So yeah, good trade there, man. It came right back up. We talked about where it was coming up to, the 200 period moving average. So kablamo right there for another 10 cents back in on Intel, man. All we're doing is why we laid that out, just stacks on stacks on stacks. You know, like you make trades and you hope they work out for you, but you know, hope is a thing of the past for your boy. We're confident sometimes, most of the time, all the time. Pretty much. When we taking trades early on, like between 9:30 and 10:30, those are trades that I believe in, that I believe can make some decent cash. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now, is try to play off of some of that. And you know, so that was a good one there for Intel. That's why we're kind of trying to stick with the same names. But here we go. We said we didn't mind Apple to the top side there, but it just fell back in pretty dramatic with the market. So we're going to do something there as well. But this is like a tenth of a unit right now. So if your unit's 100 shares, this is 10 shares, because we're going to wait for 240 to break, because here it comes right now. The market's coming down. We've got a banger on Intel, man. I'm not going to throw money away on Apple right now. There goes Intel. Intel's now 20 cents lower, and we just put this Intel trade on 5 minutes ago. We went and got Neil a coffee, and then all of a sudden, boom, you know, nice downside play there for Intel, and huge play actually. So we're happy with that one. Now we got another one right here, right now. Can we get out of it? Yes, we can. Oh my, let's stack it up right there, because we just went long again on Apple, Neil, and now we have 30 cents on Apple. So I don't like, you know, this day, you never know where the money's going to come through. But there's the 240 defend, man. We're long at 240.25. It's at 240.60. So it's just like I said, I messaged Obi last night and I was like, bro, I'm not sure, you know, how I'm feeling. But Obi was like, I'm there for you. I was like, that's a nice story. Thank you so much for that one. But we're here today, feeling good, hitting these trades, and glad to be here. So there it goes, man, Apple. And I've only made 2 trades today, Intel, 2 names, Intel and Apple. So we'll just wait and see what's going on. Neil and I basically trading. You've traded a few names as well. Big Bear AI looking for
not
more.
Really. This is
just 1 or 2 names. I'm not sure how many.
No, Apple's.
Oh, Reddit
early on, it was
one.
Apple and Reddit. And then
was great.
now it's been BBAI and Open Door. And that's pretty much it. Like Open just again held the low. So you've been able to get at best. I mean, my best fill is 88, but you have been able to get 90s. So you could have 88 to 90 short, but then it's holding 72. So that's the range here. I mean, Open Door is a $10 stock, so that just might be what it is. Remember, Open Door doesn't always move like $5, $6 in a day. Like sometimes it's a regular $10 stock, and that's what it's looking like here today. So make sure you play that range. BBAI similar, like it doesn't want to break out that high, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, the long is still valid. It's given you that hold, the higher low. The trend is pretty much intact. So want to be long this one into the high as long as it wants to hold. But it's really been all about the nuclear names, nuclear and quantum. Almost QBTS is, I think, the biggest. Well, maybe not. Only 4% on QBTS, but it's still breaking and holding higher. The market overall has been pretty blah. The NASDAQ hit the overnight highs and we're right back in. So you got to be particular on any long trades, I think, at this moment. But let's go to Adara, because we have the small cap recap, and that might be where the biggest longs are.
To start here with Unusual Machines, UMAC, no brand new catalyst on this one. They did announce earlier this week that apparently they have their first motor produced at their new U.S. facility, but this is a repeat offender, for lack of a better term. It's one that has run in the past. It's already up $1 here from the open. Then these last two are actually both featured on our watch list. You can get more details if you check out our Trader TV Live watch list. They are both on there in this morning's edition. AGMH here, AMG Group. This one did actually announce via a Form 6K filing with the SEC that back in May, its subsidiary, or one of its subsidiaries, sold one company to a different company in Hong Kong for roughly $57 million. Then we have CJET Shijet Motor Company. This is a penny stock, right now trading around 20 cents. And this is actually a crypto treasury related play. This one here announcing that they've have a new COO, Chief Operating Officer, by the name of Jason Miller. He has experience in the world of blockchain, and they were choosing him because they want to get into the digital treasury space. So that's the catalyst here with penny stock and digital crypto treasury play, CJET. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss down too soon, and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. Here's how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Adara. And I just saw in the chat, Unfolding Dawn.
What's up, Don?
Maybe this is the time. Is this the time for Webull?
Yes.
Without actually getting down to $11, Webull up 5% today. This might be the curl. You take what you get and you're not upset. I can't like accumulation and not be willing to acknowledge that maybe this is where it's happening on Webull. No break of that 1250. Looked like it was breaking down. I know I've talked trash about this as I'm not going with some of the other fintech space. I get it, but it is going today. Maybe we can break that consolidation. I might cancel my stink bid. Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Stinky.
No, I'm not. It hasn't broken out yet. But it's still in that sideways action. But good day for it today, 5%. I was about to talk myself into canceling, waiting for the 11, but I think that's a little bit premature on Webull. So I'm going to buck away from that trend. BBAI is now starting to go. Someone asked how long you're willing to sit in it if it just holds the consolidation higher. All day if it does. Because like this, on the structure of the trade, right, like breakout, it didn't dip into 6, but breakout, hold the prior day high. If it doesn't break down underneath here, then why would I get out? You just hold it as long as it confirms the upward trend. And once it breaks the top, there isn't too much to look for on BBAI up top without going out to the daily chart. But 690 right here, we go back to August 11th. That was the flush day. That was the open where it rejected. So about the 690 level would be the ultimate target on BBAI. But it needs to clear out a little bit further. But yeah, as long as it holds structure, I think you're good to go. And Eric Vargas, we are aware there was news on Open Door. Was, I guess, technically positive news, depending on how you want to interpret it. And with the new CFO, I don't look at that one way or the other. If the stock was blasting on that news, I'd probably be long. But it's not blasting on that news. It's slowly going down. So I'm short that one under VWAP. And as long as it holds that structure, we'll continue to be short on that. And Walt Winchell, would it be okay to... I think of Mike Winchell anytime I see that name. Remember Friday Night Lights? It's a really good movie, by the way. Would it be okay to go into BAIG, BBAI 2X? You know what? I don't know what the liquidity is like on that one. Remember, with any of these leveraged ETFs, in a general sense, you got to understand how liquid they are. And I don't know what's in this. It's the Themes ETF Trust is what it's called. So if you know exactly what this holds, I don't. It's the first time I'm looking at it. But the first thing I look at is see 145,000 shares of volume. So for a day trade, that's about as hard to know as you could go. 145,000 in volume is not tradable. But it might be an interesting holding. I just don't know what's in it. Always look up to see maybe it's holding something that you like. But if it's like 3% of the name that you like and 97% of stuff that you don't want to own, then why would you go into it? So I don't know what's in this. I would have to look it up myself. I can tell you it's not tradable in a day trade sense due to low volume. But that doesn't mean it's a bad ETF. I don't know every ETF in the market, that's all.
You don't? Okay, so right here, yeah, fail, Neil. Too bad. Yeah, there's more ETFs than stock.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't know.
There it is right now. It's a dollar club in the back end right now for Apple. So there it is, man. Apple just ripped up. We just got 241.13s there on a bump back up there for Apple. And I was going to celebrate Intel a little bit there, and then it just ripped right back up. So it's a good thing we got some 16s right there. So we got stopped out. It broke through 30. Now I'm going to give it to 33. Actually, I put 33. That's wrong. It's 30. Let's go to 36. 30 spot 36 because we were able to get some out. I don't want to throw everything back, man. If this doesn't work, then we're out. So I will throw back 20% of my day on Intel if this breaks that level. $30.35. I'm going to throw back 20% of the day because we didn't really throw back anything. This was a good trade, and then we averaged it in and got out there. So we'll pretty much wash a little bit of what we did there with our last trade, but then we just got it right back in again there. And so with Donald Trump tweeting that stuff or truthing it out and everything like that, I mean, there's going to be a lot of love for Intel. So yeah, I'm going to stop out if we take out that high. I thought it was going to go down a lot more than this. You know, like I went to sold yesterday at $30.70. Like, you know, Intel right now only down 1%. So I feel like it's a little bit stronger than what I anticipated here for Intel today. So one more shot at it. And then if it breaks, then we are out, man. We are tapping out like someone did in UFC lately. I have no idea.
There's always someone tapping.
That's why I said like somebody. I don't know. All right, so let's see if that can come back.
Like Martin Shkreli and you. Oh, that was
Martin Shkreli tapped
like
out?
Martin Shkreli in possibly, I don't know, quantum names are open. Although, you know what? I don't know if he actually shorted any quantum names. We do know that he announced a short.
That call was like 6 months ago.
That's what I'm saying, and he might not have actually shorted anything in that stage. So
he did. So he said it.
Oh, he did?
How you will. This is coming from him, but as someone who spent way too long going through everybody's post, Martin Shkreli said it. He started at 9:36. He did not short until he set that post. Believe that or don't believe that, but that's like what he said anyway.
No, open. We know it's the quantum.
Can you find out about quantum?
The quantum name, because he had said, and I don't remember exactly the word but it was actually a pretty interesting read because he had comments on each of the big four quantum names that were moving, and it was on Rigetti, on IonQ, on QBTS, D-Wave, and then QUBT I think was the fourth one, and he had like comments explaining why he thought each one of them was not worth what they were and price targets, and a couple of them were like zero, and I think IonQ had at least, there was some like backhanded praise for IonQ.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, there was. Actually, he was like the only one that was kind of real. But I don't know if he actually shorted those. And
the thing about Shkreli is, I got to give him some kind of credit. It's like at least he's puts out like information that he believes in. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has to be right. It's like what we're doing here. Like there's Intel back in. Neil and I don't know how far any of these stocks are going to go, but we're shorting them or going long for reasons. We got to say a shout out to Shkreli.
Someone's saying he is, but I don't know.
For that. But we're right now, man. Look at Intel. We said that we were going to give this. I mean, live right here. We told you we're giving it 10 cents. So now that we're 15 cents in the money, let's start to take out a little bit more. I'm going to bid some 09s right now, and then I'm going to punch out right now into some 12s just to get some more out. So there it is, man. Intel, nice little downside play. Once again, man, this has been a hot day here for trading. I'm only on two names. We're $1 in the money on Apple right now, and we're at 13 cents, which I know isn't that much, but it is with shares. Nice trade there with INTC. So yeah, hit the like. I mean, if you guys haven't hit the like button, I haven't had a look at this today. Obviously, I haven't refreshed this. So let me just exactly refresh right now and see what's going on with this like button. Who's this handsome gentleman right there? What's up, my guy? Thanks for not. I mean, I wish you would have broke the high there, Apple. 1K, okay, 9,000 watching at 10:30. I like ye a lot. Hit the bid, yeah, first of all, and then hit the like button right there. And thank you for everything, for supporting all of us. We've got Sharif coming, we've got Joe coming, and that should be a really fun opportunity, to look at some mid caps, talk the talk, look at some news-based stories and things like that. So we want to say shout out to those guys who are doing the midday show. Adara's over there at the desk all day now for us, so she'll be dropping out any stories that we hear. Unfortunately, Neil, it's been a little bit of a light news day here to start with.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing really going too crazy, but all the traders, of course, that are part of our show have already joined the chat. So make sure you guys do get into the chat right now. This is what they've asked for so far here today. So there's that AGMH. You just got to put it in there. After big news on Intel, what's making you short? Is it big resistance? Yes. I could talk about that, Zion. If you actually go over the sticky note, I did talk a little bit about it and talked about some levels, but I'm almost stopping out of that. I'm long Apple. Apple right now is $1 and change in the money. I do prefer the long into a Friday. That seems to be pretty strong. We did write down AMD longs today as well, but it didn't dip into the areas. I was looking at 155 to 156. That didn't happen. And then, as Neil's mentioned a couple times over here, it's interesting to see Robinhood up 1.22.
It just did a bit of a move, Robinhood.
Yeah, so that's going to be included there tonight, and we'll wait to see what that looks like there on the imbalance locator there tonight. I'm going to put out some more at 17. So yeah, Zion, I just wanted to, look, I shorted Intel yesterday. I shorted it. I got out of some trades out of the long there yesterday. We're long, underneath 20 bucks. Just thought it was worth taking a little bit of profit. And then as we zoomed out on Intel, I'll just show you, it was right here. So I was thinking like this break right there at 29.75. So that was the big trade for me on Intel today, right there. That's the break. That happened pretty early, and we were able to cover it in the 40s, which was good. And then now I'm just like watching it drift up. We tried another short there, that worked. Then we got blown out of another one, and now we're back in again. So I'm just kind of massaging this trade. I really like it. Let's see if Intel can make a move down. I only like it to down into here, right? If we can get VWAP at 30 or even the 50 period, 29.90, those are my sort of areas of concern and where we're looking. And then Apple's been the apple of my eye all day. These are the top 2 trades on this stick. You can go find it at Instagram or on Twitter. So they're all there. We're almost at 2 times our daily goal. We'll do this. We'll go to the gym. We went swimming yesterday. It was pretty good. Maybe we'll hit the elliptical today. Sauna is good. Thing is, though, this might be a little disgusting, but the guy in the sauna yesterday goes, he said, make sure you don't like lean back too much and put your back on the wood there. He thinks he got ringworm from there. And I was just like, I don't know, man. If you did, you did. But so I brought some towels there today, put them on the benches for the sauna because now I'm paranoid over there about that.
I mean, that doesn't sound good.
It does not. Dude, yeah, I'm $1.40 in the money. Thanks, You've just letting me know about Apple. And good call, because I already had an offer right there at VWAP. So there's the dip buys on Apple. Boom, 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 boom. And then there's the out. And I posted this all on Instagram. So we continue to make some money there. Also getting filled on Intel, getting filled on Apple. Oh boy, as Ice Cube likes to say, Neil, today is a good day. And it's a Friday.
It is a Friday, but you know what? This is the thing. The market's not that crazy for a witching day. But I want to quickly show you, we got BBAI, but it broke out the high, and then I have to respect a failed high break that breaks a trend. That's my out. If I'm playing a VWAP dip to a high break, you need to hold that continuation. So I might get back into the volume weighted average price. We're able to get 47s. The highest was about 62. It was only 5 cents worth of risk. So at the end of the day, I don't think it's dead. Yeah, I want to give it another chance to go off of VWAP because I really like the structure of that trade. And Open Door just took out the low of the day. So someone in the chat actually said that Martin Shkreli, they believe he was short the quantum names.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not. We do know he took this one at 936. And it's a complete coincidence, I think, that ended up being the low yesterday. But I'm looking for 950 at this point. Like, it's not really falling all over itself or anything like that. At this point, it's just slowly going to the downside. We might not be able to get that reload. Sitting at VWAP, I don't know if we're going to be able to get back into it, but it was down there for a while. Those nuclear names that were super hot fire in the morning just had at least SMR did anyways, just had a hefty pullback. That could just be a little bit of exhaustion and profit taking, but 16% here on SMR. It was Oklo that was even crazier, 19%, and it didn't pull back. So for what it's worth, SMR just had a heavy candle with Oklo doing absolutely nothing. So that looks like it's going to continue to be the stronger one. This would be Sam Altman's still connected to Oklo, but
he's amazing.
They still step a little bit back from that combination, but at the end of the day, it looks like Oklo is certainly the stronger one. Here's a blast from the past, not that far in the past. Derek, thank you for the super chat. BREA. It seems like a million years ago that we were talking about BREA. It wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Fairly certain it was yesterday. And I'm fairly certain that, unfortunately, the whole what goes up must come down. Here's what I want to give you. We talk about these treasury plays, sometimes not in the best light, because I don't want anyone to get burned. We already saw that one Zeus today, rug people. If you weren't out in the first few minutes, you got rugged. Well, what can be interesting is when you have the crazy action and then you make a low, like it settled down at $22. If you remember what happened with QMMM, when everyone wrote this thing off, and I'm only talking about the potentiality here for everyone that seems to be wanting to catch lightning in a bottle for a long, it fell off, then held the low, and then gave you a couple of good up days. So if I was looking at BREA and wanting to look for that long, well, it gave you one low, here at 22. If it can hold that low a couple of days, then maybe on the third or fourth day you get like a decent risk to reward off of that low. I'm not trying to chase these crypto treasury plays or try to join these longs after they've already showed you the back end of the trade. I'd rather wait a couple of days while it holds a low and then try to get into a long maybe on the third or fourth day with a reasonable risk to reward. QMMM gave that to you. Maybe BREA gives that to you as well, but good call out, Derek. It's already on the back end of the trade, which for me is a pass. Let's go to Adara.
Hey, keep an eye here in WBD. CNBC reporting, and I want to make the wording of this very clear. CNBC reporting that Paramount Skydance is possibly offering $22 to $24 per share for Warner Brothers. We know PSKY wants to acquire WBD, and apparently this offer could possibly include, I guess, an offer there for $22 to $24 per share. More updates here with this potential PSKY WBD acquisition takeover, however you want to put it. Back to you.
Yeah, oh man, I remember hearing they had like an M&A analyst on last week. Oh, it was actually on CNBC. And sometimes, look, I'll listen to them in the car sometimes, and they were giving a really strong case as to why this needed to be over $20, so the board's not going to want it on WBD. And it pulled back, and I was kind of considering, like, why not?
Is there no video? Okay, we're back.
Oh, we're back?
Someone said it's black, censored out.
Oh.
Are we still here?
Yeah, if you guys...
Apparently there's a black screen right now, Andre.
Yeah, if you guys can hear us, let us know if you can hear. I'm seeing a black screen. Let us know in the chat if you can still hear us. I know you might not be able to see us right now.
There you go.
The stream is gone. Fix the mic.
Can you guys still hear us?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
No one's saying anything.
Yay or nay?
No one's saying anything. We're working on it, guys.
Yeah, I think we're done.
We're working
I think we are
on
done.
it. Please be patient.
Yes, type it in there, Neil.
Yeah,
no, I think it's just you and I talking to each other right now.
Yeah, we're just talking to each other.
Yeah. Let's just say bad things about Brendan and Joe and everything right now.
Are aware of the issues. No, we should start doing conspiracy. Did you see? There's a new Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I saw that on Netflix. I don't like watching like sad stories though. I don't know.
No, I haven't watched it either. But his story is a sad story.
Yeah.
But I just saw the thing and it looked.
What if we refresh right now?
No, I tried refreshing. It's not working.
These guys cut something.
I'm just gonna keep tight.
They
might have tripped something. I don't know. Because we're for sure down, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't even reload it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go reload my car.
On the issue, everybody. No audio, no video.
No nothing.
Eat your eggs, Sharif. I just saw that was pretty jokes. I know where you all live. This is like no. We were just about to tell everybody the real scoop on Epstein, too. Like, that's the crazy thing. What did you do, Joe? What is going on? I'll just keep typing in the chat. Sorry about the outage. We are working on the issues. I blame Joseph. Are we back? I think we're back. I'm telling you guys, if we're back, I was just about, you're not going to believe this, but like, trust me when I tell you, we were just about to give the scoop on Epstein. And then all of a sudden, everything went black. So I think that was a bit of a sign. We're not going to repeat what we were going to say about the Epstein files because apparently we fade to black if we do that. So that's a big mistake for sure. So we are back. Sorry, the team was working on it pretty much instantly. But we got canceled because of what Sean and I were about to talk about.
We got Jimmy Kimmeled.
You can't Kimmel us. They can't Kimmel us. Is that a thing? You can't even call it Kimmeled. Not a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing, I think.
Is it a thing?
I don't know. We're just playing around.
Is it big enough of a deal?
All right. Yeah. Someone.
I'm obviously joking. Don't actually cancel it. I don't know anything.
Yeah, you're joking.
Files.
Right now, $1.70 right now. I mean, I don't know. The market, even though our stream goes down, it doesn't mean that Apple goes anywhere but up. So there goes Apple right now, man. And we've been posting this up. Our outs, a lot of outs there at VWAP. So we have the low of the day. And again, this is not rocket science. Like, it just, just laying it out, like putting out bids there. We started it right. I always started a little bit early and then put on many more shares. Like this, guys, I can't say this enough. This is 25 cents worth of risk. We're now in the money 170 cents. So right there, 5-6 to 1 on this trade, you know, upside. We had it yesterday, we had it today. Even Intel, you know, at its lows there, we just got, as you guys were gone, we got a $30.02. So, you know, we're short here at 25. We said our stop is 35, that's 10 cents. So even though Intel's not moving, we're still trying to do our best to make a little bit of money there as well. So, okay, all good right now. Yeah, we're still waiting for Rigetti and all these kind of plays. I'd said earlier today that potentially Rigetti had topped out on that top wick candle. Oh boy, was that wrong, as we've just taken that out another 7.5% right now. We're just hearing in our ear, we both go right over to Peloton now because apparently Peloton calls are popping right now. I just think, so my big play, I talked about this on Monday. I said Snapchat at $7, possibly a buy, okay? We talked about this on Monday, all right, Monday. It was $7.40 on Monday. It's $8.40 today. Snapchat going, guys. What up, Adara?
Once again this week, we're seeing the Mag 7 perform in a way that is distinctly different from the rest of the market, as we have the market kind of push a little bit to near the low of the day, or certainly below the day's highs. We have Mag 7 names holding up relatively well. Nvidia up almost 1%, Apple up almost 2%, Oracle, Palantir, Microsoft, ServiceNow, Intuit. A lot of these things in the technology services sector are doing quite well, even though we do have weakness, of course, in names like Micron. Retail trade, Amazon, the lone standout to the upside here, even more noticeable with Tesla versus its peers in consumer durables. Energy minerals pretty weak across the board. Producer manufacturing quite weak. Finance mixed and muted. Health technology has some strength. Amgen up almost 3%, but Eli Lilly, the largest component in the sector, down about 1.5%. So this is a really mixed look across the board for the sector. I do want to mention quickly as well transportation, because there are some bright spots here. Uber, which has had a really up and down week, is up 2% today, and FedEx, of course, on earnings day one, is up as well. Back to you.
There's a few chip names that are just, you know, weak out of somewhat nowhere. Like Micron is still at the low of the day. There has been no bounce in this stock at all. And we were talking about this on the upgrade board this morning, going into their earnings next week. And this has been probably the single most impressive, like, chip stock in the last 2 weeks has been Micron. If something's done better in the chip space in Micron the last 2 weeks, then show it to me. But I guess they're selling it off.
Marvell. In the last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, because like this, it literally started.
Marvell's up like about 10 or so.
But like exactly 2 weeks ago was when this move started, which is kind of an unfair comparison, because then it's cherry picking. Everyone has to go when this stock goes. Actually, this is a good point. In statistics, whether it's like, oh, since this date, this is the best performing stock, or like when someone gives you in the last 44 games, this player, whatever. If they're picking a ridiculously arbitrary start point, then you already know they're skewing it in favor of the point they're trying to make it.
Right.
Like if that starting point isn't equal across the comparison, like I saw one the other day with Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield, where they completely cherry picked exactly which game to start with. That just kind of ticks me off as a numbers guy, because you know it when you see it. But anyways, Micron pulling back and not looking too healthy. Now got a trail on open. It finally broke down underneath that low. So just like with BBAI, once it breaks, BBAI broke resistance, and I put a trailing stop on that, which allowed me to get out. I put a trailing stop on this. It breaks the support for follow through to get to 950. You need to hold this trend line, which is now looking like this. So if it breaks the trend line, I'm out of this and waiting to get back in at the volume weighted average price here for open door. Grizz says SMCI is at low of the day. Then throw that into the bucket too. I know that NASDAQ's pulling back here, but you can throw that into the bucket of all of these chip names that are not doing too well and pulling back in. Not specifically sure why. They even had a positive news story here on their own. Like it's kind of a weird day for the chips. I would say Nvidia's breaking trend. That could be heading back in. What's AMD doing?
It is at 160.
Oh yeah, it's at 160. Okay, this is a mean revert on AMD. All right. AMD just hit 160 and is now doing a mean reversion. This candle is going to close breaking trend almost for sure. So if this on a 3-minute, hopefully this candle doesn't go like ham to 158. Because otherwise I'd be chasing a move, which I don't want to do. But this is a trend break here on AMD, an all-day trend break, and into what is, I mean, there's not much resistance up here, but you have this prior resistance at 160 on. I mean, this was on the Fed day, right? The Fed top is essentially right here at 160. That's always significant in my opinion.
Yeah. Watch out. I mean, that's why I've been trying to sell some of these names, to be honest with you. Not all the names or anything like that, but trying to sell a little bit there because Fed might have created a little bit of euphoria there on the top end, but the NASDAQ continues to work. I mean, it's down a little bit here, flat on the day, but making a move down. All right, I have to cover some more Intel right here. That just made a nice move down. We don't have to do anything, but I'm going to. As your rate into the 50 period moving, Sean. All right, I put a 7. I should have just kept. I put a 9 now. Give it to me. Give me those 9s. There it is. So we'll take a 9 out right there and see what winds up happening. There's my 7. If I just was a little more patient, there probably get 7s. But 17 cents downside there for Intel. Decent trade. Apple, $2 now in the money on Apple. So that's going to hold fort for me today. However, it's almost identical the amount of money I made on Intel and Apple, so I feel pretty good about that, as those were the top 2 names that I wanted to look at. And then, as Neil already mentioned, Intel and IBIT, at least we had the right talk. I said IBIT's going down today, and there it is. Huge flush right now for Bitcoin. I think we were right, you know. It had a problem. I thought that this was going to be a much bigger sort of win there based on the Fed, and it just didn't come through. It's not, Bitcoin's not even, it's just a longer term. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, I'm negative on IBIT, because I am not. I like it. It's just, I thought there would have been more takeoff there from the Fed. I mean, it bounced off to 50. I really did think we were going back to all-time highs. Like I just told you, yesterday was the very first time since the last 4 years that we had all 4 major indexes, if you're going to choose IWM. I mean, maybe even gold. Maybe
well, speaking of IWM.
Topped out yesterday, but we had all-time highs across the board in all 4 markets. And Bitcoin, I thought, would have helped with that and got to go. And you can't include gold in that because gold's pulled back on Fed, which it generally will do. But there it goes. Gold still near or at all-time highs as well. So, okay, just quickly, and I'll throw it back to Neil. We just took another piece out on Apple. I mean, why not? Continues to go higher there. AAPL, there it is. What's up, Smoking Guns? Congratulations, man. Props up to anybody that has this trade, man. We nailed Apple on Fed Day. Nailed it again here today. I hope Sharif enjoys the phone. He's going to pick that up today, and we'll hear some reviews, I'm sure, we'll hear some reviews on TikTok or on here on Monday, or maybe even over the weekend. So, Sharif's, by the way, if you guys are following, is it your account or the Trader TV account? So I don't have TikTok. Maybe I should download it. But we have some hot fire. They're not called Reels. What are they called? TikToks? We have some hot fire action happening right now.
I don't know what you call them.
This video has 160,000.
I was going to say.
What do you call a TikTok video? Is there like a? It's just a video.
It's a tick and a talk. But we have one right now up 160,000 views right now. So they're on TikTok.
My buddy sent one. So I have a friend. So I have a friend in my baseball pool that I used to play ball with back in the day. And he's kind of one of those. No, but he's kind of one of these somewhat passively active investors, right? He's always talking about TFSA and this and that. So he watches the show on a semi-regular basis. And he sent me that latest video. He's like, oh, this is really stuff. Nice. So go check it out. And it's the first time. And he happens to be on TikTok as well. I don't use TikTok. I think YouTube wins in a million levels. And I think YouTube Shorts win big and will matter more than in 5 years. We're going to be talking about YouTube Shorts, and TikTok might end up being a little bit of an afterthought. That's just my opinion, but I also own Google shares, so that is what it is.
But TikTok winning also is YouTube Shorts winning.
That's the thing. You're always posted in both. Like if someone's like, oh, there's this video on TikTok, and I'm like, I don't have TikTok, and I go find it on Shorts like 2 seconds later. It's all the same stuff, and YouTube everybody has. We're going to go to Adair for Money Talks, but there was something I was going to say. Shoot, it'll come back to me. It doesn't matter. Let's go to Money Talks. I think it's the position board is incorrect because I'm in AMD and it hasn't updated.
U.S. dollars had actually quite the journey this week. We had a little bit of a double bottom on the daily chart, but it is worth noting we technically broke the low of the year, although again looks roughly like a double bottom when you zoom out here of this chart. Since that drop and then pop on Wednesday, we're now on our track for our third straight green day for the U.S. dollar. So who would know that, I guess who would guess that this, not a surprise Fed rate cut, exactly in line with expectations, but that the first rate cut since December 2024 would lead to a bit of a bounce here for the USD. Now, we do have a lot of Fed speak and watch today. The only Fed speaker we've had so far, though, today was Kashkari speaking on CNBC, and he was quite hawkish, as he is often known to be. He did say that even cutting the short-term rate doesn't necessarily mean that there will be lower long-term rates, and he's not sure how many cuts it'll take to get that rate to neutral. He did say, though, that there's some confidence that tariff levels are going to stay roughly where they are, but the economy is going to have to adjust to said tariff levels. So interesting notes there from Kashkari at 11 a.m. We get Fed's Myron, his first ever public speech. Then he'll give his second about 5 hours later at 4 p.m. In between the Myron speeches, we do have Fed's Daily coming through at 2:30 p.m. I'll cover all of that for you. If there's anything of note, I will certainly let you all know. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Crazy price. I was just telling you, Sharif, like I got this crazy price on Apple. Like right now it's $2.60. So I got to take some out at the day's high, man, for Apple. Thank you so much, D-Loaf. Let me see what this guy has to say here. Okay, half, there it is. Half for wing, half, one of two, 50. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, half of 50. Okay, good. For wings and beers, been on chat not too long. Been out the chat and not too active trading. Okay, D-Loaf, all good. Life's gotten hectic. Yeah, man, it always does. And in a good way. Well, that's great to hear. Just a little something to celebrate with you guys. My account reaches all-time highs as we speak. You must be doing something right. So there's another one of our traders, not our traders, but another trader that has accounts at all-time
Live, you're one
highs.
of our
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say
it's a family, so it's all good.
Congratulations, D-Loaf, and thanks for sharing that wealth as well. But I mean, yeah, we're at all-time highs on our accounts as well. As Apple is now just, wow, what a machine Apple is right now. Everybody gets an iPhone today, baby. This is a huge move to the upside for Apple. So boom goes the dynamite. We're in it. It's right on here, man. At Trader TV Sean. Apple long, 241.50. We did better than that. We're at 240.25. And then the Intel short. So now, Apple will make more money than Intel for us today, but it is still a beautiful day. Shout out to you too, right there, because it's a beautiful day. And then right here, 181.50. Good level there for Palantir, just falling right back into our lap one more time. But we can't do anything without talking about what's for lunch. Okay, the most famous segment of them all hits you guys right now. Now, we just got a note there about wings. So hopefully we'll be able to throw some wings down at some point here today. But today's cater-provided lunch. Look, man, I mean, some days you get winners. Some days they're chicken-related. Some days they're fish-related. You know, you could get some tilapia in your life a little bit there. But yeah, today there's not tilapia. It's not tilapia. We're not going to get back-to-back tilapias, Neil.
I thought it was going to be sandwiches.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could tell you it was sandwiches today. It's lemon and herb chicken.
I have nothing against it. It's usually
lemon plus chicken.
It's usually pretty dry when they've done this one. And
vegetable pilaf, seasoned veggies. It's all right. And chef's choice salad. That's what's for dinner. Or what's for lunch. I don't know what's for dinner today, but that's concludes that segment right there. Lemon and herb chicken, vegetable pilaf, along with seasoned veg.
Yeah, it just means it'll be dry. So
yeah, it just means it'll probably.
So I think the position board didn't really update, but that's fine. I just got out of both, like VWAP retrace on AMD. That actually might continue here, yeah, but Joe. VWAP and red to green, or sorry, green to red on AMD. Like both those things happened on that trend break in AMD, and then Open Door broke the trend as well. So the short on Open Door, that broke the downtrend, so jumped out when it broke the downward trend. So Apple, AMD, BBAI, I haven't gone back over to BBAI, Open, Reddit, like all of them have been good. Let's check back in on BBAI. It's making the VWAP bounce. So it didn't bounce the first time, but now it's holding that prior high. So there's your prior high. Now that it pulls back, let's see this close above VWAP, and I'll re-enter BBAI because the structure is good. You're holding the prior day high. And on BBAI, it didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it did. I think we're going to Adair one last time. It's only 3 minutes to go.
Yes, we are, because, guys, we actually have talks from President Xi of China. I guess the call with Trump concluded. He's now speaking about what they said. He said that the U.S. should prevent unilateral pressures and that the U.S. should not be impacting the outcomes of the trade talks. So really emphasizing here the role of trade. He did say that the talks were positive and constructive, the relationship between U.S. and China is important, and that their position is very clear on TikTok. They didn't really specify what that position is on TikTok, but apparently their position on TikTok is very clear. Also saying that the Chinese government wishes respects from firms, I'm guessing with regards to TikTok, but again, this is pretty vaguely worded. But again, yeah, we're now hearing reports from Chinese state media that the talks were pragmatic and positive. Back to you.
Pragmatic and positive.
We'll take it.
Okay, I mean, positive is good. I like that.
Yes,
yeah, open is waking up, Ed Miller. That's one of the reasons to get out. Like, the way I see it is, if you were taking a trend break long, then I would go long there. So if I'm short, then at a minimum, it doesn't mean I'm going long, but at a minimum I would get out. If that's what you're looking at. But I like to use trend lines. So like, once you break out of a range, then to me, like, I don't use Fibonacci's or anything. So when you break the trend, that's when I'm jumping out of it. But you could probably slap some other things in there for indicators if you happen to like them. That's just what I see. Still very valid that it could come back into VWAP and then you just short it one more time. But do have to go back over to, I know we have 2 minutes to go here. I want to acknowledge all of these quantum names I know have been at the top of the list. QBTS, another high of the day break. So D-Wave continues to go. That looks strong. And then there's that AGMH, which still at it's still at the top of the list here on the stock visualizer. So it's still at the top of the list and it's back at the high of the day. So AGMH, this was not a treasury or crypto treasury name. This was a Hong Kong company with some news here, up 550%. Probably going to have, I don't want to make the assumption that Sharif will be trading this one, but it seems like it's up his wheelhouse. Small cap, above VWAP, and up 560%. Let that one sink in. Low float names are they're the kind of like the cat's meow for percent gains. But if you're not in early, personally chasing up here seems a little bit dangerous to me. But that's just me. To each their own.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, everybody, for joining today again, man. I mean, it's been a banger, and you guys have seen it all. Thanks, Neil, for some great trades. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're back at 2 p.m., but for now we have the midday show. It should be a fun one here. Joe's ready, Sharif's ready. They're at their desk, locked and loaded to trade everything. And keep pumping that stock visualizer. Put your names that you want in the chat right there, right now. And then I'm just leaving you with the fact that we just basically stopped out of Apple. We still have a few more shares, like 1 or 2 percentage points left in our account right now for Apple, but it may pull back on this China news. It's just funny that you get TikTok deal, but then you don't, and then you do, and here's a framework, but maybe we don't. So I think that story is still interesting. You know what we didn't look at? We didn't look at Oracle. But Oracle right here, 303 right now. That tends to move today if there's any kind of news about that as well. So, all right, Neil, I'll see you soon, obviously, and hopefully that lemon chicken is good, and we'll see what we get on our salad. So
it probably won't be.
That's going to be exciting. Thank you for the blackout we had today, and you guys stayed strong and did not disconnect. So if that ever happens, again, by
it's a little weird, but
let me know what's going on, or let us know in the chat. So, all right, thanks everybody. We'll see you at 2 p.m. It's the Midday Show. Joe, Sharif.
Get them, boys.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That your boy, Joey Options. He's stretching up a storm, and I'm Sharif. And where all my people at in the chat? Let's see who's joining us today, Joseph Options. We got Koss, we got Rex Banner, Don G. Dangler. He's dangling a 0.1 million BTC. Mike PD Rider. We got Anurag, man, back. Anurag. We got back. Spicky Eater, Jason, Adrian, Ichiro, Dr. JD Biz, and Pretty Girl K. Get it, Pretty Girl. We got Parath. We got Dollars Sales Solutions. Eliza, Don Sharifo. I love that one. Shay Soul, Herman B, and Rook 78. Shout out to Andrew Chow and Roll B as well. Adrian Patterson, Mohammed Salah. That's pure cap right there.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Mohammed Salah there in the chat. Matt G, Dude V, G Talk 5150, and Satijinder, Pete Rock, Misham. We got Mido, CR7, Ronaldo over Messi. That's crazy. They're both good. Coolman. Who else, man? Let's throw in your name if you're new. Death God. That sounds ominous.
Ooh.
Scott R. Henderson, Jason. We got the philanthropist Baker and Idris. One more. Marco Hernandez. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Friday. Let's just get some, what's it called? Business out of the way.
Yeah.
I got shut down today trying to take BRA along, so we're going to be in the sim today, but we're going to put on the trades in the same way, the same fashion. You got to take shots, and I took my shot today, and I got clapped.
Sometimes you take a beating, man.
I took a beating. Those options, and it was pretty quick.
That was me on Wednesday. Yeah. I mean, it's better though. That's headshot. For me, it was more like a death by 1,000 paper cuts.
No, I went in deep, so that was kind of on me.
That's headshot.
Oh, that's a headshot?
Yeah, headshot. Boom, done.
Gotcha.
You're gone for the day. For me, it was just a bleed out, really, essentially. And those can be a little bit worse. I'd rather be relatively quick, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on. I don't know why I'm trading, but anyways, let's talk about what we cooked up here on the day. That's going to be in Bitcoin. Yes, we enter, we add, pop. We do get stopped out 50% right there. Nothing to write home about. And then sure enough, bang, we take another attempt, go higher. I actually made a small mistake right here. And I went short, so I just got it right away, did another little scalp right there. And I'm trying to find a bottom, but I don't think there's going to be one today. Except for maybe if we hit this trend line is what I'm looking at. So my contracts yesterday was, I know, Hangry Wife, not that shocking. I don't think, obviously, he's slightly sarcastic. But I think if we bounce off of this, other than that, I don't like what I'm seeing on Bitcoin from a daily standpoint. I might just hop out of my contracts and get back in at a better price. I was up bigly over the past couple of days and just gave back the majority of that there. So we might hop out because I have a strong feeling that we're not going to continuously grind higher, and then we might see a little bit of a pullback here leading into the later months of the year, Sharif.
All right, guys, this is the one that everybody's looking at, and rightfully so. This is a sim trade here, so I did take this long at 9.5. We got out at 12.5, and then I ended up going short for a little bit because it was losing trend, but I covered pretty quickly for like $1 winner. But look at the move that this one has put since I covered my short. $10, 9.5 generally holds, basically comes back and test the breakout area where I got long. And look at this thing run up, man. 682%. It's squeezing by 17 like it doesn't even matter. It just blew through the whole dollar level. And there is 1820, so this is really going right now. 700%. It's a rocket ship at the moment. What I'm trying to see is where this one finds at least a momentary top. Do we have to wait till 20? To get all the way up there, or what's the situation? So a little bit of selling here as people take profits at around $18, back down into 17 we go. This is a very, very strong name. It's done plenty of volume. You're going to have plenty of liquidity with this one. 52 million shares, but it does get spready at times. At times it goes about 5 to 7 pennies wide with the spread. So here comes that $16 drop. I want to give you some levels. So the 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit below 14, around 13 3/4, but price action resistance tops out at around $12.80 to about $13. That's the level that I took out this last little beak wetter on the long at. So be on the lookout here for a move back down. It held the 10 EMA on the 5 like a glove basically all morning. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this. Coming on the 5, it holds the 10 EMA on every closing print and then rockets back up. So that's where I'd be looking to get in if it does make its way back down. Otherwise, I'd be using the 5-second chart to spot areas of local support and resistance. We're going to pause for a second and send it to Adair at the big desk.
Yeah, we have so much being said right now by Stephen Myron. It's worth noting as well, we have comments from President Xi just being very cagey about the TikTok issue. That's really what's been discussed, that he wants to actually talk to the companies or the firms involved in the deal. But let's talk here about Fed's Myron for a bit. This is his first speech since he was confirmed, which was on Tuesday, and also, of course, since his first meeting with the FOMC. He was the only person who voted for that 50 basis point cut, but he did say that he, quote, hopes they'll be able to persuade his colleagues, likely with regards to further rates He did say right now he's only here to fill a 4.5-month term. He'll be resigning at the end of January, but he did say that if he does get offered a Fed position beyond January, he would resign from the White House immediately. Right now, he is still working at the White House, though not actively. He's taken an unpaid leave of absence. But yeah, right now, interesting comments from Myron saying that he will actually explain his dissenting vote and the fact that he wanted to vote for the 50 basis point cut more on a speech on Monday. He's speaking again on Friday, but we're going to find out more on Monday. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm still sitting in the same stuff here. Ethereum, I guess you don't see. We don't even have. It's wrong names up there as well.
He's switching it right now.
Okay, all right,
yeah.
thank you. So yeah, there it goes. I'm just gonna get out of this here because it's gonna continuously bleed. Let's actually pull up the underlyings on a different chart so we can see it correctly, not this garbage of other stupid charts here.
Want me to take over?
No, I got it here now.
You tell those charts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how inaccurate they can be, and now there we go. All right, let's pull it up here on something better. This is what I'm talking about. So 116, I wouldn't be surprised if we punch through that support level, head a little bit lower, and then in the likes of Ethereum, I think the same thing there, heading down. You get that big engulfing candle. I mean, that's nice and strong, but on this pullback, just never really got that bounce. Once it snaps that 5, this level right there, I don't know what that is. This is the market cap. Once it breaks, then I'm just going to get all out of my contract, Shreve.
All right, Joey. We're going long on SERV coming into the volume weighted average price. Where do we get long? Let me tell you guys exactly. We're at 40. Showing 40s right now. This is the volume weighted average price. So it's a 1531 high. Let's see if this one can hold VWAP. VWAP on my level's 35. So we're getting in 5 pennies above the volume weighted average price. Local area low where I know my trade is wrong is the break of 1420. So we $16.5 to about 16.75. Why do I say that? Let me show you the 5-second. This is what I'm looking at right here. So this is a 5-second chart on AGMH. There was a consolidation level before the breakdown at 16.5. Lo and behold, when we popped off 15, where do we get that rejection? You guessed it, 16.5. So I'm alive to that, but I'm also alive to the fact that we're putting in higher lows on these successive troughs in anticipation of a reclaiming of 16.5. So that is my look right now on AGMH. I know everybody's probably looking at this one as well in small cap gapper world, and you guys are absolutely justified in doing so. So let's continue to watch this one. We can kind of let, what's it called, SERV do its thing. We're 16.5 right now. How does this one resolve? Do we get topping tail candles or do we get continuation? 16 and 2/3 and right back down to $0.33. But most notably, we are still putting in those higher lows. So if you are gauging where to put your out, if you're charting at least on a shorter term time frame, my idea here would be to look for the previous area trough and base that as your stop. But look how quickly we rejected that $16.5 level, but we're not really giving up 16 all that quickly. We're still holding above 16, putting in those higher lows. That's what I'm going to be looking at right now. I'm looking for another attempt at the day high on AGMH, which is currently $18.10. It really is $18, though. That's the real level because all the breaches of 18 were wicks and not on a closing basis. And you know how I feel about closing print. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but let me show them what else I'm looking at over here since we're doing it freaking live. So AGMH, get out of here, Trade Ideas. You don't pay the bills anymore, baby. You guys are gone. You guys are absolutely gone. Zeno. It's not even letting me close it, Joey.
Oh, no, that's it.
No, it's good. I just had to cancel. Bye. All right, so we're also looking at QMCO. So Quantum, very strong. QMCO getting a big boy breakout today to the tune of 33.75. That's bottom left of your screen right there. VERI, basically a repeat offender. We've been talking about this one for quite some time. Today having an outsized day to the tune of 17%. 420 close, about $5 resistance. UMAC as well, putting in one hell of a bull flag over here. Beautiful look. And it did hold volume weighted average price when it, dropped back down off the day's highs, only to make a subsequent day high. So UMAC in focus. focus. And at fat N, you're a fat L, bro. All right, because this one is losing the volume weighted average price in a hurry, and it will lose its spot on the side chart if it does do that, Joey. So that's what we're looking at right there. D-Loaf, oh no. D-Loaf dropping cash in the chat, and it's Canadian currency too. Shout out to my man. For your woes, Sharif, and for beer and wings for the Midday too. I got married recently and leave for a 3-week honeymoon in Japan tomorrow. My advice for managing swings when I'm away, any advice, sorry, for managing swings when I'm away, I'll try and chime in the chat. Drunk at 1 a.m. while eating ramen. That's going to get a round of applause for me, man. And I'm low on energy, but that one definitely buoyed me up. Neil hit the congratulations for you. More happy we couldn't be for you, brother. That's a big step. Shout out to you, and may the rest of your life be as fantastic as it already has been, man. So shout out to you. Now, with respect to the swings, I would say throw in those stop orders, brother, ahead of time. You know, look to those key levels that I'm sure you know how to ID on the chart, and throw in the stops there. Obviously, as well, I use the app, so you know my brokerage, who it is. So I've got the app as well, so you know you can tune in anytime, or check in anytime, I should say, and see how they're doing. So those would be my advice. I know that you do that constantly as well, because unlike me, you've traveled in the last year and a half.
Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, I mean, just as a trader, I guess you got your eyes on it at all times, right? You got to keep your eyes on the prize at all times. Other than that, yeah, just do exactly what Sharif said, right? You obviously don't bag hold, do anything, get out if you have to. Just manage it as if you were at home, but obviously enjoy your time as well, too. One thing that I will say that I like about what Mark Zuckerberg had going on with these new glasses is that he's like, yeah, I like the point that is like you're trying to get people to sway away from looking down at their phone and stay in the present, and I think that's really important. The market will be here when you get back, so make sure you enjoy your honeymoon as well too, and with that you could just put your orders in, and it's either you get stopped out or you catch a fill that works in your favor. So yeah, take something along those lines. I'm long some Bitcoin, Jag. Yeah, we were nicely green here, but going heavy off of these lows, and this is not good whatsoever. It looks like we might continue its bleeding. I have some trend lines that we had drawn, and it snapped it to the downside, and it looks like we want to continue that path. So watch out, man. This aggressive selling in crypto is not a good look whatsoever. I might just get out of everything, to be honest with you. But again, I got some time on the contracts. We'll wait till Monday to see what's going on over the weekend. Rivian Millionaire, you said new all-time highs by this weekend. I didn't think that was going to be the case, to be honest with you. Just from the technical setup, I didn't see anything. Price was really starting to compress. You're not really moving in a specific direction. So we'll be patient. Even though it is constructing lower high, whatever it may be, we're still stuck in a consolidative zone. And I think I would wait until later in the year to maybe we get another move in the crypto space. It takes significantly longer than what we're anticipating. I know I thought that come the rate cut that we would see a climb in the space. Katina Man was saying the exact same thing, and it hasn't been the case. So if it's that obvious, they're not going to make it overly easy for us within trading. So it puts in a new low. I will give back the majority of my day here, but we're going to sit into this just in case we do get a potential bounce there, Sharif.
All right, guys, just want to point out, Adara put on the headline there, Stephen Moran making comments after the blackout period. Very interesting, basically saying he hasn't been on the Fed long enough in order to be able to convince anyone. I'm assuming he's referring to his vote for the 50 bips, which he was alone on, and nobody voted with him on that. So we'll have to see how his tenure does there, but we'll be watching the Fed. So I'm continuing to look at AGMH over here, looking at getting in and following trend. Again, we got a momentary break of that 16.5 level, but we haven't made any continuation above 17. We're still zigging and zagging in the 16. So I've got a DCA to defend the 200 EMA, or what I perceive to be a good area of support over here at the breakout area. It's waiting at 1575. So we're in at 88s right now, so we're a bit out of the money. Let's keep an eye on this one and see what it's up to. I'm also keeping my eye firmly on SERV. It is coming back down. Anything below 25 gets me out of the trade. Simple as that. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then VERI. This one's really going here. So let's pull that bad boy up and see what VERI is up to. Bouncing off the 10, but still putting in lower highs. So that bottoming tail candle bounced below the 10, and then it ended up closing above the 10 EMA, but it's still putting in successively lower highs on every subsequent 5-minute candle. So I wouldn't be quick to jump into this one yet until I can see a 5-minute candle to make a new high. That would likely get me into the trade. We're going to pause for a second and go back to Adara.
There's a lot with Stephen Myron here, or Moran, I've heard it pronounced both ways, at this interview with CNBC. He said that, well, he does say now he's going to be deciding his own policy approach. But the other thing that's interesting is that Kevin Hassett, he's speaking about right now as well. Apparently, he's currently the director of the CEA, which was the position that Stephen Myron took an unpaid leave of absence for to join the Fed. Then he also said, Kevin Hassett is brilliant, quote, we would all be lucky to have him. That could be in reference to Hassett's candidacy for the Fed chair position. We know that he's widely been considered a leading candidate, but not confirmed based on the context I'm seeing here. So again, Fed's Myron seems to be talking about the potential that Kevin Hassett could be the Fed chair here, saying that we'd be lucky to have him. Back to you.
Interesting. Yeah, okay, good look there. We'll have to wait and see exactly who ends up with that position, Joey. But it has been an interesting saga back and forth there. What do you got there, brother?
Yeah, look at this waterfall type price action.
Oh,
this
no.
is big time. Yeah. I mean, it's just straight to the downside.
Straight
Once
to
it snapped, boom, 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 boom. And I know I'm trying to long it. So essentially what it is, I'm going to have to find something else to trade here, guys, if we continue to move to the southeast, right? I mean, this is just south at this point, not even east. So essentially what's going to happen is that I'm trying to catch a falling knife, and it may not work. We do have this massive volume candle, but you can see that we also broke the lower end of it. So slightly alarming. If it continues, then yeah, it is what it is. We'll give back the majority of the day. But other than that, we're positioned off of these lows. I like it. Is it going to work? That's going to be a completely different story. You got to be patient, and time will tell. There's multiple signals at the volume weighted average price here in the Nasdaq TQs, that is. But then there you go. You get a little pop north of it, and then you punch through some key support levels, and then you're continuing to the southeast there. So coming back in, and then also as for the quantum space, some good moves here out of the gate. You can see that IonQ really strong opening drive, 5-minute candle, boom, boom, boom. 5-minute orb traders, really good stuff. And I know someone in the chat was asking us about, hey, can you touch on the triple witching? Yeah, we can absolutely do that. So a bunch of contracts are expiring. I think it's index options. Obviously, you have the options contracts as well too, and then one more group. But essentially, what you want to look out for is, with the exception of the expirations, look at the volume on some of the more liquid options traders, like the Teslas, like the Nasdaq, like the SPY, like Nvidia, like Google, like Apple, and you're going to see a lot of volume on that 5-minute print. Millions and millions of shares on that first 5-minute candle, and that's just people closing contracts. We can pull up the options chain and take a look at it, and your chances are, I haven't even since the open, considering I've been focused, but I guarantee you that you're going to see an outstanding amount of volume, and there it is. I didn't even have it. Bang. This is what it is. 204,000 at those at-the-money strikes. 112,000 right there. Just some big-time size. And then if we go over to the Qs, it's going to be relative as well. So there we go.
Get it,
and see what we got going on. Are we going to get a pop? 141,000, 81,000 on these 0 DTEs, obviously expiring at the end of the day. That's essentially what it is. It's just a mass amount of volume coming into the markets.
All right, we are going with Dara.
Yeah, there's, again, more interesting comments here specifically about rate cuts coming from Stephen Myron. He's saying that he doesn't think a 50 basis point cut would worry the markets too much. It's a measured pace. Further, actually saying that it's reasonable, quote unquote, to get to the neutral rate half point at a time. So not only did Stephen Myron have the one dissenting vote at this meeting, he voted for 50 basis point cuts. Everyone else voted 25. Myron's also advocating for continuing to cut rates at 50 basis points at a time going forward. So really interesting stuff here. Again, Stephen Myron, Fed, currently doing this interview with CNBC, and back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm not really surprised by that. If you really do think that he was supposed to be cutting from like the beginning of the year, then he's behind, what, 75 bips? I mean, that if your opinion is that he should have been cutting, well, he's super late, so the only really catch up is an outsized hike, but I don't think we're really going to get that.
Sharif, when we first started QT, I think the market was still pricing in like 3, 4, 5 cuts in the first year, when Jerome Powell the whole time was just like, yeah, we're staying higher for longer.
Well, yeah.
And then sure enough, obviously the market's going to be somewhat optimistic on that front. And the way, when I was listening to him, I'll be surprised if we get another 50 bips throughout the year. To be honest with you, I'll be surprised. But yeah, it is what it is. As for IBIT, let's see if we can we got a little pop higher there. ETHA, not doing too much. I think it's going to continue to move a little bit lower, so I'll hop out if it does construct another high, another 5-minute low, sorry. If it cracks their 5-minute low, I'm out of that one. See you later. 2 attempts on that. I don't want to give back more than needed on something that just put in mass amounts of volume and doesn't want to turn around just yet.
All right, Very is doing pretty good over here. We took the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. For full disclosure, we should have been getting it at 93s. We ended up getting it at 95s. It just took out 5. Took out that $5 area. Now it's a 506 high. It's only up 21%. I shouldn't say only because that's pretty good. Let's layer some orders over here. See what we can get on this bad boy. VERI. Sorry, the position board is not working, guys. So I'm going to continue to tell you what I'm in. I'm in VERI and I'm in AGMH. And here we go. Sorry, Assassino. AGMH is taking out some levels. It's back above 16. We've got 1568 on this one. So let's see if we can get that continuation. 16.25. There's a seller at the $0.25, at the fifth of a dollar here. Can we shake that $0.25 seller? This is the prior area of consolidation on the 5. We consolidated for a prolonged period from 1107 till 1118 at that 16.25. So that same seller on AGMH at 16.25 rearing his butt ugly head again. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that one and see if we can make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That would be above 1640. So even though 16.25 is where the level is, 1640 is the prior bar high. So that is what I'm looking at there. Back to VERI, looking for continuation above 505 here, Joey, as this one just made a new high of day. So packing my patience there, baby.
All right, man. Good luck there. So yeah, same thing, sitting in the same names. Let's pull up the top performing sectors. Looking for a bounce in this crypto space. Ethereum's not doing that. Said that countless times throughout this session. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. I might have to hop out. Really frustrating. All right, there we go. See what we got cooking up here.
Okay.
All right, guys. Top performing sectors, we have consumer discretionary up just a little bit under 0.4%. Tech sector holding on by a thread, about 0.1% there. And then we have the communication service slightly red, down 0.1%. And then also the bottom 3, we have the financials negative 0.25%, industrials down 0.4, and then we have energy down 1 1/3 there, guys. Ebbs and flow. You were right, man. We were like, hey, it's going to be a slightly red session today, and I think that's been the case. I mean, there were some strong opening drives. There goes Bitcoin.
Oh,
let's go.
Bitcoin.
Let's go Bitcoin. I was gonna say something else, but I'm not going to. All right, so let's.
What were you gonna say?
Well, the other word, man. What rhymes with bit, right? So here it is. Yeah, that's how we're feeling,
that's
my
Katina
friend.
Man vibes.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. We'll take half off up there. Bang. Did I?
You doing
okay,
it live?
All right. Yeah. No. Oh, whoa. Okay,
no.
we didn't get filled on half of what we wanted there,
That's
Sharif.
crazy.
That's crazy talk. No. Okay, can you take it for me,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. Okay, so we're continuing to watch AGMH. I've got a 15.52 cost basis, and it's hovering around 16. Again, multiple rejections between the quarter to the $0.50. We're in this consolidated phase, a little above 16, a little bit below. Do we start losing it here? We just lost 16, and we are just losing that trend. So a little bit down we go again, but we're still above the 10 EMA. I'd like to pack my patience on this one, especially now that I've got a cost basis that gives me a bit of room. So we're going to pack our patience. VERI continues to do well, so let's wet the beak up here as well and set some other orders into the area high, as well as a little bit above that 10 penny area as well. So we'll throw those on there. That's what I'm keeping my eye on. I also want to mention QMCO. Okay, QMCO is not strictly a small cap gapper, but certainly trading like one, at least on the day. So it's got a bit of a bull flag here that I want to take account of. And looking at it a bit further, it feels like more if it's a bull pennant, right? So what I'd be looking for is a decided break of the upper trend line. So case in point, let's do it like this. We'll go to Darren in 1 second. So that's what the trend line I'd be looking for to break on a decisive basis before I go long. But QMCO up 36 2/3%, and definitely putting in a good-looking bull pennant here. Adair.
Good luck.
Yeah, we have Donald Trump making a true social post about his call with President Xi, and this is really worth noting because of his emphasis on TikTok. Some of his implications here with TikTok are very different from what she was saying during his interview after the call. So specifically here, he says, he talked about how they mentioned, quote, the approval of the TikTok deal. Then again, he says he appreciates the TikTok approval. Now, again, President Xi was pretty tepid when it came to TikTok. In his comments, he said that China's position on TikTok is, quote, very clear, and that he actually wants to meet with the companies involved in the deal. Trump's, though, saying that there is approval on TikTok. If I get any other info, we'll let you guys know. But again, this TikTok deal potentially approved affirmatively, according to U.S. President Donald Trump. They also, apparently Trump's going to go to China in early 2026, and the President Xi will be coming to the U.S. at, quote, an appropriate time. And they're going to call again soon. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yes.
All right. So I was just notified by Fabian because I'm in the sim today. I'm not going to be able to show my position, so I'm just going to keep reading them out to you guys. If I get in a new position, I'll announce it. But the position board's only going to really have Joe's levels on there. I do apologize for that, obviously. If we do fix it between now and then, obviously we will put it up. We'll get it back up and running, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we got that pop there in what we were looking for. I took 90% of it off. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to mess around with falling knives. If you have the opportunity to take the profit, leave it. Leave 10% as a runner, and whatever we get from it, then that's totally fine. It's unfortunate that Ethereum doesn't want to participate. Come on, Tom Lee. How are you going to big this thing up and it's not doing bubkis?
Tell him, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. I got to have a conversation with that guy to see what he's got going on there, considering everybody's grabbing it hand over fist, apparently, all these treasuries, but yet it's continuously selling. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe it doesn't. But anyways, all right, guys, Ethereum getting a little bounce. Look at this volume print. I mean, eventually we're going to probably turn around. I like that it's one of the largest prints throughout the session. Keep that in mind. So maybe this is going to be the one engulfing, boom, hammer candle. I think the odds are in our favor. You have to be patient and allow time to tell. Now let's get back to IBIT as it's continuing to climb. Sorry, just going, yes, let's go. Nice move there. We'll take another 10% off. Bang. There it goes. And there goes Ethereum finally slightly in the money, getting that bounce that we were looking for. So we're going to take a little bit more off of that one. May as well go 50%, Sharif, because we don't know. Like you got to take the pops on these falling knives, my friend. So there it is. Bang. Thank you. We'll go 1 for 1 on Ethereum. I mean, this loss was substantially more than what I made right there, but we'll take it anyways. Bitcoin popping, Ethereum popping. This is what we want to see.
All right, guys. VERI being good to me for the moment. 512 high. What do we have on? Pardon me, 497s. We're continuing to wet the beak. Here's that new high day back into 512, 511, showing right now on the level 2 ask side of the level 2. So we'll continue to watch that. But I'm really interested in getting in QMCO. And it still hasn't decidedly broken that upper trend line for me to feel comfortable enough to punch in. So I'm going to need a decided break. Now, obviously, by waiting for a clear break, you get a less desirable price. I'm okay with that. That's a trade-off I'm willing to make, okay? So I'm going to continue to watch here. I do like this chart pattern on QMCO, looking awfully bullpen-ish, but I need the setup to be the right way. Now, I'm continue to watch AGMH. I haven't wet the beak at all. Over here, we got 1546 on. We're showing 1580s. I see higher lows. Okay. Now that's by no means, definitive that this is going to break out, but I see higher lows on these 5-minute candles, successively higher than their predecessors. But I'm also alive to the fact that there's a seller between the $0.25 to the $0.50, and here comes the $0.25 again, and we're unable to shake that same seller who keeps selling up a storm at the $0.25 to $0.50. Every time we get there, maybe 1630, 1635, 1625, boom. Met with some selling. So we'll continue to watch. I've got my beak wetter here near the 50 penny area, but look at that. It makes a move into the $0.25, and as aggressively as it moved up, equally as aggressively as how it moves down. And look at it, losing the bid here. So right into the 10 EMA. Are they looking to stop hunt? What's the situation? So the shorts, I feel, are in control right now on AGMH, at least for the moment, even though we're still above the 10 EMA. The shorts seem to be defending that 16 and a quarter like a glove. So continue to watch this one. It's still above the 10 EMA, and I'm still going to hold this one, Joey.
Nice, good look there, guys. All right, so we got all out of the Ethereum trade. That was nice. We're at the highest point, to take out a page out of Katina Mann's book at the best point of the day. We were a little bit underwater, but that's okay. We got the pop. If we come back to the break even, we're out of that. Let's take a look at some other things here and see what we got cooking up here. We'll do a little quick trade review after as well. I've only been trading these two crypto names. From a stock scanner standpoint, AGMH, there you go, $15 right there. Open up at $6. You trade all the way up to $18. That's insane. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I forgot to specify. We're going to go over crypto right now because it is 11:30, and that is when we do our crypto segment. And I want to start by talking about the latest crypto treasury play. This one's actually a penny stock, or at least it was as of this morning. Shija Motor Company. What they're doing here is they're appointing Jason Miller, who apparently has over 2 decades worth of experience in blockchain and emerging digital technologies. Anyways, he's going to be their new chief operating officer. Now, the goal here with hiring Jason Miller is that he's going to help the company build towards what they're calling their digital currency treasury transformation. To put it simply, they're trying to implement the digital treasury strategy, or the crypto treasury strategy specifically. They want to work in Bitcoin and Ethereum. That'll start at the end of this year, so in Q4 2025. They're looking to add Solana as well. So crypto treasury strategy, actually pretty detailed here in terms of a plan coming from CJET. Now let's talk about Bitcoin. This is the 30-minute chart to get a little bit of a different view, because we often look at the daily during this segment. Bit of a rounded top here for Bitcoin and some resistance at 118,000. Let's take a look at Ethereum. Ethereum looking very similar, but a little bit more directional with Ethereum. We know on the daily chart there is some support potentially around 42 halves. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. And last but not least, let's take a look at Solana here. Solana USD. Solana, which has actually been relatively strong, let's switch to a daily chart compared to its peers. Still maintaining higher highs and higher lows in the daily chart, but struggling a little bit here, holding on to that 250. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to go back here with the Bash Brothers.
Sure, yeah, so that's what we got going on. Sharif, do you have anything you want to touch on? Or
I'm not really doing anything over here, but I just got into QMCO. It got into the volume weighted average price. So let's see if we can get the bottom range of this one and then head back into the high side. So picking up QMCO, we're long at 25s. Let's see if this one holds and then kind of breaks through the bull pennant. I'm all traded as a range as well if it gets back up into 60s and what the beak in and around there. But I'm keeping my eye on AGMH. Right now we've got 29s on. It's showing me 60, so we're taking some prints over here to the high side. Let's see if we can continue on this path with AGMH and reclaim that $16 area. That's what I'm looking at right now, Joey.
All right, brother. So yeah, let's go over a couple of the larger volume names as well, too. You can see AGMH has 167 million shares, INTC with 117 million, NVDA. Ooh, wow, this thing's starting to really, really move to the south side. And I was thinking about potentially taking a long on the TQs, but I don't think so, considering the momentum starting to pick up there in NVDA. Let's see what Tesla's up to. Gaurav, I know you said you were long at VWAP up here. Yeah, I think it's tough. I was looking at this thing on Blue Ocean last night. I didn't trade Blue Ocean. I was just watching. I love the fact that I can sit at my computer now past 8 o'clock and watch things move, aside from crypto. So that's fantastic. It was pretty liquid last night as well, too, Sharif.
I went on. I looked at it. Yeah, it was like 9 o'clock.
When you went on?
Something like that. Just to have a look, because you kept talking about old and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I looked at Nvidia and Tesla. What were you on?
Tesla. I was thinking
okay.
Tesla and
it was late. It was like when I saw it was about 50,000 shares traded, but I was like at 9 something though.
Yeah, 9 a little later. So like again, even on the 1 minute, not as liquid obviously. 5 minute, not too bad. You can catch your fills on the higher time frame.
Okay.
Yesterday was not yesterday. 2 days ago was the more liquid one. Yeah, I know, Jag. I'm sorry, brother. This is how it is. I think there's really good opportunities. I found the price action being slightly more cleaner on that. So I'm going to continue to do so and trade and look at some names that are most definitely in play and continue on that path. path of trading Blue Ocean because I think it's great opportunities. Amazon, not too bad. Some slight price action here, right? You have all these 5-minute candles overlapping each other. That's not a good time, in my opinion. I want to see these candles sitting on top at nice, clean ebbs and flows, not this consistent overlapping range trading, I should say. And then look at Pfizer. Man, this thing sucks sometimes. Not sometimes, a lot of the times. Breaking through this double top, going right towards that neckline, and may head towards $23 flat. That's going to be a bad time in Pfizer.
All right, man. We're still holding VERI. Shout out to 2 New York Cents telling me to look at this one. I'm looking at it. We're long, just a little bit below 5. We're having some trouble here, though, really clearing 5. So we'll keep tabs on that. And now I got stopped out of AGMH, but I got back in. We're taking prints on this one. We're at 50. Taken through 14. I'm looking at this prior area of resistance to hold at around 12 3/4, 13. So let's see what this one gives us as well. QMCO doing nothing. We're sitting there holding it at the volume weighted average price. If it loses the $0.75, we'll be out of this one. So that is what I'm looking at. But FATN returning possibly here to the high side. FATN is the ticker. Let's load this one up. There we go. Taking out VWAP right above 8 again. I would say the resistance level is at 850, despite the fact that the wicks go up into 927, because all the closing prints were a little bit below that 850 area. So that's what I'll be looking at on FATN. Continuation possibly above that 8.5. If it does it decisively, we'll get in, Joey.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Let's see what else we got going. CLSK, I was talking about the options activity on this morning. It was real. The relative was there, right? So it's putting in a lot of volume considering that it usually doesn't. Now, we can take a look at the 5 minutes. Oh, my God. Wow. All right. This is insane. We got to pull up the options chain. Look at yesterday's session, off to the races, and doing the exact same thing today. So you want to look for that relative strength. I might like CLSK for a potential long, getting the pops in those dip buys that we were referring to not too long ago there, Gorev. So let's pull up the options chain on CLSK and see what we got cooking here. Okay, so nothing, like this is what I'm talking about. So when I was showing you guys this morning, you had 30,000, 40,000, like some substantial amount. Now we're only seeing 8,000 here, 1,000 there, 3,000. So the RVOL isn't displayed as it was on yesterday's session, but still looking pretty good. I mean, 12 strike price still has 22,100, but not doing much volume. And it's the same thing with that $14 strike price. You have the open interest, but volume still relatively light, substantially larger than what we're seeing across the board. So keep that in mind. And what's SMR up to? Keep an eye out on this one. And again, we seen more volume yesterday. Today being options expiration, not seeing that, but not a horrible look. What is the actual price action? Let's go to these at the money contracts here and pull it up and see if we've been appreciating in price. There goes Ethereum, Gorev. What a nice signal. Ooh, so selling. Okay, no, is this today? So not too bad, I guess. You are getting a little bit of a pop. They were worth not very much earlier in the morning, now worth $1.43, Sharif.
All right, guys. AGMH continuing to defend off that level. It's in the 14s now. Let's see if we can get above 14. We're taking prints on this one into 14 and a little bit above. So it did spike up into 14.25, took some prints, but back down to 14 we go. I don't think that this one is for me. I see some higher lows on the micro time frame, but I'm seeing more lower highs. So I'm flattening this one out. I don't think this one has got the right setup. So we'll take this one and get out of Dodge. Now I'll focus on QMCO. This one is at the volume weighted average price. I have the level that I like, so I'm looking for it to hold up off here. Currently it is, but it's really slowed down in volume. It's done 4.25 million shares on the day. That was really earlier on. When you look at the volume profile, it's really down and to the right. So I am kind of concerned that this one's volume is drying up a little bit, but VERI continues to hang out near the high of the day at around 509, 512 is the high. But this one's volume is also dropping off. Like, I get it. It's Friday. It's quad witching day, so maybe everyone's waiting for the closing print to have that trade. But yeah, it's kind of been a lower volume day, at least from what I'm noticing. So that's what I'll keep my eye on. AGMH, you little punk. I can't believe you just put in a hammer candle or a doji candle like that. Now it's rocketing back up, Joey. Like this one, I just don't got to read on it. Sometimes when you don't got to read, you just got to tell yourself that and let that one go. Because I figured I had this one at a good price, and I did, but I didn't believe in it. And here it comes, 14.5, possibly up into 15. There is resistance at 14.5, though, from this prior area trough over here. Okay, so now we're doing okay on QMCO into 40s. We've got 25, so let's wet the beak here on QMCO, and I'm going to set up some at 45 as well and some near 50. So QMCO holding trend, higher lows, as well as the volume weighted average price, but we are still suffering from that same affliction. The lower highs are still in play. We need that trend to break, obviously, for a nice big move to the upside. Back to AGMH, as I'm seeing this one test that 50 penny area again, and it's still rejecting that 50 penny area. So I don't think we're done the selling here. I'm gonna have to be patient on that one for it to set up. And then VERI is just doing its thing, not much there. If you guys have any new small cap gappers that have made their way onto the scene, I'd love to know about them. Tag myself or Joe, let us know exactly what you're looking at there. What I'm looking at is my top screen over here where I have my scanner, just to see if there's any new ones that I like. There's QUBX as well, but that's not a small cap gapper. Looking at some others, these are all really low volume ones, so nothing doing there. VERI I already know about. INDP has only done 410,000 shares. I need a little bit more. LWLG, there we go. Now, this is a holdover from yesterday, so this is not bad. Okay, let's load up LWLG here, but let me take a quick couple of prints. Oh, baby, on VERI, as this one is taking out the highs into 20. Good look here for VERI, but let's load up LWLG because that one is also at the day high. So, we got to take more prints here, Joey Options. Let's go. All right, get the hell out of my way, AGMH, you little punk. LWLG on the NQ. This one was a good one to us yesterday. We had a bunch of prints on this one, and there it is, up another 15.5% today at the day high as we speak, at a little above the $0.25. So keep your eye on this one, but I'm keeping my eye on this one over here. VERI continues to come up, 525 now high a day. Show me 24s. Let's wet the beak over here, and now we're going to wait at 26s for a breach of the day high. But VERI looking really good here for a small cap gapper. Good continuation and good respect for technical levels. Up 25%, Joseph.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I know, Gorev, man. That's just how it works sometimes, brother. Like, this is the thing, right? We're keeping it. It's like, boom, signal right there. Signal there across the board. Oh, what, another one here. We go down to the 1 minute. We don't see anything necessarily that distinctive on Bitcoin, but there it goes. This is where you want to look for, Los Polios. Way to grab that one out. I know you're looking at the 5 minute, but the detail in the one is there. Hammer candle, we like that one. 1 minute, even better, and it's going to help with the precision of your entry. Isolated signature, hammer candle at the lows, doesn't even go through 50% of the wick. That's extremely bullish. We like that one, and then boom, you're getting that pop. You get in at the break of that high of at the open of that 1 minute, and then sure enough, what is that, 156.23? You're trading 50 cents higher. And there it is. There goes Ethereum, that bounce off of the lows. So we got out a little bit early. Got to leave those runners to run. But again, we'll be thankful for what it is. Bitcoin, bang, we get that pop. I mean, we haven't even taken a loss on Bitcoin today, which isn't horrible. Small scalp, that was a mistake. We went short there, got out of it right away. Small scalp right there. This was the better one of the morning. And then with ETHA, it took us 2 attempts, so I'm still slightly red on this name here.
All right, Joey, no worries. I'm sure you'll make it back. All right, continuing to watch VERI, but we've got a new one over here, as I mentioned, LWLG. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Now, it is a little extended, to be fair. We're getting into that 4 1/3, very close. We're at 430 right now. So I don't want to punch in at these levels, but the 10 EMA show me around 415 or so. So that could be an interesting area. But I also want to bring back your attention to AGMH because it's taking out that level. And here we go, it looks like. We could be breaking out here on AGMH. Doji candle preceding, and this is the first 5 minute candle to make a new high, but this could be a bull trap here. So be careful. I've seen this story before where, you see a doji candle in a downtrend, then a new candle makes a new high. All of a sudden, the selling becomes super aggressive as the shorts have lured us in, and that's kind of what I'm seeing there coming into 15, and look at it drop right back down to 14. It's going to lose 14, it looks like, over here. So, yeah, that's why I didn't want to punch in. But, yeah, experience, man. Maybe this one actually ends up running. Let's wait and see. It's got a higher low still, believe it or not. There's so much bamboozlement, Joseph. My goodness.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
Anyway, so those are the two that I'm looking at. I'm in QMCO, I'm in VRI, I'm looking at getting in possibly into LWLG, but it's extended. It keeps taking out levels 434 high now. I think I'm going to have to take AGMH off my screen, Joseph, because every time I look at it, it's trying to lure me into a trade, and I don't want to be trading this.
Get rid of it then.
Get rid of it. Straight to, look at it.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I mean. Okay, I need to explain this, okay?
Go ahead, man.
So let's zoom in on the black chart. So here's what I was saying. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Oh, we come into a very important area at this area, this 1320. Why? Because that's the topping tail. So a former area of resistance becomes support. And on top of that, you get a doji candle, which is possibly a reversal candle. It can mean a candle of indecision as well. And then you make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. So you're like, okay, great. Trend change, bouncing off a key area of technical support, doji candle, first 5-minute candle make a new high. You get slapped all the way back down. I've seen this story before, so let's wait for the trend to break, which is this obviously this lower trend line, this downward trend line over here. I won't be getting into this one. I don't think that I got the right read on it, Joey, and that's okay. You don't have to have a read on all of them.
No, yeah, exactly. If we could get the right read on all of them, man, boy, oh boy, we'd be Monaco or going to F1 over there. Yeah. I could go see what's going on over there. Yeah, Monaco.
Yeah, so that's your vibe, eh?
Monaco?
Yeah, that just slipped out like that, but that's your vibe, huh?
I mean, yeah, why not?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not judging. I'm just asking.
Yeah. What's your vibe?
What's my vibe? Beach.
There's beach there.
It's Pebble Beaches,
it's Pebble
bro.
Beaches.
There,
yeah, it's Pebble Beach.
The northern side of the Mediterranean, not as nice.
Not as nice.
You got to go to the southern side.
That's what we were talking about, the west and the east coast, the nicer beaches, I think, on the east coast as well, too. Like Cuba, obviously, some of the nicest beaches on the planet.
Like Spain, beautiful, obviously, but their beaches not that nice.
Yeah, the beaches aren't that nice. Yeah, lots of rocks over there. Snow peso is the vibes, has chased the pack. Yeah, brother, hey, you got nothing wrong with a couple snow pesos, man. They'll get you around for sure. I mean, you can do a lot of, not anymore, but you used to be able to do a lot of things with them. Ion Q, looking pretty good. Look at this space can't stop, won't stop over here. Bull flag S pattern. And look, if you get the lower end of the range, boom, look at the pops you're getting in the quantum space. This is absolutely insane. Man, you got to get involved in this, but it's like, how much further can we chase it? All the way up here. Is that a new all-time high? I think, is it? What's that 21 that we got there? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not even close, man. Wow. This is fantastic stuff. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. All right, that's it. So it didn't want us to show you the weekly on that one. But quantum space, completely in play, guys. Keep your eyes out on that one. Hammers across the board. We like seeing that. Let's go through a scroll through our top volume names once again and see if we see anything either at an extreme high or an extreme low so we can get involved in some of these names. I mean, the market continuously bouncing. What's Palantir up to? Oh, my days. There's a nice one right there. WB Day. Yeah, oh, my days, mate. Tesla, what's that up to? I don't love Tesla today, Gorev. I was watching it on, Shreve was watching it, I was watching it on Blue Ocean last night. SoFi might not be too bad. You want to see how that 5-minute hammer candle closes. Soundhound, what's BM&R been up to?
What is it up to?
Wow, okay, so it's not even really, it's like disregarding everything that Ethereum's essentially been doing and just going on its own merry way. Look at all the indecision at those lows right there, Shreve.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. So PSLV, let's see what this one's up to. Not as liquid, keep that in mind. Now, Oklo, see you later. We'll take a look at this one. Yeah, no, whenever you're ready.
I'm good to go.
Okay, cool. At Oklo, big time breakout. SMR, guess what? Big time breakout.
Oh, is that? Yeah, well, they're all going.
Yeah, look at Oklo.
Quantum and nuclear names today, right? They're really going.
Look at this thing. Look at Oklo on the day, brother. Look at Oklo on the day.
It's ridiculous. Once the breakout is there, it's there. Oklo, SMR. You messaged me this on Monday.
Yeah.
So that was the Monday breakout through that area high. Is that not correct?
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wow.
There you go, right? Yeah, it's 5 days in a row. I should have punched in that day you sent me, bro. It was a sign, man.
50%. We should have just done it, man.
So this guy, he was on Katina's desk on Monday, and then he wanted to write a couple of tickers down, but instead of writing it on a note, like, you know,
I didn't have it.
he messages me. So I'm like, okay, what's Joey messaging? Looking at, oh, these are great names. I pull them up. They're fantastic. They're up on the day. I'm like, I thought he's messaging me something to get into. He's like, no. I just needed a little note-taking tool.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it was a sign because that's a big boy breakout.
Next time I do that, man, we just got to punch it and just.
Next time you do that, I'm punching immediately into that. And I don't care if it's a small cap gapper or what. No, I'm playing. Exaggerate for effect. Joey, VERI continues to trend up, guys. Good looking name, 25%. Not really a bamboozler. I should be careful what I say because I'll say that and then it'll drop. But for the most part, it's been a consistent stair step of higher highs and higher lows. You're not getting wicking candles getting you in, getting you out, and that sort of nonsense that we kind of don't like the small cap gappers for. But here we go. It's another high of day. Joseph, options into the high there. Let's wet the beak at the high, 527 high. It continues to stair step up. We're going to take a little bit at a time so we can continue to wet the beak. But there goes QMCO as well, right up to the high. We got 1125. It's showing me 50. Good look there. Shout out to the Spiled one. I just got his message. Milk, eggs, bread, send sketchy super chat. Love it, love it. I'm going to punch into all of those. I can do it. We can punch into commodities, right? Futures. I'm going to punch into all of those, Big Spile. No, I am kidding, of course. But we're going to keep an eye on QMCO over here as it gets to the higher end of the range. We're still putting in lower highs as, you know, denoted by this downtrend, but that doesn't mean we're going to do that forever. So I'm going to look for that breakout, and I want to participate in that breakout if possible. LWLG, I was talking about that one. I haven't punched into it yet, and there it is, about 10 cents higher, maybe a little bit more than when I was looking at it last. It was a little bit below 30. Now the high of the day is 40. So good look. And last one I want to bring your attention to. Hangry Wife. I'm going to go look at your message in 1 second. I just want to show UMAC. UMAC is putting in one hell of a bull flag over here. It's got a range off which you can trade it. So I'm going to say 12 1/3 to the downside or 12 1/4 to the low side of the range, and then basically 12 2/3 to the high side. I'd pick it up at the whatever lower end I could for number one. At worst, a range trade. At best, a breakout through the higher end of the bull flag consolidation, and maybe a move into 13. So UMAC looking good, 13.5%. Not too expensive, about $12 1/3, something that you can size substantially into if that's your thing. No, not financial advice. There goes VRI again, Joey, into another high, 529 high. Good look right now on VRI as it trends up.
All right, man, trend up. We like that. AMD, wow, Los Polios, man. Way to crush this one. Oh, wow. Yeah, that one's continuing to climb. 156.24. Now you're at 156.85. You'll take that all day, every day. And then also, as for the TQs, miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Gorev. Unfortunately, that's the name of the game. But we'll take it. We'll be happy with what we got for now. Green on the day. We're looking for some other opportunities. There's a couple good ones there in the likes of Ethereum. Who does this stock think it is right now? This is crazy. Like, my days, like this is just consistent. Like look at this. We got to go to a higher time frame here to break this down. It's just ever since September 12th, boom, just completely off to the races. Man, fantastic stuff in this quantum space. It's what you want to see, man. A rotation into some new tech, and I really like this. So we got to get more involved in this. And I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. Hold on, what's Rich Tech Robotics up to? I better start buying this name, Sharif, before it's too late. And this thing, next thing you know, Rich Tech Robotics is $30 or something along those lines. And I'm sitting over here.
Rich boy selling crack.
Well,
I don't want to be doing any of that, but you know, I like the song,
any of
right?
that, man.
Throw some D's on it.
Sean, yeah.
Throw some D's on it.
Song?
Oh geez, I forget.
But yeah,
something Mike.
Is it? I have no idea.
Neil, who sings that, man? Throw them D's on it. Rich boy selling crack. All them haters want to check.
Dara knows.
I don't know if she can hear me. She can't hear me, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right, man. I
forgot. The chat will know me, Rich Boy.
Yeah,
Rich Boy.
Hey. Rich Boy. Okay, all right. His name is actually Rich.
Well, yeah, he said his name in the dang song. Rich Boy selling.
Well, I thought he was just calling himself a rich boy.
Yeah. I should have known too, but I'm kind of stupid, so it's all good.
You're far from it. $3 at break. Now you're trading almost at $5. man, oh man, not going to chase it up here, but maybe we get involved in some rich tech.
I love you guys, man. You guys in the chat, I love it. Immediate, straight to jail.
Who
You
said
got
that?
anything
You're
wrong?
going
No,
straight to
I'm
jail.
saying it. Guys, QMCO is doing okay, man. It's not too bad here. We're at the top end of the range again. I don't know if we're really getting that decided breakout from that lower trend line, but it certainly looks like we are. So I'm going to continue to wet the beak here at some good levels. Let's throw some orders, guys, in the 80s. We'll throw in a bit of a larger order there, and then we'll throw in another larger order towards 88s as well. You never really know whether the trend is broken because your trend line is subjective, right? Someone may have drawn it one way, you've drawn it a different way, so the shorts may be looking at something a little bit differently than I. So we're doing okay on it. We've got the quarter dollar at 11.25 exactly on QMCO. It's showing me 68, so not a bad look. I also want to bring your attention to VERI. We took a whole bunch of scalps into that 30 penny area. It's a 529 high, but we're getting a little bit of a downturn now, not too bad. But yeah, it's looking good here. Now, I got to tell you, what's my plan if this thing turns around, right? I'm long 497 on VERI, but I don't think that gets me out of the trade. I don't think that I'm going to be putting my stop at that level. In fact, I'm going to be looking to add. So I'm going to be adding on moves into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA currently on my charts around 511, 512. We're showing 523s right now. So I'd like to pick up some more. And if it does move down into the 10 EMA, wherever the 10 EMA may be, if it moves down into that level, I'll be picking up a little bit more on VERI. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adara.
On NYT, the New York Times, bit of relative volume spiking into this one. Volume on the day is still kind of low. It's about 600,000 shares. Either way, a U.S. judge has denied Donald Trump's $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times, but it has allowed an amended filing. So NYT popping, this lawsuit that Donald Trump tried to make here for $15 billion has been denied, though an amended filing will be allowed. Back to you.
Want to know how he's justifying the damages of $15 billion?
Right?
Because he can seek punitive damages, Adara,
Yes.
or what they call exemplary damages to teach them a lesson. But what kind of lesson are you teaching someone with $15 billion?
That's not a lesson. That's like
that's an ass whooping.
Don't look at me or I will sue you. That's the lesson with 15 bill.
That's a little bit too much for me. But like, hey, man, Americans are quite litigious. Canadians not as litigious as Americans. That's not a strict rule. I think we are becoming a bit more litigious. And I want to say why. Because, I don't know, growing up, I saw no lawyer commercials on TV for personal injuries, the ambulance chasing that they are. But the point of the matter is we're seeing a ton of them now.
Well, we always know
that's got to reflect in the culture.
We always had a hurt in the car, call William Mattar.
But that's Buffalo, my boy. That's Buffalo.
Yeah, was
that's
Buffalo?
Buffalo.
Right,
yeah. I remember the guy hurt in the car, call William Mattar. 444-4444.
No, and also, it's funny. I'm pretty sure my grandma told me this story a while ago. My great grandfather's dog bit someone in the United States, obviously being from here.
Straight to jail.
Like
that's
right
money
away,
immediately.
Right away.
Kidding?
Yeah.
And the quantums that they give, the amount of money that they give in decisions, way higher than we get here. Way higher.
It's
just the way it is, bro.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, if I ever accidentally get hit by a vehicle or anything like that, you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I remember one of these memes that I saw. It was like for divorce lawyers. Like the name of the partners on the door were Screw 'em Good and Hard.
No.
But it was written in a way where like those were actually last name. It's HARDT, not hard. And
hard.
Good, obviously, like Ben Good or whatever, right?
Yeah,
anyway,
that's
good vibes. Derek threw a funny one in the chat as well. Don G. Dangler. It means that the only people who can get away with criticizing him is a liquid billionaire. Just the way he wants it. Yeah, look, man, he's been litigious all his life, though. For as long as I've been following this guy, whether it was in the 80s, yes, I am that old, 90s, 2000s, he's been suing up a storm. So that's just, I think, part and parcel of being Donald Trump and his character. So I don't think he's going to change at this age either, man. He's born in 49. That's the same age as my mom Dukes. So that's not, they're not changing. He's not changing.
No.
And my mom Dukes isn't changing either, bro. Oh, you got to... Trying to convince my parents of something new is an impossibility.
Yeah, there you go,
impossibility.
Man. Yeah, at least you know. At least you're self-aware. At least you're self-aware, and you don't have to bother them.
All right, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Let's just review the trades, and we're going to send it over to Adair for happening now, and Neil's lesson of the day. QMCO continuing to zig and zag. I don't think it's broken trend yet, but I'm going to continue into this one. And last but not least, the only other trade that I have is VERI, topping out right now at 529, coming into the 10 EMA. I will add into the 10 EMA if it does make it down there. Joey, you want anything to cover before we go over?
No.
All right. Adair is happening now right that way.
This happening now is going to be a little bit of a Fed recap because we had really interesting and vastly different comments coming from two Fed members this morning. So before we get to Neil Roberts and his lesson of the day, let's talk about Neel Kashkari, who made some comments this morning. I apologize for the photo. It's the first photo of him that comes up when you Google him. But either way, he said that he actually supports the Fed's decision to cut rates by 25 basis points earlier this week. He did talk about these employment risks, which a lot of Feds have talked about, which could require some intervention from the Fed. But he did say he actually did support pausing rate cuts if the economy remains strong, and then actually saying that the Fed could hike rates if that's needed by the economy. He wasn't advocating for that right away, mind you, but he's saying that the point I think really that you can summarize from Kashkari's speech this morning, which came before the bell, was that you really have to wait and see what the economy is telling you, and you have to be open to any scenario. That was decidedly not the conclusion that you necessarily came to listening to remarks from Fed's Stephen Myron, also sometimes referred to as Moran. This was his first interview, I believe, since he's been confirmed to the Fed. That was CNBC this morning, though he will make more comments on Friday or later today at 4 p.m. He talked about his dissenting vote. He was the only Fed member who voted for that 50 basis point cut. Not only did he say that he stands by that vote, he said he'll explain it further in a speech on Monday, and added that he's actually hoping that the rest of the Fed will be able to be persuaded by him. He did use the word persuade as well. And then furthermore, he said that he thinks they could continue cutting rates by 50 basis points throughout the cycle. So really interesting stuff. We have one Fed that comes off hawkish to cautious, and the other one who comes out straight dovish. Interesting stuff. If I get any more from any other Feds, I'll let you know. One other thing, too, was that Fed's Myron said that his first Fed meeting was very peaceful, everyone was very civilized, and that things were really chill, even with Fed's Cook, who we know is embroiled in some legal battles involving President Trump, who, of course, Myron did work for the White House in that administration. Lots of Fed talk on watch, of course, and we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Not Neel Kashkari, Neil Roberts. So without further ado, Neil, take it away.
Thank you, Derek, for the intro and for not doing me dirty. that Kashkari picture was hilarious. I don't know, for some reason, that was like the funniest picture I've, I don't even know why, but anyways, look, you'll hear traders say this all the time, investors, whatever, the closing, we care more about the close than we do the closing print than the opening print. And there's a reason for that. That late money, that important money, at the end of the day, the money that's cool with holding it overnight and not getting in and out during the day, that's what transacts at the close. So you got to be staying in tune to where those close prices are and how they can be useful. Because sometimes it's as simple as, well, if something is an upward trend, just observe the price action when it's trying to go red or green. Look at these quantum names here today. Now, I'll talk about pounds here, which we did get, and I'll always talk about something we didn't get, just to sort of prove that there's opportunities like this regardless. Look, you see Rigetti, that's not bad. It's a pretty good upward trend. Let's look at the daily chart. That's a pretty good upward trend. But unless you were really, really sneaky looking at that daily chart, you might miss the key. Now look right here, right before the open. This is before the open. This wick is $24.74. And then we open, and the close of the first candle going into 9:30, this is actually a 9:27 candle to 24.74. And then the open is just above, I have the open as 78, but it doesn't really matter. It's right in that same 75 range. Now, why does that price matter? What do you think we closed at yesterday on Rigetti? 24.74. So it spent the entire morning consolidating right underneath and then immediately resisting the prior close, then breaking out. And then from there, it was just pure continuation play once it was green. I think if you're waiting for the VWAP trade in the middle of the day, it was more about the higher. It was really just more about the prior high. Like, it doesn't really give you a clean VWAP trade. It gives you the clean prior high trade. But the important thing is the continuation was signaled right away at that prior close price. Important right before the open, twice. and then it never looked back. Whenever people talk about, when I say an over-under type of number, over-under this price at the open, just means trend away from that price. And the closing price the prior day can really give you the goods. Now, then another obvious one, Palantir, we look for continuation in Palantir. Very similar play. This one closed essentially at 177 even, a couple of pennies underneath it. So it's a bit random. It's not the high of the day. You can make an argument about the prior high as well, and I'll get to that. But right at the open, just like Rigetti, you're showing resistance right underneath that 177 at the open. So it's holding underneath, barely red, when it was a huge reversal 2 days ago. It was a strong upward trend. It's not necessarily a clean breakout trade. It was the big reversal 2 days ago. There's your long. If you're looking for continuation, you're like, where am I supposed to get into this thing? It's red, 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 but instantly off the open shows you green over 177. And then at the open, it opens pretty much at that price, just over 177 in the green. All systems go. Now, where do you participate in this one? I would argue it gave you VWAP, but the other way that you could have maybe been early, not my cup of tea, the prior day high had one little dip in the prior day high after the opening print and then rallied, and then continuation off VWAP. What this gives you is an instant bias right away. Not, oh, well, how's it trending? What does it look like after 15 minutes? Let's pick it up an hour later at VWAP, or in this case, like 2 hours later at VWAP. No, pretty much right away at the open, you've got yourself your trend direction, and you're now instantly biased. And if you can find something that snags you earlier longs than I would find, fantastic. But it all keys off that instant reaction once the stock had gone green on the session. Throw in the fact that it's a witching day, so there's a little more volatility at the open. That's going to give you a plus as well. But key in, if you're looking for a stock, it doesn't have obvious levels, sometimes just the closing price is going to be all you need, especially if it was in play the day before. If it's been in play that day before, the prior few sessions, then that closing price is always going to be key. So you can key in on that when you don't have massive levels to look for. So there is your lesson of the day. Hope it helps you. Good luck. This market is an absolute beast today.
You'll appreciate that. I know it was muted. Thank you, Assassino. I knew you were going to tell me, but I caught it. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Adara, for that. So we're continuing to watch here, guys. Let's talk about the ones we're watching, VERI. Coming into that 530 again, really hanging out towards the highs. I've got my profit taker a little bit above that level, but it's really been a good trade here on QMCO. Yeah, QMCO, a quantum name, up a respectable 38.5%, looking for more. It's certainly got resistance at 12, and I won't be convinced otherwise. I get that the high of the day is 1230, but no closing print on the day, on the 5-minute candle that is, has closed above 12. So I know that the sellers are selling up a storm into that level. My thinking here was to pick it up at the lower end of the range because I perceived a range off VWAP, which is around 11.25, and then basically 1180 to 12 with that as a resistance. So I'm happy with how I executed on this one, but I'm still a little bit greedy. Even though I'm in the sim, I'm looking for more. I want that break at 12 and then possibly into that 12.25. So we'll see what we get on this one, Joey, but I'm packing my patience. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. Let's see if we can get that bull flag, bull pennant, whatever bull, continuation to the high side. Local Brada 007. I love that name. Bravo. Thoughts on PNG? Happy Aloha Fridays. Are you from?
Where are you from?
You're from Hawaii,
yeah,
right?
Where are you from, man?
Oh, bro. Let me tell you, that was the last vacation. Well, that was the second last vacation I went on, Joey. July 2023. I went to Honolulu for 10 days.
How was it?
Insane. Insane, but very, very expensive. Because it's an island, Starbucks, 1.5 times the price. Convenience store, 2 times the price. So you're going everywhere, you're getting rinsed. And then you go on the beach, you rinse off.
And it's USD.
And it's USD.
So it's like.
And the Canadian peso was weaker at that time too. That was 2023.
Snow peso just not going anywhere.
Let's look at PNG for our boy.
You got something there?
Yeah, well, he wants us to look at that. That's
that's
the super.
All right.
Yeah, this is really good. Nothing bad to say. Kraken Robotics. Not exactly a small cap gapper. It's 1 1/3 billion, but yeah, it's a robotics company, Canada based. Yeah, Canada-based marine technology company providing complex subsea sensors, batteries, and robotic systems. I love it. I love it. It's a good look on the day. I don't see a headline on it though, so this is probably a sympathy play with maybe other robotics companies that are moving. Why am I on the venture, bro? PNG. Hold on here, Joey. Oh, this is Canadian on the venture.
Yeah,
Local brother, are you talking about the one on the venture exchange? Because that's the one I'm loading up. You don't have to super chat again, just tag me, okay? But either way, this is a good looking company over here. I don't mind this. What is the daily on this, Joey? I might want to punch here. What the hell? What the helly? What the helly is right? Okay, let's go. From the time I was in Hawaii, Joseph, till now, this thing is up 1,300%.
Oh man, you could have
punching.
You could.
I'm taking somebody's book over it. It's my book now.
Just DM me the ticker on.
Shut up, bro. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. What a guy. PNG like the picture, right? Aren't like picture formats like JPEG, PNG, right?
Maybe, sure.
PNG on the venture exchange, Joey. Your boy's gonna punch over here. This is a nice little 10-bagger that we can get. Yeah, thank you for that. What's it called? Local brother. Just tag me again though, because you didn't tag me. I need to know if this is the same one. Jose, thoughts on Nike? You want to give Jose a look at Nike, brother?
If you, so Don G, if you can get the electronic desk or whatever it is, so you can sit down when you want and then you can stand up when you want as well too. I think that's the route I would have probably took.
Oh.
Man,
What is it,
the FOMO is so real on this. It's not even funny, man. What am I doing? Someone told me to diamond hands too, and I'm like, I don't know about that. And then sure enough, like, this is the move that we were looking for, man. Why do I do certain things? All right. NKE. Let's take a look at. Okay, so we're gonna go to Adair in 1 second. Got to take care of this super chat. Sorry, there it is. Nike big time gap down, starting to curl back over here. Daily.
Oh.
Not too good of luck punching through necklines. Adair, what do you got?
Breaking news here on TikTok. I'm seeing that ByteDance is going to be allowing TikTok to continue to serve U.S. users. Again, it's unclear the capacity, but we know that based on the comments Donald Trump made after this meeting with Xi, and based on Xi's comments, they seem to have slightly different understandings of how things are going with TikTok. Right now, I'm hearing that ByteDance will continue to allow TikTok to serve U.S. users. Again, unclear how they're going to do that, what the structure of that is, or if it's going to be the normal deal. As I get more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
Oh, my back.
Oh, man.
Dude. Sorry. All right. Thanks, Fabian. That looks really good, bro. I appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, it's all really good. 1343. Yep. QMC 11.25. There it is. My positions are live. Thank you, Fabian. Killing it again, as always. The Chilean nightmare. Basically keeping this place afloat. You know what I mean? Like, the dude is, let me just tell you, he's multi-talented.
Very much so.
Yeah, you want to look at Nike for your boy?
Yeah, we just
did. You did.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
So let's have a look here. Guys, AGMH, we're back into this one, looking for another move up. We got 43s on. We just wet the beak at 14, so let's see how that one works. QMCO, though, rejecting that range again at $12. So this one, yeah, we're going to have to add into this one back in 11.25. We still got a nice position on, so we can take out some more over here. And then VERI, I said I would add into the 10 EMA. I didn't have a resting order, but let's see if we can get in a little bit right now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to add into the 10 EMA for another possible move up. Let's go back to AGMH, though, because it looks like it wants to take out $14, excuse me. It's got multiple bottoming tail candles into that level, looking to curl back up. I also want to look at another one that's halted at the moment, ATMV. Pardon me. Here's the 5. So this was doing all sorts of volume or all sorts of movement here in the pre-market, and it's halted again to the upside. This is very dangerous, though, guys. So I really want to stress again. I don't want to say against, but be very careful, okay? It's not doing a whole lot of volume. On the day, this thing's done 640,000, and as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 up halts. They're all up halts above VWAP, but it's very illiquid, and I'm willing to bet it's pretty spready. hard to know until it opens back up. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that one, Joey.
All right, cool. Chase the packs. I know, brother. I should have listened to you, but again, I'm still sitting in my contracts and my everything. I'm still sitting in everything from my swing account. It's just the intraday trading. I should have listened to you and held on to more things because the signals were there. Now, as for our good friend from Melbourne, Australia, the product detective. Hey, can you take a look at NBIS? Absolutely. And then we're going to go over the super chat momentarily.
Crazy.
Thank you very much for that. Looking pretty good here from an intraday standpoint. You get this consolidation, liquidity grabs, but holds the opening wick low almost to the penny, and then hammer candle off to the races. The product detective, you know this is exactly what we're looking for, so not a horrible, horrible look there. And there you go, you continue to climb. Let's head out to the daily. Oh my days, big time gap up. There it is. So this is when it first started trading in October of 24. What the heliante? Yeah, what is that? Hopefully you've been holding this 541%. There's almost your 10 bagger right there. Pretty good look. Now, as for our good friend Rusty Dutch, another big crypto advocate. I can tell by our conversations within the chat. Thank you for the solid week, another solid week. Thank you guys. No, thank you for that. Much appreciated on this Friday. So let's continue this grind. I'm feeling the FOMO to the fullest here on those TQs trade. Got it again. I talk about it all the time. Sometimes you just gotta stop saying things and do what you say, Joseph, and take the trade, because the feeling of me not being in here is substantially worse than me not getting stopped out. Almost at a new all-time high in the TQs. Beautiful look, hammer candle, and then essentially doesn't even pull back. Look at the shallowness of these pullbacks here. Boom, 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 all the way to the top side. The TQ streak, now $102. Him and I were talking about this yesterday. I remember this thing being 30 bucks, 40 bucks, 50 bucks, and there it goes, another high right there. And I think that's going to be the all-time high for it right there.
Yeah, but you know what, Joey?
Yes, sir.
So if I was to tell you right now, the NDX, so we're talking, when we say NDX, Joey, we're talking about the NASDAQ 100, right?
Yeah.
So let's just pull it up on the chart over here, because I think you'll be surprised as to where we were on the NDX during the April lows.
Okay.
Because given where we are right now, let's load it up. Index, here it is, Joey.
Do I want to be this surprised, though?
I'd like to be.
Oh, no.
Hold on, Joey. Okay, my man. The April lows, Joey, we're at 16,500, okay? We're at 24,500. That was April.
Yeah.
That's this year. Pausing, going to Adair for breaking news.
Crazy.
Great news for Swifties and AMC apes. Taylor Swift did confirm that rumor we had earlier that she is going to be inviting her fans to, and I quote, a dazzling soiree. So there will be the official release party of her new album, Party of a Showgirl or something. That'll be October 3rd to 5th. It will only be in cinemas. Apparently this partnership is with AMC. So Taylor Swift here with this release party that she has going on with AMC October 3rd to 5th. This rumor sent the stock to the upside earlier this morning. Now we're getting further pop on confirmation from Taylor Swift herself. And back to you.
Album Madeira?
No, never. I don't even think my dad pre-ordered this one this time. And yes,
even Perry?
Pardon?
Perry's not picking it up?
I think he's done with her. I don't think he had her last album either. Like he had like straight 8 or 9 back to back. He pre-ordered one of them, and then the last. I think maybe he's not. As
That's okay.
Anymore.
We all go through phases. So yeah. Do you like her music? Honest.
No.
I don't like her music.
No.
Either. I mean, there's like 1 or 2 songs that I like, but that's it. I don't find her to be. Like her music does not attract me.
Yeah. I mean, the only song that I really know from her is Shake It Off, I think.
Shake It Off.
And even to me.
I didn't even know.
And that would...
the album, When They Get Divorced, will be crazy. That's mean, Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian, man.
The Chilean Nightmare holding no punches. That's crazy. Pulling no punches.
You remember those? You know those English kids who stand in front of the camera and who are like, some people wish on my downfall, and some of them are standing behind me.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. That's jokes.
It's like with his friends, man. I forget what they call it. You told me what they do. Remember they just go in front of the camera and they say something ridiculous, and it's just like all the little kids just standing there acting hard.
I was the one that told you about this.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
No, you said it's called something.
Oh,
yeah. But anyways, for those who know that one, Tesla sucks. There it is, Gorev. I knew when it headed up there, there's no indecision at that lows. So there it goes. But man, I'm just keeping my eyes on the TQs. I might have to switch up these charts because it's just the FOMO is so real. There is Ethereum starting to grind a little higher now. Let's see if you get buyers step in a little bit more aggressively. And the same thing with IBET. I'm going to be talking about the same names throughout the day. NBIS for our good guy, Beyond Control, pretty good.
Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, and it's all risk-free, guys. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or actually just getting started with trading, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb that leaderboard. So, you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? If you do, sign up today. Shout out to the good folks there at Beta Pro by Global X. Yeah, good look. So let's talk a little bit about this AGMH trade. I did okay on it. We're back positive on it again. We took a nice dollar winner here off 13.5 to 14.5, but it's showing me lower highs and continuing that downtrend. Let me show you exactly why I felt that this was going to be the case, because we continue to kind of reject that downward trend over here. So I was like, nah, this is trying to catch a falling knife. I'm really trying to stretch this trade when it shouldn't be stretched. Now, if we can kind of change that above 15, that obviously changes the lower lows, lower highs. But if and until we clear 15, I think I'm going to stay away from this one. QMCO, still zigging and zagging at the 2/3 of a dollar. I'm going to wet the beak over here. And last but not least, we added into VERI, into the 10 EMA. It's trying to get right back into that area that we added to. So showing me 19s, I added at 22s. So let's see if this one can continue the uptrend. It's a 530 high right now on VERI. We're showing 20s. My next profit taker is at 33s or 32s. So that's the look. I completely forgot about LWLG, and this actually gave you an opportunity off 420, which was the 20 exponential moving average, and it is Friday, so shout out to 420, right? But 431 right now we're showing with a 440 high. So let's see if we can get back up there and start, trending in the right way. Not right way, to the upside. Last but not least, UMAC. I was telling you about this one looking awfully bull flaggish. It's coming back down, though, into an area of support. So I might be interested in picking this up. On UMAC, given that it's got a nice little range trade here. I'll trade it the same way I'm trading QMCO, which is basically buying it at the bottom end of the range, wetting my beak at the top end, and then I'll hold some for the possible breakout. So UMAC, I think I might work into that if the spread is reasonable. I haven't had an opportunity quite yet to view what the spread looks like. So let's maybe load it up and take a look right now, Joey Options. UMAC. Nope. On the NASDAQ, no. So it's an Amex stock. Amex, all right. There we go. Let's see what we got over here. What's the spread? 3 pennies, not bad. Volume's a little bit light. $12 name, 3.82 million shares. It's not too bad. 3 penny spread. Now, let's give this one the old college try, man. We're going to start with small share size and see if we can work in. But the spread is not letting me in, so I'm going to have to get a little bit more aggressive with this one at 40s. Oh, that's not it, Joey. There we go. Wow, it's going away from me. There we go. We got it. So let's see what this one does. A stop is below 1220. Loses 1220, then it loses this level right here, and then I know my trade is wrong. So that's what I'm looking at. QMCO heading right back up though, baby. Here we go, showing 88s again. So we're going to wet the beak over here and save a piece for the dream. I'm talking about that $12 break and take. This one is continuing to put in higher lows. I have a bias that this is a bull flag, bull pennant, whatever you want to talk about. I want to see this resolve above $12, and I've got an order right there to take advantage of that. So above 12.05, we've got that order. So let's see if QMCO wants to break the range.
All right, cool, man. I like what we got going on here. Gorev, you've almost convinced me here to try to take a long on Tesla as it punches through some key support levels, and I'm starting to get a little bit of a bounce. Thank you for that. I mean, when Fabian was speaking in my ear, I'm like, what the hell was that? But anyways, NBIS, oh man, this market is insane. Come on, crypto space, just continue to climb higher. I was thinking about shorting the Qs, but I'm like, no, that's not a good idea whatsoever, in my opinion, considering that it's just V-shaped reversal. Look at this V-shape here. Just right off of the boom, you sell off a little bit, bang, and see you later, wham, bam. right there. Whenever we're ready, Fabian, I know you give me a little bit of leeway there. I might get back to, yeah, all right, we ready? All right, man. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon, and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. There you go. Someone was asking about a funded account yesterday, and we were talking about Trade the Pool. So go check that one out there. What are the cues up to? Oh, watch out for this hammer candle signal. I'm going to go down to the 1 minute and see if we got anything. Oh, my days. All right, we're going to have to try and get involved in this, Gore. We'll go small size considering we're having a pretty decent day, but I like this. Look at this volume print, inverted hammer right there. We get a little pullback. I wouldn't mind anything right at the close of this open on the 1 minute. Oh, I don't think it's going to give us the opportunity. So let's start relatively small, and then we'll add just a little bit just in case we do have to. I like our risk profile. It's only about 20 cents or so. So let's get involved in this name. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take there, Sharif.
You see your friend Apple?
Yeah, it's going nuts.
It's melting up, baby.
It's going.
Oh, baby. I want to see lines, baby. I want to see bare lines everywhere.
Bare lines.
People waiting for the iPhone. You know, I was telling my old man yesterday, I was like, yo, obviously I don't like punching in a $2,100 phone plus HST.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, I like it as a shareholder because then, you know,
yeah,
other people are going to be buying that bad boy.
Absolutely.
We're at the high of the day right now, boys and girls. Apple. Now, let's find out how much we're off all-time highs. We are now about 6% off all-time highs, but that's the what's it called? The wick. Let's look at the closing print over here. So if we're at 5.5, yeah, not much of a difference. So AAPL up bigly here, not bad. It's the strongest Mag 7 name on the day. I just want to verify that Uber is not a Mag 7 name, but Uber's up a little bit more, 3.5%. Uber's going to take that $100 area quite soon. So that was a money buy off $60. Gave you guys that. There goes QMCO Joseph into 20s. This is the breakout. Here we go. This is the big boy breakout, 1230 high. We just glanced there in the high 90s. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit over here above that. So I'm going to wait in the third of a dollar. Let's wait at 35s. Oh, no, we're almost out of all the position over here, Joey. That's not the one. No. QMCO. Oh, no, we finished our trade on that one. Okay, well. We're out of shares, so it's okay.
All right.
QMCO, we're done that. We took out the break. Let's see if it comes back in. I'll pick it up again off the 10 EMA, which is showing me 1175 at the moment. UMAC, though, is not cooperating. Where's the UMAC, that piece of crap? Let's see if this one wants to hold off VWAP. 1220, the breach of 1220 gets me out of this trade. So let's see if UMAC wants to trend a little bit higher.
Oh, man.
Steve D'Agostino, I know I sound like a broken record, but NEG squeezing 17% on the day. Brother, that is not news to me. I really hate looking at that because I feel all sorts of stupid for not punching into it. But yeah, NEGG, not NGG. NEGG, excuse me. Jeez Louise. Yeah, but look where it was. Oh, my God. Yeah, look at that double top, Joey. That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
You think it comes back to test that 85, 90? Area breakdown. Look at that neckline
right now.
Look at that neckline right there.
Oh,
eh?
I don't think anytime soon.
You don't think so? It's got a nice little.
Is this intraday or?
No, this is daily.
Yeah. Oh no, brother. That's gonna take some time. I'm not saying that it won't, but if you do,
yeah,
I think it's gonna take a little.
But look at that resistance level, prior area of resistance on August 8th, and then it comes into a triple bottom off 86, that previous area. I think it's destined to go back here. 86, 85. Oh. Look, man, it's a good look. Obviously, Newegg was a monster. We were trading this basically the entire summer. Or we've been calling it. Sorry, I barely took any trades on it. We've been calling it out the entire summer. So good luck, brother. Good luck.
Nice. Yeah.
What do you got, Joey?
So we hold on to it. There we go. All right. Same thing here, guys. Let's see if we can get this short to come in, man. We got the signal. It's displayed itself. So we're just trying to put probability in our favor, obviously. Got the volume, got the inverted hammer candle. Now we're looking for that breakdown back towards the volume weighted average price. I'm looking at Apple just continuously climb higher, and it's just slowly eroding my dreams here of getting that move back. There, yeah, exactly. This is how it works sometimes, brother. But nice move here, man. Again, you it's not double top-esque, but it's relatively close. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor this. I would love for the crypto space, considering that Ethereum was in a waterfall this morning, and then now it's starting to bounce back towards the volume-weighted average price. I would absolutely love it if it just decided to go parabolic over the weekend. Rivian Millionaire, I told you, you said all-time highs over the weekend, and I hold people accountable for their words. This is Sparta, all right? Just remember that. We hold people accountable for their words, regardless if they are the messenger or not. So yeah, other than that, let's go over some volume names here. We can take a look at some of the other more liquid names on the options chain as well, too, to see what we got going on with Apple. We didn't really do that. Or did we? Apple and 245. Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a bit. It's starting to grow, right? So you can see that these numbers are starting to substantially grow. You have 168,000 contracts at that 245, 245 and a half. You have 250. Kaiser, see you later, brother. Have a good weekend. And come back on Monday with a better
attitude.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really have a bad attitude. I mean,
that's a bad attitude.
I'm
you can
so
reverse
sorry.
it. Reverse it. Reverse it.
Yeah, I did that. I don't know how to reverse it. Reverse.
Oh, you just deleted the message. That's okay.
No, I know, but I put the wrong user in timeout.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know how to fix that one there. Before death, I'm sorry. Maybe I can give Amin to fix that for us, but I didn't mean to put you in timeout. There's no way I can reverse that one. So I'm sorry, Kaiser, you stopped, but considering I put the wrong person in timeout, you got to go in timeout.
Oh.
So before death, I apologize wholeheartedly, man. Hopefully, man or woman don't get too upset with me. I did not mean to do that. But yeah, going back, pardon me? Yeah, but you can't say it a million times, Neil. We don't have that type of tolerance around here, brother. That's insane. 250,000 at 242. And then let's take a look at Tesla.
Oh, no.
What is it?
Joey,
Oh, what happened?
Look at this.
What's happening?
Your boy, you know what your boy did, obviously, in this bad boy? Your friend Joby is breaking out. No.
For me, I timed them out. I timed them out for a full day.
Yo, Ram's busy right now, bro. She's busy.
Well, she just messaged me. She hit me up in my ear.
I'm
it's
being
before death.
Yeah. Of course, you know.
She's not that busy. All right.
Get it, Ram.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't hit me though, please. I'm brittle today.
He's just banning people.
Yeah,
I know. Joey's banning anybody, bro. He's
anybody.
Yeah, everybody can get it today from Joey.
Sharif, you know what they call us, right?
What'd they call us?
The Can Man.
Such a.
What is she doing?
Oh my God.
The Can Man.
The Can Man.
Yeah.
Why do they call us the Can?
Because anybody can get it.
Oh wow. Okay. I like that.
You know what I mean? Have you never heard when Adrian Broner said that? He's like Americans, Canadians.
See, your good friend there. What's his name?
What's his name?
What's the guy we don't like? Both of us.
Boxer and what?
Yeah. With his dad, Haney.
Oh, yeah.
He's suing his ex-girlfriend for all the presents he got her.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's like you know what the definition of presents are,
right? Like
right, Devin? Right? You don't get them back, bro.
That guy, Devin.
You could tell he's clearly bitter there. So shout out to Devin Haney, man. I hope his court case goes a lot better than his fights because he can't fight. Shout out to him. Shout out to Devin.
Yeah.
You're the GOAT, Devin. All right. No deal. Yeah. All right, guys. QMCO. I want to mention this one because, look, we took it out too quickly, but it is coming back down here into that $12 area. So I'm gonna say $12 was the breakout area, and I'm gonna get in here. I'm getting in on QMCO. Let's see if we can get in a little bit. It's not even letting me in. What is this, bro? So let's see if we can get in on QMCO. There we go. We get in. Let's see if this one wants to hold 12. 12 was a breakout level. I'm looking for it to hold this time. And there it kind of goes right up into 19s. Let's set some orders here in the 20s and the 30s as well to see if we can get a nice beak wetter on that. VERI curling right back up. I was worried about this one making its way back down to 5, but it looks like it's found a bit of a bid here at 5.15. A couple of bottoming tail candles, and here we go, trying to curl back up. by no means is it at the day's high, but we'll certainly continue to watch that bad boy. So that's what I'm in right now. Nice ad here on QMCO. I already took a couple of my beak wetters real quick. We got in at 13. It popped up into the high 20s, showing me 26 now. Let's set up some more beak wetters. There it is, back up into 28s. Let's set up another order over here for another fill. Let's see if this one wants to head back into the high side. QMCO looking real good. See if it continues to move higher.
All right, can we get much higher? All right, slowly starting to work. NVDA leading the way. It's crazy because there's this insane push and pull going on. Apple's moving higher, NVDA moving lower. And so, I mean, follow NVDA, NASDAQ, TQs. Don't follow what Apple's up to.
Why?
Do what
I like Apple,
short.
Joey.
Other than that, follow it after. Do what. I'm like,
my
hey,
bad,
you
bro.
got your
My
thing.
bad.
Apple's moving, right? And I just need the TQs to go down.
I respect that.
Yeah. So it is what it is, man. We're just looking to add a little bit to our day. We're not going.
It is quad witching, Gio. Yeah, it is, brother. It is, yeah.
Yes, it is, my friend. So we talked about the volume stepping into the market and everything along those lines. What was it? I think we missed a super chat. Did we? Did we get my guy Jose?
Oh, Joey, you might be out of the bad position here. AEO's down 73 pennies to 19 bucks.
Yeah, well, hey, brother, we got lots of time. I got it.
I'm saying for you, you can get away from buying me $150 jeans with a cash receipt.
Yeah,
so that I
gift
can
receipt,
cash receipt, Joey. You got to pay cash. You can't pay by card. Because if I return it, then I have to have the same card.
Okay, so
you got to buy cash.
Let's see here. Is there anything for me in this bet? Or
Yo.
I just want to see.
I know Neil pointed that out to you, but we got video evidence, Joey.
That's fine.
We got video evidence.
That's fine, but I'm asking you if you want to throw anything in.
Do I?
Yeah.
No, in the same way that you wouldn't change the bet last time for me. No.
I did change it.
Hell no.
All right, man. People don't forget. You know.
All right, QMCO breaking out again, Joey. Good ad here into that 1249 high. That is the high of the day. The $0.50 has been a bit of a resistance level here on QMCO. We got a triple top basically on the 5-minute, maybe even a quadruple one if you look at this area over here. But here we go. We're at 49s right now. Let's set up at 55s, okay? That way we can kind of get a price spike above the level. Let me just see how many shares I have so I don't exhaust it too quickly. No, we're good to go on that. So QMCO, good strength, man, on this one, and less bamboozlement than we certainly saw on AGMH. So a more tame trade, so to speak. And there goes VERI again. We did add into this one, so we're going to wet the beak here at 525, that is, excuse me. So we'll see what we can get there. But UMAC is not cooperating. Where's my UMAC trade? Pardon me. UMAC, here it is. This one is not cooperating. If it loses 1220, that is going to be the end of the trade. It has to put in higher lows. Otherwise, I'm just not interested because it's not riding trend. Vaughn Clark, I see QSI, brother. Good call on that. I've actually got it up here on the side chart. I didn't like it because it's still below the pre-market high. That spike into 163, we're still showing 160. In addition to that, we're still below the aftermarket or the yesterday's high at 164. So I was feeling maybe we could get some sellers at that level. Yeah, because, there could be bag holders from yesterday, but this one was a fantastic look yesterday. We hold the area lows, but we haven't made any new highs today on QSI. It's up 3.8%, Joey.
All right, good look there. Yeah, man, we just like to have fun. I so want to short Apple here. There has to be a pullback coming. There doesn't have to be, though, chase the packs. That's it. There you go. There you go. You can take a look there, Katina Man.
Katina Man is all sorts of amped. He's just back from the gym. $5 in the money. But hold on, Katina Man. Let's also tell them that you added to Apple at $200. So the Katina Man is long on a swing right now at 200 on Apple. So we're going to have to shut him out for that as well. It's heavily in the money.
We give credit where credit is due. Money. Sorry, I mean $6 calls on Grab, not $6.50. Ebbs and flow. Did you post something? I didn't see it, my friend. New highs on Apple, trimming more. Yeah, continue to trim up there, man. This thing is nuts. Hopefully, NVDA continues to tank. Let's break through the support level there on the TQs and maybe get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. I don't like being short, obviously, the NASDAQ when Apple's doing what it wants. So, yeah, but we're in and we're going to hold on. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to try to micromanage manage this position. We cracked the highs, we're out. Other than that, let's diamond hand this all the way down to 101.89 to see if we even get anywhere around that realm on today's session. If Nvidia wants to tank, then absolutely. If we get a pullback in Apple, then we might see that as well too. But we also want to look out for rotations into in the names of Microsoft. What has Microsoft been up to on the day straight? Yeah, it's not bad today. Yeah, it's not horrible. But consistent lower highs here. You can see nice trend line to the downside there on MSFT. Nice look there, but this could be borderline bull flag, right? Like if you want to call it that as well too. So not a horrible look. Let's see what META is up to. META. Mark Zuck, I really liked what he's got going on over there. I know Sharif, you don't like the neural.
I like it, Joey. Don't get me wrong, bro. But I was just saying it's not the most advanced.
No, it's not. It's not. And I guess for my dinosaur self, it's just I was like, I'm watching the keynote, and I'm like, wow,
it was all very impressive.
I just like how it's just like everything's subtle, right? Like you just be like this the whole time. You know, and you don't even really know what it's doing. So yeah, I
people
like
think
it.
that you might have a twitch. You're sitting there going like that with your hand.
Well, hey. Well, I mean,
it doesn't really make a difference.
As people start to adapt them more, then they'll realize that, like, hey, this is what that individual is doing. And I like that you can't see on the other side as well.
And that's what Brendo was saying. So I didn't know that was an issue. But apparently, the older glasses, if you had them right now, I could kind of see a bit of a reflection. But Brendo's saying that's not the case this time.
No, that's
which is good for privacy.
Yeah, I think so.
Because you're doing a little.
I'm just curious, right? Like, I don't have the best eyes. How close is that going to be, right? Like, I'm sure I'm
sure you're going to be able to get it in glasses as well, like prescription glasses.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm assuming.
Maybe.
I don't know. Did he mention that?
So? I don't know. But
well, the Apple, what's it called? What's it called? The Vision Pro. You can put glass inserts.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, they're magnetic.
That's
right?
cool. That's cool.
That's my understanding. I've never used it, though. It's pretty cool.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, man. When the market recovers like this, we're really small, and we take it. This will be our second loss of the day once it cracks through that high. So we're not going to complain about that, Sharif.
All right, man. Shout out to my man, Ozan. Make Lulu to the moon, please. Look, I think Lulu's in trouble, man. I got to tell you, I love Canada. I love my Canadian companies, but Lulu is in some trouble. They're very expensive, and they're kind of losing touch a little bit with, I think, their base. They need more of a social media presence. I just don't see them on there that much. And I know that they're obviously competing with the likes of Gymshark and others who have a very good influencer social media presence. I love Lulu. I think they can definitely recover, but I think the company needs to make some changes and get a little more modern. But let's look at the chart. Let's see where the technical areas of support and resistance are. All right. Let's go to the weekly, Joey, because I think we definitely need a little bit more here because we're at local lows. This is not good. This is not good at all. The only area where I see a possible area of support are the March 2020 lows. We're talking about the COVID lows, okay? That's $130, $128. If you look at the wick, the closing prints, though, they're right here. So this exact area right here is where we closed out on that ugly, ugly week in March of 2020. I'm talking about the week of March 16th. We ended up closing basically break even. Then the next day is when the next week, excuse me, is when we rocketed up, and then we know the story after that. So this is the level, Ozan, going back all the way to March 2020. In addition to that, it was a prior area of resistance back in July of 2018. That same area was a resistance area, a very clear resistance area, a very clear crest on the chart that was tested in March of 2020 and which held on a closing basis, not wick basis. And here we are again, right back at that level. But we are well below the 10 EMA on the weekly, well below the 20. You guys get it. It's not a good looking chart. If there's any, I guess, silver lining is that we're at good support levels right here. But otherwise, Ozan, there's really not much good to say. There's no trend change whatsoever. It's a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. What can you say? So that's the situation. QMCO just took out the day high. It got into 1269er. We went the beak there super quick. Now we're waiting at 75. QMCO, good looking name, man, and it's been quite strong. Initially got in at VWAP at 1120. We exhausted our shares. We got back in once it tested 12 again as a support level. Prior area of resistance, that's why I got back in there. So good look. And then my other very good friend, VERI, right back up into a new high a day, 533. That's a new high a day on VERI. And let's see how QMCO is going. That one we were a little bit of trouble in. Now we're okay. We've got 35s on it showing me 40, so let's wet the beak here. I've still got another profit taker in the high 40s for a beak wetter there. So we'll see if we can get the beak wet, Joey, on UMAC.
Okay.
Return of the Mac.
Oh, that's my.
I know you hate that.
Yeah. It's
sorry,
my,
brother. I'm sorry,
right,
brother.
Man, that's all right.
Yeah. I knew you didn't like that one.
There we go. Apple, man. What Apple go? Katina, man. Face. Hold on, man. What do you? Well, I mean, you don't want me to go down that road there, Katina, man. On what I expect. But yeah, big time move right there in AAPL. Really, really good look. Let's take a look at this name from a daily standpoint. The Qs haven't really caught that bid and gone parabolic just yet, but boom, breaking through that. I was talking about this 240 break not too long ago, so that looks pretty good right there. So yeah, continuing its northeast trajectory. I know, Gaurav, you said you were long Apple, so that's a pretty good look. BBAI is definitely on the run. Let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint. And yeah, I mean, not too bad of a look there off the break, off that $4 level. Nice pump up. So yeah, we're not going to complain about that whatsoever. So not bad there. And yeah, okay, let's see if that's going to be the final push here in Apple. That's a pretty big engulfing candle. Starting to see a little bit of selling pressure. Going to sit in this for not much more. If we get another 1 minute candle opening above these highs and it continues to grind higher, because we have the likes of Nvidia bouncing off support and some of the other mag names bouncing off support levels, don't want to be a part of this whatsoever. And I mean, this is going to be my smallest loss on the day. So I mean, we were nice on iBit and still slightly red on Ethereum, but everything else is substantially larger. But yeah, ready to go.
Good, man. All right, guys, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers what others do not. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, guys, you trade like them. It's regulated in the USA, Canada, as well as Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders worldwide. This is a Trader TV Live exclusive, baby. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. Why is so capitalized there, Joseph? Am I supposed to emphasize so?
Yeah, so.
It feels like the wrong word to emphasize there. So can you.
Yeah, I was going to say
right?
You, right? You want to put you.
Oh, man. Katina, man, how you feeling, brother? I know you were a little bit under the weather. Yeah? I love being close to you because now I've got it, Katina, man.
I can't stop. Just this super spreader. Yeah,
I love it. Yeah. Super spreader. What is this, COVID?
Yeah, that's what
this guy remembers the COVID lingo. God, man, I don't even want to think about those times. Those were.
It wasn't too bad, man. I told you the only issue I really had was just standing in the grocery line.
No, man. I mean, dude.
Other than that, I had a pretty good time.
Joey Options, UMAC. What a beauty. What a beauty, holding off the volume weighted average price like a glove. 12 and a quarter. Where are we long? We're long at $0.33. We just wet the beak there at 60s. This is a range trade in the same way that I was talking about QMCO as a range trade until it's not. It can break in one way or another. It can break down and lose VWAP, in which case we stop out, or it can clear the high of the day, which is the $0.00 of a dollar, $12.68 HOD. And I'll submit to you, it's more like $12.60 that's real the range, because look at the closing prints, very few above that $12.60 area, and here we are right now, and you're seeing a storm get sold at that $12.60. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit above that. You know, if we're in the 60s, where we're going to be waiting. So we're not going to be waiting at $13.69. We're going to be waiting at $12.69, Joey. So let's go ahead and throw that order there. We'll see if we can get that high day break and move along our merry way. We're showing 62s now on the bid. On the ask, excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at the moment, looking for a continuation on UMAC. Otherwise, we continue to trade it as a range. We're going to start the news real soon. It's a bit of a light day today on the news, so I think we can start it a little bit later at around 1 o'clock. Not too many news items, obviously, on the day, but we do want to give everybody the opportunity to give their thoughts and to dive deep a little bit into it. So we'll continue just for another 12 minutes or so, Joey, and then we'll weasel into the news. And Adara's ready to go. Everything's good there. And I'm definitely interested to find out more about the Donald Trump, President Donald Trump and President Xi conversation.
Yeah.
I think that's, obviously it's not just about TikTok. You know that.
No,
it's going to be about many different
more
things.
In depth. Yeah,
of course.
Exactly.
And so I'm all ears. I want to see exactly what the situation is with your boy Donald and your other boy Xi.
Yep.
Looks as if they're going to meet, but they're going to meet at a conference. I was hoping that Donald would weasel on over to China. Him and Melania, First Lady Melania. And then, because that's what President Xi had invited him. It was an invitation.
Do you think Xi would do what Donald did to Putin and just have a little display of military force and fly an insane?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Right?
That's a great question.
So,
and the Chinese are no slouches in military anymore, bro.
Whatsoever.
No slouches.
Anything.
And we saw what happened with India and Pakistan, and how some Eastern weapons versus Western weapons, and what that looked like in real life. So
they have triple the amount of carriers that the U.S. do.
No.
Bro, they have 20.
They have 1 or 2 carriers. The States has
no
the most.
way, bro. I just watched 23 carriers apparently.
Maybe small carriers where helicopters can take off, but long carriers with runways, America dominates in that.
Yeah,
100%.
Let's double check.
Yeah, check with your friend co-pilot.
I'm going Chad.
I'm almost certain that America has way more. It's Joey. I'm pretty certain.
I'm not. Hey man, I'm not doubting. We're gonna check the facts right. Check the facts right now.
All right.
Okay, Bitcoin's going. Everything else is going. I'm gonna type something in. Who has more aircraft carriers?
No. Aircraft carriers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's going to be the U.S., bro. I think they have 11 or something like that, Joey.
The United States. Okay, so okay.
They have 11.
So 11. Yeah.
There you go.
The China only has 3.
Well, bro, but the thing is, China's building islands in the South China Sea, which are essentially they're taking these shallow areas, Joey, where it's kind of maybe 50 feet deep, 20 feet deep, and they're building full big ass islands and making military bases on those islands, obviously, and just making new territory. So there are no slouches. Obviously, the U.S. military is still number 1. That goes without question. But I think need some modernization, more drones, more stuff like that. We'll see how they.
No, I was wrong there. Yeah, absolutely.
All good.
They got more there. So I got out of the TQs. That's enough of that. If we take a small loss, oops, what did I just do? Take a small loss on that. So not worried about it whatsoever. Still have that nice trade on Bitcoin. It's unfortunate that we didn't hold it. I did Devin Haney this one here, just considering. But yeah. Nice move up there. Nice. I mean, I'm not going to call it a big time recovery, but I'm glad that it wasn't just an all-day fader on that one. Getting right back to the entry as TQs, but I'm not even going to bother with that anymore, considering how strong Apple is. Just going to eliminate that from the playbook. We took the stab, it didn't work out, and then that's what we got going on. BBAI still breaking out, so relatively strong. I love that Bitcoin, as I just mentioned, is north of VWAP. Ethereum can't break through it just yet, but maybe that will start to get rolling. My contracts are literally flat. They're not doing anything, but my IBIT contracts were cooking up a storm yesterday. So we locked in some of that there, and still sitting on some of our positions. So yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Good look, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, we're still in VERI now. I did stop out of my QMCO trade because it did lose 12, so we got stopped out for the remaining amount on that one, but we'll still remain positive on this one. I want to remind everybody that I'm in the sim today. I got shut down a little bit early on trying to take a swing at BERA, but we're going to trade in the exact same fashion. Same rules, same everything goes, okay? Nothing changes. So we're going to continue to watch this one. We lost 12 on QMCO. If we regain it and it makes another 5-minute candle, we'll make a new high, I'll know I got stop hunted, in which case I'll be looking to get back in there. My other trade is VERI. I did add into this one near the highs over here at the fifth of $1, and I'm looking for this one to continue into that 5 1/3. It's 533 high, but we didn't get the print because it didn't cross up there, which is okay. So I'll continue to watch that. And then last but not least, UMAC, right? We've been talking about this one basically all day. Still holding a piece here as we continue to range south of that 1260 area. That's why I went the beak quite aggressively there, but I'm happy with my entries on this one, happy with my exits as well, looking to do more on UMAC, UMAC. If there are any new small cap traders or new small cap gappers that are making moves, I'd love to hear about them, guys. Just tag me or Joe and let us know exactly about that. So that's it there. What else you got, Joey? I did not realize, shout out to Jeg, I did not realize you were in the sim. Love that you don't let it bother you based on your demeanor. I would have guessed that good on you. Thanks, brother. But like, you know, it's just, it's part of the business. I mean, can't pretend like I've never been emotional in trading, but if we're going to be emotional every time, it's just not going to be the right business for me. So,
there's no
you know,
chance.
yeah.
Obviously, you feel a type of way, but
no,
you
I
can't.
didn't. I didn't.
Oh,
I was
no,
like,
that's all right.
I was like, okay,
did.
I screwed up. I realized that, you know, I screwed up.
that's
I
what
was
it is.
emotional in the moment, not emotional after.
Yeah,
Because I was
exactly.
adding at
That's what
positions I shouldn't have been adding to. So that to me says irrational,
Yeah,
right?
you
Because
wouldn't
if
think
you were
that was-
rational, you wouldn't have been adding in those positions.
Yeah, that was me on Wednesday. I was just like, you know what, man, I don't really. And then
VRME.
And then for me personally, it's just like, all right, why did I do that? Come back the next day. I was like, Sharif, man, I'm locked in today.
Good,
and
bro.
Bang, 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 bang. Locked in this morning as well.
I don't
too.
even remember the last time I was shut down, so I don't really feel too bad about
Exactly. I wouldn't lose honestly a second of sleep off of that whatsoever. I would actually gain sleep somehow.
No one can put Sharif into sim. Release him. ACB, I freaking love Ozan, man.
Yeah.
Ozan, when I come watch the Cowboys, I'm definitely giving you a shout. You're my kind of guy, bro. I love your sarcastic attitude. Eric, it was BREA. Remember that big mover yesterday that was breaking out because they added crypto to their corporate treasury? So I saw it was up again today. I tried to catch it into a break, and it was the wrong trade, and I paid the price. So that's on me, baby. Grandmother's Garden. Sure, let's just look quickly here at VRME because somebody called out VRME. Not bad, not great. It's got 8.1 million shares for $1. It's respecting trend, to be fair. That 10 EMA is like a glove. So I base my trade on the 10 EMA on the 5. It's up 40%. Respectable look. You're not getting much of a move, but it did start out its life yesterday or this morning below $1, and now it's about 35% above that. So who can argue with that? Anything off that 10 EMA, I would say, is a buy with a possible stop maybe below the 20. That's how I would suggest you do that. Well, who else here? Grandmother's Garden, LEU. Let's have a look at LEU. Not a bad look. It's just $300 though. So it's a little bit outside my wheelhouse with respect to small cap gappers, but this is a good looking trend here. You can't argue with that kind of higher low situation. If you pick it up off the 10 EMA or anywhere in and around the 10 EMA, you've made money, and you've made plenty of money because this thing is up $36 on the day, right? So I'm not saying you would have had lows, but if you got it in any, pullback over here, you're doing real well. So definitely LEU looking fantastic. What is this company? Centrus Energy Group, $5.4 billion market cap. So not a small cap gapper, but one with a good trend on it. IPO alert, PTRN is open. Say less, PTRN. Shout out to my man there, Chart Hustle. All right, let's see what this one is doing. A little bit low on volume. PTRN about 5.21 million shares, but why does it look like it's doing nothing? Because it all came in that opening print right at 1247. All right, guys, PTRN, new IPO. If you guys are interested in that, let's load it up on the trading screen and take a gander of what the time and sales looks like. This is on the NQ, I'm assuming. PTRN, NQ, it is. Decent, Joey, 4 penny spread, not bad, not bad. I don't have any information about this, but I can already tell you it's trading below the IPO price because look at that, it's down on the day, 3.5%. So I don't know where the IPO price was because I didn't do any background information or background look on this one, but it's right at the day's high, right here. This is it, 1350, just took out the day's high. So there we go, we're trending up. Shout out to you, my man, good call out by you. This one is trending up, looking at breaking out here. Okay, 25 pennies above where we called it. Here comes 14 on PTRN, looking go green. This ain't for me, but this is definitely one you can keep an eye on, PTRN IPO. Jay Haas, you're a real one for that, bro. Transparency is rare amongst the trading community. Too much pride at stake, and that's where as traders tend to go wrong. Salute right back to you, bro. I don't take any credit for that. I don't really want to take any credit for taking dumbass trades and getting shut down. But I thank you for the kind words. I do appreciate that, brother. And thank you again for that. Scar Joe Rabbit, FSLY. Let's have a look at Fastly, excuse me. What are we doing here on this? This is the 1 minute. Okay, it looks like a bit of a sell the day kind of thing. Okay, bottomed out there at 8.5, trending back up into 880. What's the catalyst on this, brother? Because I'm not seeing any news item on this, so I'm hesitant to even look at levels. Let's look at the daily quickly over here. Yeah, this is not a good looking chart, I gotta tell you. It looks like you found some support here at $4.5, $5, but not exactly a glowing endorsement. Look at those COVID highs. Yeah, that's just a tough look right there. I don't know about this one, brother. Yeah, that's a gnarly looking COVID high. This thing was $130. Now it's $850. How many stocks can you say that about? That made highs during COVID that they'll never see again?
There's a
lot,
man.
of them. There's got to be a lot.
There's a lot of them.
And this one feels like it. You never really know what this one's future is.
Like,
but
go to Moderna.
mRNA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about that.
Zero chance.
Zero is straight to jail. Look, Joey, they got mRNA technology. If they can get past COVID and stop talking about flu and COVID, because nobody wants to hear it, and start talking about cancer and all that other stuff.
You think they can get? Yeah,
oh goodness, yes. Goodness, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So start using that messenger RNA for something other than COVID, because people have really had enough of that, man.
Yeah.
All right, Joey, let's set up for the news.
Yeah,
what do you got?
Let's do it. I got it. Yeah, ONDS for our good friend Dave in the chat. Yeah, so I am starting to see, so I did see some open interest right there. So that means they're opening up some contracts. So come the 17th, just be prepared, right? That's substantially larger. I'm not saying that it's going to be a wall or anything along those lines. You just want to see how the price reacts around those specific strikes. Let's pull up the actual underlying asset to see what it is and what it's up to. And if that's going to be like a key resistance zone or something, you just try to correlate the two. I don't think my camera's slightly tilted here, guys, so if we can get that, because I don't think it's centered, but I could be wrong as well, too, at the end of the day. I'll just be quiet. Oh, have you? Okay, yeah, it's slightly that way, I guess, to my left. But here it is, right? So that might be coming into play, $7.50 and $9. What is that previous high? Just under $7. Watch out for any form of reaction, and then maybe you get some indecision or anything. If it starts to cool down around those specific areas, then that's going to tell you a lot. Start taking a little bit of profit, leave some for a runner as well, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen Oklo today. Chill Vibes. Sorry,
they're all really strong, right? SMR and E, right?
Chill Vibes asked me if I seen it. Yeah.
All right, let's start the news. Let's start with Tesla, guys, getting an upgrade from Baird on physical AI. What do they mean by that? Well, let's first talk about what they did. They upgraded them to outperform with a new price target and a gnarly increase on the price target, up from 320 into 548 now. They're citing a premium valuation, or they're saying the premium valuation is justified as investors, their focus is shifting from just being a car company to a physical AI company. As we know, Tesla's been very strong lately. At the time of the writing of this article, it's up 24% in the past month. And here's what they're saying with respect to physical AI and their leadership in that space. They're seen as a leader in this space as a result of their development in robotics, self-driving, robo-taxi development, and analyst Ben Callow, he noted the muted stock reactions to weak earnings suggest to him and Baird that the market is looking beyond the near-term results of these weak deliveries, and they're looking to physical AI. We'll pause for a second here, Joey.
All right, guys, each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. As he listed, Orgenex Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way, guys.
All right, so let's talk about what we mean by that. So here's what the market is looking for in terms of upcoming reveals. Things that we already know about, Assassino. Next-gen Optimus, obviously. New robo-taxi markets. We've seen the robo-taxi roll out, in certain jurisdictions, but they're not even supposed to call it robo-taxi because they don't have clearance in California. We also know Musk's compensation package also being looked at as a possible tailwind here as shareholders want to see Elon Musk at the helm. More affordable Tesla vehicles. We've been calling this the Model 2 or the Model Q, whatever you want to call it. And the energy storage and the software that comes with that. That's been a big mover for them. It's been growing faster than any other division that they have, but very spoken little about is what I mean to say. So here's what Elon's pay package looks like. So Tesla's proposed pay package for Elon ties rewards to aggressive product and financial milestones. The targets include the following: 20 million vehicles delivered annually, 10 million full self-driving subscriptions, 1 million robots and 1 million robo-taxis deployed, not produced, but sold and deployed. And a market cap threshold as high as 8.5 trillion. Let's talk about Baird's bull case and base case. Their base case is Tesla hits a minimum target of 5.5 trillion in valuation they're saying by 2035, with a share price of around $1,400. Their bull case is that Tesla doubles the milestones with a $12 trillion valuation and $3,000 stock price. Needless to say, Joseph, these are very ambitious goals and highly speculative.
Yeah, they're extremely ambitious and optimistic, in my opinion. But I mean, if Katina Man gets FSD, he's already pretty much already halfway there. So on the subscriptions, and I'm pretty sure he's going to lock into that. But in all seriousness, guys, I think I'm not going to say it's a stretch or anything, because in a span of 10 years, obviously anything can happen. But from a market cap standpoint, that's going to be absolutely insane. And if Tesla's going to be at 8.5 trillion, I'm just saying, obviously, with the bull case and being optimistic, what are the likes of Apple and Nvidia and Microsoft going to be trading at? I'm going to stick by my guns and say that I believe that autonomy is going to be the way of the future. It's just the evolution of, I think, the human race. And anything is achievable. I just think it might be a little bit of a stretch.
$5.5 trillion valuation, Adara, by 2035. That's their base case. Thoughts?
This is Kathy Wood levels of optimism. We've heard Kathy Wood's fun little price targets on Tesla and things like that. But no, in all seriousness, the biggest thing that strikes me as kind of interesting about this note is that they're like, oh, well, you know, people are valuing it as an AI company more than a car company. And their first aspect of their target is car deliveries. So I don't know. I mean, I'm the type of person where I don't want to speculate too much on the future, because I'm not quite sure that you know, is what I'm here to do. That being said, I think that, you know, obviously with Elon Musk making these efforts, I think there's definitely potential for Tesla to grow to an extent. And the Tesla final tranche payment goal for market cap is roughly in between these two market cap ranges provided by Baird. We've got 5.5 and then 12. I think Elon's is like 8.5 that he has to make for the pay package. So interesting look. I think, like, honestly, if anything, it just makes Elon's pay package goal a little bit more realistic sounding, if anything.
Fair. Thank you, Adara, for that. Let's go on. Okay, I'm hearing myself echo. It's not going to work out for me. All right, so let's talk about Nvidia making a $900 million AI talent grab. We were talking about Zuck to no end, I should say, poaching talent. Now Nvidia is doing it. In fact, they paid over $900 million in a cash and stock transaction to hire Fabrica CEO Roshan Sankar and a team of employees that come along with him, while also, with the same $900 million, licensing the startup's networking technology. Let's talk a little about this. This allows Nvidia to kind of secure talent as well as intellectual property without actually having to buy out the company and face regulatory hurdles by the SEC. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has news.
UTT getting some volume. Elon Musk posting kind of a cryptic tweet. So he's quote tweeting a post from September 30th, 2019 by former Vice President Kamala Harris saying that Donald Trump's Twitter account should be suspended. Now, almost 6 years later, Elon Musk is posting this emoji in reply to that post. So this basically is some people thinking that if, I guess, the account does get suspended, Trump will be on Truth more. Either way, this did lead to a spike in DJT, which of course is Trump Media and Technologies, which runs Truth Social. Volume spike on this as well. Back to you.
Assuming he doesn't like the whole thing with, what's that guy's name again? Kimmel. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. Let's go on. So in Fabrica, what do they do? Right? So they're paid $900 million for this. What did they do? So they develop hardware solutions that connect over 100,000 GPUs into a unified cluster. We know that was one of Elon's, major achievements. The fact that he strung, 100,000 of these H100s together at a time when he did it, when you're only stringing in about 30,000 of these. So now, obviously, this seems to be the standard because that's what this company does. The tech that they bought here from Fabrica could help deliver integrated AI systems that operate as a single supercomputer. And obviously it gives them the ability to support large-scale data centers like Microsoft's new $4 billion one in Wisconsin. Unlike the previous, though, single processor setups like the A100, NVIDIA's Blackwell, the B200 and the GB200, their Blackwell generation racks now have about 72 GPUs per system. So this deal complements NVIDIA's push for scalable turnkey AI infrastructure. Joey, so again, we see a lot of acquisitions from other Mag 7 names. Nice to see one from NVIDIA here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good look. You got Jensen taking a page out of Mark's book here and acquiring some talent. I think that's positive. We haven't seen that in the likes of Apple, so very, very interesting on that front. And it's essentially what Elon did not too long ago. He strung a bunch of these together and made a super, right? And made like a super computer or whatever it was. But now you got this company here, so not too bad of a look. I think that's just a drop in the bucket for Nvidia cash-wise, so not too bad of a look there, obviously. But other than that, taking a page out of Meta's book.
Good acquisition, Adara, or kind of maybe wasteful spending?
To burn, right? And as you said, they're the company out of the Mag 7s that I feel like we see with the least investment announcements. And I think also, to go back to the Intel buy a bit, just to kind of make a larger point, NVIDIA seems the type, unlike this massive Mark Zuckerberg AI push, they're not going to do anything completely out of the blue, right? They have a plan, they have a goal. And I also want to remind people of that as well, because yesterday, during this joint press conference that Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, had with Lip-Bu Tan, CEO of Intel, they just made that deal. Jensen Huang did clarify that, hey, like NVIDIA is still going to have their relationship with ARM. That's not going to be impacted by the Intel deal. You know, we still love working with Taiwan Semis. So I think Jensen's really good at balancing priorities. I mean, like I said, this is the type of thing where I kind of want to see if and how it actually impacts the company before I comment too much on it. But I know AMD made an acquisition like a year ago, so it's not completely out of the blue for these chip names to try to make these acquisitions, to try to do these investments or, you know, M&A type things. If anything, it seems like it's past time for NVIDIA to do that, and I trust Jensen.
Sounds good. So I want to add a little bit of something here. Specifically, this is what the Chinese are doing. So they can't get their hands on these H100s or anything, you know, remotely better than the H20. So what they're doing is they're using the Huawei Ascend, and they're stringing these things 200,000-300,000 together. And according to the reports that are coming out of China, they're weaker on a per GPU basis, but when strung together, at least in practical output, they're able to achieve very similar, if not the same results with lesser H100. So obviously more CapEx has to be spent because you're having more GPUs that you got to string together. And as well, obviously the networking of these GPUs is as important as the GPUs. They all have to be in sync, otherwise it doesn't work. And keeping them all in sync is very challenging, hence why Jensen went to see what Elon did in Memphis, because nobody believed it was doable at the time. In any event, so this is something that we've been seeing a lot more of ever since Elon announced it, where they're stringing these together. Now the Chinese are trying to use it to kind of circumvent some of these export restrictions. So this seems to be in vogue right now, at least for data center build-out. That's kind of my 2 cents here. Let's go on to the next topic, Joey. But we just got a super chat here, so maybe we can pause. You can have a look at that one for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been watching you guys every day for the last 6 months, and I don't even day trade. I just purchase the stocks you guys talk about, SMR, QUBT, and SoFi. This last week has been crazy. Thank you. I mean, yeah, there you go. It's that simple at the end of the day. Just, but no, obviously being slightly sarcastic. Yeah, I mean, those things are absolutely
Getting, João.
Yeah, go João.
João, yeah, he's probably either Portuguese or Brazilian. It's going to be one or the other.
But I mean, he's got a euro up there, so we're going to it's a euro.
So then he's probably Portuguese. Yeah.
So shout out to João. Yeah. My dad's buddy's name.
Yeah, is it?
My buddy's dad's name.
João, you said it very good. Assassino's very impressed, bro.
Let's go, man. I'm telling you that. Yeah, yo hablo español.
Did you look at SoFi for him?
No.
Oh, he doesn't want SoFi.
He's saying he just says he doesn't. He just says he buys the stocks like SMR,
thank you very much.
SoFi, and everything. Last week has been crazy. No, thank you very much. I hope. And you know what I'm going to say, João. Don't spend it all in one place. Diversify.
Shout out to João Pedro.
Yeah, so diversify in your spending, because.
Should we do a little bit of FedEx here, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's FedEx at right now?
They got an upgrade this one.
Well, they are reported, right?
Yeah.
They're up 2.5, a little bit less. So they reported Earnings yesterday, adjusted EPS beat the street's expectations, coming in at $3.83. The street wanted $3.59 on revenue of $22.24 billion, again beating expectations. The street was looking for $21 2/3 billion. Net income growing from last year. They took home about $820 million as profit. That's up from $790 million in profit they had last year. Their U.S. average daily package volume rose about 6% year over year, but that's the good news. What's the bad news here? Their freight segment weighed on performance due to lower revenue and higher wage costs. Remember, they had to pay their employees. UPS, FedEx, they had to, I think it was 2023 or early 2024 when they had some union issues. Now, let's talk about the trade headwinds, because it's not all sunshine and rainbows for FDX. In fact, they're facing a $150 million trade-related headwind. Why? A major factor was the removal of the de minimis $800 duty-free exemption, which Donald Trump removed via executive order. So the likes of Temu and Shein, who are Chinese sellers, use that sort of exception to bring in their product to the United States tax-free. And since a large share of the small package volume for FDX originated in China, they've had to adjust the strategy to kind of get around that. Now, they're guiding decent here, full year 2026 EPS in line with the estimates. Likewise, with revenue, they're gauging revenue to grow about 4 to 6% for full year 2026. That's ahead of the street's expectation of 1 to 2%. And they also want to spin off that freight division, the one that's losing money right now. They're actually looking to spin it off by June, Joey, of next year. So we may see something like, GE Vernova make a scene.
Yeah. I mean, so FedEx did get the upgrade this morning, guys, and UPS got the downgrade, actually, a lowered price target or to from a neutral to sell or something along those lines. But let's take a look at what they've been up to from a daily standpoint. I remember, I think it might have been Neil or Cantina and I when we seen that they were going to look to split there. We reported it wasn't yesterday, it was their previous quarter when I think it was initially announced. But as for stock appreciation, you're up 20% off of the April lows. But if you zoom out and just take a look at this thing from a daily standpoint, I hope they pay a really good dividend. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be getting involved in it just yet, considering. But there is some key support and resistance zones that if it breaks through, then you might be lucky enough to catch a breakout on this name.
All right, Adara, what's your take?
I think it's just funny to kind of compare them for a second. The way that FedEx and UPS, even with one getting upgrade, one getting downgrade, their revenue over the years, this is their annual revenue, it tracks each other to a pretty crazy way. If you look at this here, if you can just go to my screen for a second, UPS, I mean, their revenue is slightly larger than FedEx, but the trends in the revenue are almost identical, which is interesting. It shows that, this industry, I guess, tends to perform whatever way, regardless of the brand. I think this is a better report than I was necessarily expecting for FedEx. I think the biggest issue is just maybe that impact from the de minimis that we heard about. That could be an impact on the fiscal year. But we'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. That's just guidance for now. And I think that if they guided this impact and then we actually get better than expected, or I guess less of a hit than expected, that's probably a great look for the company. The fact that the midpoint's in line with estimates for their EPS guide, I think is fine. Revenue growth projection was way better than expected. I think that's probably the best thing for this report. But yeah, not too much to say. Solid. We'll have to see what happens.
Apple's iPhone global launch, strong early demand being reported as AI questions remain. So what am I talking about? Apple launched the iPhone 17 series worldwide today alongside the new Apple Watch and AirPods Pro model. Customers lined up overnight in major cities like Beijing, London, Singapore, Dubai. They're all there, and as well as online. China remains, though, a very, very important part for Apple. So let's talk about how they're doing, or the demand for the new iPhone in China. Early demand, at least, has been robust. If you believe JD.com, they reported iPhone 17 pre-orders in the first minute surpassed the entire first day of volume for the iPhone 16 series. That speaks volumes there, no pun intended. JD.com also reported trade-in sales for the new iPhone were 4 times higher than they were last year. Customers cited many reasons for why they're upgrading: new design, improved heat dissipation, larger storage, premium features, all as reasons for switching. And I've seen videos make their way on TikTok of people trying to break the iPhone Air. It seems to be, at least for the moment, indestructible. Assassino, perhaps I'll send that to you and we could maybe show it over here. So I'll send that once we're done, and then Joey Options starts giving us his take there. So I'll get that to you in a second. Let's talk about what else. Obviously, AI still very much a question. Questions do linger over Apple's artificial intelligence strategy. Experts believe that Apple still has a runway to catch up, but the pressure is on, Joey. So what's your look here? Apple up 245, 3% on the day.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the super cycle as well. You're looking for about 15% growth in sales. And there's some projections that you're going to probably get around maybe high single digits, maybe even 10% growth in sales, which I think is going to be phenomenal for it. We didn't get the super cycle that we were looking for in the 16. Is the 17 going to do that? Maybe. Also with the release of the Slim. I know a lot of people are speaking highly about it. Our guy Marquez was speaking worlds about the Slim. He just, it's shocking how thin it actually is. So yeah, we'll be patient and wait and see. But other than that, I think it's a pretty good look that you're starting to get an uptick in sales for the 17 there.
Yeah, it's not a bad look. Adara, what's your take on the early demand?
That it seems like a good thing, right? You want to have that demand. I'm never quite sure what qualifies as a super cycle, so we'll have to wait and see if that's what happens here.
15%.
But again, I think the AI concern could still potentially be a thing. That being said, though, with Apple, at least we get some kind of development on the hardware. I think the fact that you've got the Slim phone and that is apparently being well received, maybe a nice look. I still have the iPhone SE, so I really can't comment on the new phones. But, as long as they're performing well, the fact that they're not breaking seems like a good sign, I guess.
Quantum stock surge, Ionic, Rigetti, D-Wave, they're all in focus. What a day, what a week they've had as of late. So quantum computing stocks have delivered very strong gains this year, supported by tech breakouts and growing demand for that next-gen computing. For example, Ionic announced fresh advancements at the Qubits 2025 conference. For their part, Rigetti, they secured a $45 million defense contract from the Air Force Research Laboratory. And D-Wave Systems, they made strides in what they're calling annealing-based systems, building traction, with enterprise clients, etc. Despite the rally, though, quantum stocks still remain relatively small compared to the semiconductor industry. Just by way of comparison, obviously this is not a fair comparison, but I'm drawing this for the sake of making a point. $25 billion market cap for IonQ. Nvidia is like almost $4 trillion. Where is it at right now? It's at 4.2 trillion. So yeah, clearly a big runway still for these quantum names. The technical view, Joey, here for IonQ chart shows an explosive breakout over the past 2 weeks. Rigetti and D-Wave also show very strong setups, but IonQ remains the leader in liquidity as well as price action. So we'll kind of see. Yeah, there's the chart on IonQ there. It's a fantastic look.
Yeah, I think and just to add to your point there, Sharif, I think this was the leader for some time, right? I think a lot of people liked, obviously, IonQ a little bit more than some of the other names, but they look fantastic, right? This is insane. If you go back to October of 2024, so just a little bit up from a month from now, less than a couple weeks, you're almost at 1,000% return, and that's the thing, right? That's hindsight and what if trading. We don't really do that, but it's a really, really good look, and I'm curious to see, just from a market cap standpoint, you can see the difference in the divergence between them, and I'm curious if the quantum space ever hits those market caps of $1 trillion. I think you're still sitting pretty good, in my opinion, if it does hit that ever, and I think there's a chance. I would never rule it out.
Adara, what do you make of this breakout here? Is this a legitimate breakout, or is this a fade, possibly? What's your thinking?
I don't know. I mean, I think the fact that they all had catalysts this week shows that they do kind of tend to move in tandem. And with that in mind, I do want to bring up this infographic. This is as of July 2025, but it really shows the monthly performance in each of these quantum tickers, right, starting in November 2024. So with that in mind, regardless of how they actually performed in the month, they all tend to perform kind of similarly, right? So I think you really see that. And even the fact that now they're coming out with catalysts at the same time, I think is pretty significant. In the last, 48 hours, you've had catalysts for IonQ, QBTS, and Rigetti. So I think, Sharif, you know me, I'm never going to really try to pick a direction. I don't like speculating like that, but I will say, I think whenever they do, they're probably going to continue to move in lockstep. The fact that they're all kind of trying to push these all-time highs, pushing out with news, I think that lockstep could potentially be higher, but again, don't want to speculate too hard.
Yeah, that's fair, Dara. I just want to remind everybody that some of the hyperscalers, they're also investing in quantum. Meta, Google, Amazon have all increased their quantum investments in parallel with AI. Obviously, they're not spending nearly as much on AI. So here it is. Assassino, thank you for doing that. So right now on the screen, that's the iPhone Slim. And this guy is trying to destroy it. So you can't hear the audio, obviously, but he's actually pushing real hard. He's going to bring a hammer now. He's going to try to smash the screen. So unless you really think that this is all made up, to me, this is good because I was concerned about this, Joey. Recalling I don't know if you guys remember, the iPhone 6S, their first move into the bigger screens, Joey, back, I think it was 14 or 13, maybe 15, 2015, when they went into the big screens, and that 6S was bending, bro, when you put it in your pocket, not trying to bend it on a table. So clearly, if you believe that video is true, that's some good advancement right there.
That's fantastic stuff. The guy couldn't bend or break it. The other ones, I remember people were putting it in and it had like a little bit of a bend.
He wants a demo with my phone on Monday.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
go, man.
for sure.
Try it out.
What a guy, bro.
So
sorry to interrupt you,
Boston
Joey.
says he has 100 shares of QBTS.
Bengate, yes. Robert
at
Woods.
$3.65. Nice look there. But no, I think it's a good advancement, as you just mentioned there, Sharif. I'm all out of, I got out of Nvidia. I'm going to probably just sit on my hands for the rest of the day.
All right.
I'm not going to trade anymore. Hold on to the green.
Yeah, hold on to the green, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's the look there. Let's move on to the next story. CrowdStrike. What a freaking day this stock had yesterday. This was trading like a small cap gapper. CRW freaking D jumped 12.5% yesterday after executives laid out what they're calling a long-term growth plan at the Falcon investment briefing out in Vegas. Management forecasts non-GAAP operating margins to rise decently in 26 and even more in 27. Their free cash flow margins also expected to expand in both full year 26 and 27. ARR, annual recurring revenue, a very important metric for a company like this because you want to make sure you have the same customers in addition to adding to them, not just one-off. Also projected to grow healthy amounts in full year 26 and full year 27. And they're saying longer term, but they're looking down to 29. Full year 29, margins are targeted at 28 to 32%. Initially, I thought that wasn't good, right? Because when we look at SaaS and services, sometimes we're talking about 70, 80% gross margins. But then I started looking at the comps, the comparables, and this is quite good. In fact, it's at the higher end of the range. So the market was, justified in really being exuberant about this. As we know, Joey, CrowdStrike is positioning itself as a leader in securing AI agents. We'll be hearing of that a lot more. To capitalize, the company announced the acquisition of Pangea, not the old continent, but the company. The rise of AI-driven cyber threats is very good for the company, not good for us, but good for the company, because it's expected to be a major long-term growth driver. As AI becomes more clever, and cybersecurity has to adjust as well, game of cat and mouse, right? And they're projecting, Joey, total addressable market, the TAM, is going to grow to 140 billion in 26 and 300 billion by the next decade, by the end of this decade.
I mean, we remember the blackout that happened when they were doing the software update or whatever it was. What does the market think about that? Yeah, it's irrelevant. That's gone in the wind. I know a while ago they were still facing a little bit of issues, so they had to pay up a little bit of money, I believe, on that one there. But off of these September lows, you're up 24%, a little bit more than that. It's a fantastic look. And if we go across some of the other names, I think cybersecurity obviously is going to be extremely important. PanW is going to break out here, Sharif, so that's looking pretty good. We got the likes of Zscaler as well, too. Not a horrible look. Hammer candle off of those lows and starting to bounce. I don't know, did you see PanW's daily? Did you see it?
What?
Did you see PanW's daily?
Yeah, I know. I don't talk about that. You already know that.
Breakout. It's going to break out.
Yeah, well, whatever.
It's good, man.
Okay, Adara, what do you make of CrowdStrike?
Yeah, I like this is interesting too. We had that massive move on this when this came out, I guess, between Wednesday and Thursday. Tons of analyst notes on it on Thursday as well. Today, definitely a little bit choppier, but the fact that it's holding up relatively decently around 500 is a nice sign. We're near all-time highs on it. I think that's a good look, and I think the market seems to be responding well, as you would expect. Now, one thing, too, Sharif, that you touched on as well is the total addressable market, right? And we had Joe touch on that as well, looking at these other charts for other oh my gosh, sorry, cybersecurity company. So how I interpret that is this is not just a good look for CrowdStrike, this is a good look for the whole space. Now, CrowdStrike, obviously, the individual catalyst, this one had that move yesterday intraday for a stock like this and then to close near day's highs is pretty wild as someone who trades and watches these stocks quite frequently. So yeah, I think that the fact that this total addressable market can increase, especially with the AI innovation, I think, when your market's increasing, that also implies increases for all your competitors. But if CrowdStrike's trying to get a leg up there with an acquisition and with AI, I think that maybe makes it stand out. We'll have to wait and see.
Lennar reported earnings they miss, which raises questions for the home builders outlook. Let's see the chart on Lennar, the daily over here. Let's see, because they reported earnings. Let's take a quick look at LEN. This is the weekly. Okay. So, yeah, we're still well off all-time highs. We were finding a bit of a base there on Lennar at $100, moving up into that 140, but it looks like we're encountering resistance at least in the mid-140s to 150s, so not a good look. What does the daily look like? Let's just look at the daily super quick. Yeah, very similar. Right back down into the 200. Let's see if it holds that 200 EMA, okay? So that's what we'll be looking at there. So they reported Q3 earnings. Their EPS came in at $2 a share, which missed the $2.12 expected by the street, and is also down sharply from what they printed a year ago, which was $3.59. So clearly something is afoot. We know what it is. Obviously, the housing market is weak. Revenue came at $8.81 billion, just below the $9.04 billion expectations, but up slightly from the $9.42. That can't be. 8.42 that they printed last year. The stock has fallen about 2.5% year to date at the time of the writing of this article, which is obviously lagging behind the S&P, which is about 12 and a bit. Up on the year. The home building sector, that's the problem. It's under pressure with earnings and demand trends tied to the broader housing affordability and rate-sensitive conditions, hence why we've been talking about rates for so long. Competitors like KBH, KB Home, is due to report next week as well, so we'll be definitely looking to make comparisons between their report and Lennar. And is expected for KBH anyway to show a year-over-year decline of about 26.5%. Analysts are forecasting even worse projections for them, so we'll keep an eye out on that when they do report. The analyst estimates for the full year, for the guidance for Lennar, they're guiding full year 2025 EPS on $9.04 on revenue of $35.2 billion. For the current quarter, though, Joey, they're guiding EPS of $2.65 on revenue of $10.25 billion.
Yeah, so I mean, we can take a look at this name from that previous peak, and you're still down 31%. I mean, I thought that this 25 bips was going to do a little bit more for this market, and I guess it's doing pretty good, right? Considering you have some of the major averages putting in some highs. Crypto space was relatively weak, but as for the home builders, I know people are looking for the lower mortgage rates to refinance, and then obviously the consumer slightly slowing down as well too. But I think prices are still relatively high, and then with the bips and then the lower mortgage rates coming in, I think it's going to add a little bit of fuel to the home sector.
That's fair, Joe. Yeah, that should be a good look, especially with the rates coming down.
Like an uptick, maybe. I don't think anything's changed. They're supposed to be cool until 2026. Mid-2026, you're supposed to see prices still steadily decline, nothing substantially, but then apparently it's going to pick up after that. So
before we bring in Adair, I just want to give you just from us in Canada. What's up, Randy? So there's nothing coming to market all of 27 and 28 because I'm talking about condos and new builds. There's nothing coming to market because if they were going to come to market, they would have had to have met all the deadlines by now. So we know for a fact that there will be a shortage of supply in 27 and 28. What does that do? That puts us a bottom on the price, even though we don't have a lot of demand because people don't have the money and interest rates remain high. There's not going to be that sort of increasing supply and lesser demand. So the supply is going to flatline while demand still, continues to increase gradually.
So I mean, I was looking at I was listening to some Doug Ford stuff the other day, and he's not going to meet his quota.
No,
right?
He's not.
He's not going to meet that quota.
The builders don't want to build, Joey.
They don't want to build. The cost of borrowing is too high, I guess. But it's still insane, the prices of some of these condos.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, how can someone even ask for that?
And they're shoeboxes.
Shoeboxes, bro.
And another thing. Yeah, they are, dude. Randy, exactly what's up.
And I said this before, so the minimum square foot here in Ontario or in Toronto,
300 or 400,
it's like 350, 400. So it doesn't have to be big. So it's like the Juliet with you have to have the, what is the folding bed?
The Murphy bed.
Murphy bed, right? Yeah. Which is absolutely sickening. And they're asking for $600,000, $700,000 for something for 400 square feet.
Well,
what is that a square foot? That is insane.
And can you also mention the fact that the assignment sales are through the roof? Give you a little anecdotal.
Through the roof?
Through the roof. People can't close.
Oh, okay.
Because they bought in 21 at 800,000, and now they're assigning it at 500, and they have a mortgage for 300,000 with no house, an unsecured loan of $300,000.
Yeah.
You know how many stories we're seeing like this on the news consistently?
Yeah, a lot.
People are underwater.
Yeah,
You've seen this as well? Yeah, it's a tough
I mean,
look.
At one point when you were scrolling through during QT and when the rates were being hiked here, you could just see people just getting pushed out of their mortgage, whoever had variables, and you're just seeing the losses.
Hate to say it, bro.
Yeah, you hate to say it, and you see the losses that some of these people were taking on their houses because they couldn't afford to carry the mortgage. It's like they're buying something for $1.5 million. They have to sell it for $1.2 million, $1.1 million, and you're just sitting on that. You're sitting on that $400,000 loss. You still owe the bank that money at the end of the day, and it's like, how do you pay it back when your most leveraged asset,
up the yin yang.
Your most leveraged asset isn't working for you.
No. Yeah.
Right?
Well said.
Right?
Well said.
Right?
The one that you're supposed to have the equity in.
Exactly. So.
Let's see what Adara has to think about this. Adara, Lennar.
Yeah, Lennar, I mean, I think one thing, too, is that if we're comparing it to KB Homes, I do think it's really worth noting that KB Homes is in a very different place from Lennar, as you guys mentioned, but I think, like, looking at it visually, this is staggering. So there's this Lennar's annual revenue from 2009 to 2024. The yellow is KB Homes, and, like, to say it's distinctly different is putting it so mildly, not even just, like, the actual revenue numbers themselves, but the trajectory of the growth. Like, even when you looked at UPS versus FedEx a couple slides ago, sure, one was making more than the other, but the trajectories were identical. This is not the case here. Lennar, even, regardless of this report, does seem to be growing a bit better than KB Homes to do a bit of a comparison, right? Like, KB Homes, that revenue is pretty stagnant on a year-over-year basis. We're going to have to wait and see, I guess, how KB Homes actually performs. Maybe it shows up Lennar, who knows? But I think right now the trajectory does seem to be Lennar on an annual basis, more or less will grow revenue, even if it has to stagnate a bit. Let's see if 2025 gives us a bit of this breakout, because if we do look at this pattern, suggests we could get a bit of a push this year for Lennar's revenue.
Thank you, Adara. All right, let's go on to GE Healthcare, weighing options for spinning off its China unit amid headwinds. So GE Healthcare is working with advisors to explore options for China operations, including a potential outright sale or sale of a stake and or partnership. The China unit could be valued in the billions of dollars, though talks remain at an early stage and no firm valuation has been disclosed by the company or anybody else. Bloomberg was the first to report this, but GEH, that's the ticker of GE Healthcare, has not confirmed, saying it doesn't respond to rumors. As we know, GE Healthcare manufactures like CAT scans, MRI machines, other medical devices, and they manufacture them in China out of 6 different factories. Revenue from China did fall 15% last year in 2024, pressured obviously, in this year, pressured by tariffs, competition, and political headwinds. In July, the CEO of GEHC said he's shifting capacity to a tariff-friendly region to mitigate the risk. Didn't really disclose more on that. The U.S. business for them, for GE Healthcare, U.S. businesses are growing more cautious on China. Only 41%, believe it or not, are optimistic about the 5-year outlook, the lowest level since 1999. So political tensions, Joey, slowing growth, and domestic competitions weighing a little bit here on GEH.
Yeah. Let's take a look at it here.
Sorry.
GEHC, there you go, GE Healthcare. Not too bad of a look. Yep, we'll fire that up too. I got a lot going on looking at charts here. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. Now, new traders, listen up. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now.
Boom.
All right, guys, so GE Healthcare. Let's take a look. Down 20% off of those previous pivot highs, and then also in the likes of being up 29% off of those lows. You can obviously pick your poison with this one. I just think some of the healthcare space is in tough right now. We can go through some of the names. We obviously look at Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, Moderna, Pfizer, whatever it may be. It's taking a walloping compared to what the NASDAQ has been up to. I think it's up a measling 1.2% year to date or something along those lines. So it's not doing very good whatsoever.
All right. What do you make of this? Adair looking to spin off their China division and or shift to more tariff-friendly jurisdictions?
I mean, I think both of those options, either way they do it, it really echoes what we're seeing in other sectors. We know Starbucks, for example, is reportedly trying to spin off its China business. And then we also know that we've got companies like a lot of these, Lululemon, et cetera, or even Apple, right, trying to switch to India rather than relying on China. It makes a lot of sense for tariff reasons and also for geopolitical reasons, right? So I think with GEHC, this is just another side of the same coin. And I suspect you're going to probably hear a lot more of this from companies that are maybe more reliant on China, especially if their revenue or projected revenue is going to maybe take a bit of a hit on China. So I think this is natural. I think it makes sense. I think whatever route they go with it, because we've seen companies, as I just mentioned, that have considered or are considering both. I think it does make sense. We'll have to wait and see how all of that unfurls. But yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty par for the course, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Adara. Let's go to the last story now. Intel downgraded despite the Nvidia partnership. Who's downgrading Intel? Citi, that's who. And they downgraded it from a neutral to a sell. Really? I mean, the Nvidia news really bothered you that much, Citi? Like,
they were haters.
They were straight up haters, Adara. Even after the $5 billion Nvidia investment we talked about yesterday, they did raise the price target. So they dropped it from a neutral to sell, but they did raise the price target from 24 to 29. But that still implies about a 5% downside from the time that this article was written. Analyst Christopher Danley said the stock is pricing in foundry success, and Citi sees that as highly unlikely. So we'll stop for a second over here and just get into the nitty-gritty of the deal between Intel and Nvidia. This is a product deal, and it's going to be on CPUs for PCs as well as data centers. But under no circumstance is Nvidia shifting its production of advanced AI GPUs from Taiwan Semi to Intel. They are not doing that. As such, they are not going to use Intel's foundry business, and that's what everybody was looking for, and that's what Christopher Danley is talking about there. So despite all that, Intel surged 22% in a single day after announcing that $5 billion investment, the best day it's had since 1987. Under the deal, Intel will integrate NVIDIA's GPUs into its CPUs and also build CPUs for NVIDIA's AI platform. Despite the headlines, Citi believes the addressable market for this collaboration is only like $1 to $2 billion and too small to kind of move the needle for their valuation. They're also arguing that NVIDIA's tech integration won't make Intel CPUs more competitive, since CPU performance itself, not graphics, is what drives the PC performance. And rival AMD already offers strong, what they call multi-core CPUs at lower cost, leaving Intel sort of at a disadvantage. So, Joseph, I was kind of optimistic once we heard this headline that maybe the foundry business by Intel would get used. But let's also be as honest as possible. NVIDIA already knew about Intel's processes, the 18A and the 14A nodes that they make these GPUs at. They passed on it. They didn't like it. And now they're investing in this company, but not using, you know, that main product that moved the needle.
Well, I mean, we knew that this is Intel's issue, right? They have no like legitimate hyperscale style customer. And as you mentioned yesterday, was NVIDIA slightly persuaded by someone in the current administration?
Oh, I have no idea.
To put a little cash in there? I mean, it's nothing substantial. If it's like $4 or $5 billion, that's again a drop in the bucket.
How could you suggest that,
Yeah, no,
Joseph?
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't like. Hey, it's a coincidence, but if it's not going to hold any weight, and if they can't build their customer base, this could be a totally fake breakout from a technical standpoint. The market already not liking it. You get that pump, you get somewhat of a squeeze, but it looks like it's going to come back and fill up the majority of that gap. They need more customers, and that's where I'm going to stand with Intel. Until you start to see some things reflect in their earnings report, then just expect it to continue to do what it's been doing for the past couple of years.
Fair. All right, Adira, look, they're not using the foundry business, which obviously is a bit of, a letdown because they built these things. They have one under construction in Ohio. They canceled the Poland and Germany ones, but they still have some foundries. But those aren't going to be used by Nvidia.
Yeah, Jensen was actually pretty pragmatic about the foundries. They were asked about the foundries, and he very politely was like, I'm just not that into you. Maybe we're better as friends. So he basically friend-zoned the foundries, which was, again, Jensen is really wholesome, so it wasn't as rude as that might sound, but that was clearly the implication. I do have a couple other angles, though, I want to take on this, Sharif. So first, I do want to address the implications that were just made about the Trump administration here. I know I have the biggest skeptic of all time, and I don't trust anything. Even I actually don't think that there's any correlation.
Oh,
and
I
say
disagree.
that because we know that we did have Jensen Huang saying this deal has been in talks for roughly a year, I believe he said. He said, obviously, the Trump administration is probably happy that we did this, but I didn't tell them we were going to do this. They didn't know we were going to do this. They didn't ask me to do this. And I'm tempted to believe him.
I'm not.
I will say that. I will start with that. I understand the timing is really odd. And I know usually I'd be the first person trying to find the receipts here. I haven't seen anything to suggest that it happened. And
well, we know that Jensen and Donald have no qualms about striking deals, especially about...
And I initially, the first thing I thought was, oh my gosh, this has to be connected. And the more I thought about it, I was like, maybe I'm being too much of a conspiracy theorist. Now, obviously they could be connected, but again, I want to see a little bit harder evidence before I opine further on that. I also want to talk about, Sharif, the other interesting aspect of this. Intel also got an upgrade today.
Oh.
And honestly, for basically the opposite reasons that we had the downgrade, which is really interesting. Benchmark here with a nice little $43 price target at Intel. Your eyes are not deceiving you. $43 and a buy rating. And they actually argue, Sharif, that, hey, you know what? Not only could Nvidia end up being a foundry customer, they could become Intel's largest foundry customer. So a lot of this benchmark upgrade seems to be a little bit optimistic, to put it lightly. But either way, it is an interesting read. Last but not least, I do want to address our friend Donald Trump and this real Truth Social post that he shared today. And I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see what's on his screen. This is an AI image of Trump seemingly right at the break of dawn trading Intel on trading monitors from his White House Oval Office desk. This is a real thing that was shared, and there will be a Truth Social post, or an update rather, to a longer stream of, not Truth Social, X posts about this post on Truth. X at TTV Research for all this wild content.
Thank you, Adira. I want to, I want to build in on something. Yeah. So not only did Donald and Jensen strike a deal for their China revenue, but the U.S. government, a.k.a. the taxpayer, took a 10% stake in Intel. Yeah. And you and I discussed this at the time they took a 10% stake. I said, what would be his incentive for buying Intel unless there was going to be some sort of possible tailwind in the past? And so what we said was nobody was using their foundry business because you didn't like the 18A, you didn't like the 14A nodes. So all of a sudden, you buy a company, what's your first move if they're not doing well? You're looking for a customer for them. Well, he didn't quite get that here because nobody's still using them, but there was a liquid cash injection. So I think there's way too much circumstantial evidence. Whether Jensen says this was discussed a year ago, Jensen's free to say as he likes. Yeah. Nobody's going to audit him on that. And so he's free to say it. So I know that they basically struck several deals, and the timing of this is a little too suspicious.
You think it's awfully convenient?
I think it's very convenient.
Yeah, so do I. I sit in the same camp as you. Now, for a question for both of you guys. Now, considering what we've seen in this AI trade over the past couple of years, and we know that Intel has not been participating, and I'm not going to say that they're playing catch up, but do you think that they can gain some of the ground that they've lost if they do start to acquire more companies and larger hyperscalers start to invest in them as well too?
But people have passed on their stuff. Like, for example, for custom silicon, what's his name? Google goes to Broadcom. They go to TSMC. Same thing with Amazon. We saw the Trainium. The Trainium was made there. The what's it called? The other one, the TPUs, the Tensor Processing Unit by Google, AVGO, TSMC. Everybody's passing up on Intel. So, brother, the product is not good enough. So otherwise, they would have used it.
So no, your answer is no.
No. Unless they can change something.
Unless they can change something, the answer is no.
All right. Anyway. All right, so that's the end of the news segment. So we have about 15 minutes left on the show. So let's go over some trades, guys. I'm still holding VERI here from $5. We just went the beak there. at 535. The high of the day on this bad boy is 540. I'm continuing to hold this as it's continuing to hold the 10 exponential. The other one that I've got on is UMAC. This was basically a range trade. My bias was that we would break the top here at 12 2/3. That still hasn't happened. In fact, my beak wetter at 69s is going unfilled despite the fact that we popped up into 67. We're going to pause for a second, send it to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Sharif, I don't know if this is going to be small cap enough for you, but there is this SSYS that just started going. This is Stratasys. Does have more than 1 million shares of volume, so a little bit better than some of these midday breakouts, perhaps. Either way, James Altuche posting on his feed, which is mostly, just kind of long ideas and takeover ideas. He says that this one is an idea that he likes as a long, and that it could be a, quote, $1 billion leader in advanced manufacturing. So SSYS getting some love from James Altuche, pushing to the upside. Back to you.
Adair, for that. What have you been keeping an eye on, Joey?
Yeah, we'll do a quick trade review, brother. Like I said, I'm not going to be putting on anything throughout the remainder of the day. So let's get back into the earlier hours of this session and just see what we got going on, break down the thesis and kind of what the idea was. So first thing is, okay, I've seen that the market the Bitcoin crypto space was continuously selling overnight, sells into the pre-market. And was I looking for a complete rebound? I was looking for somewhat of a stronger one. But we didn't end up getting that, and you just take what the market can give you. The space is really weak. I've just been looking at some charts on it, and I don't love the way the technicals are looking. With that being said, does that mean you buy a little bit more? Probably, just in case. But my Ethereum contracts are flat. These things are hot garbage. I might probably hop out of them, considering they're not really doing too much, and they're further dated out. They're not until March. I can hold on to them, or if it decides that it wants to continue to sell, I can get back in at a better price. Let's pull up Ethereum here and see what we got going on. BM&R is looking good. Like, I don't understand why BM&R is trading higher, and this is what we look like from a daily standpoint on Ethereum. Key support level. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to hold these contracts to the lower end of the range, and that's essentially where I'm wrong. So if we open up and over the weekend we start to sell without any substantial bounce or anything that's half decent, then I might just have to come Monday morning, hop out of those contracts. Now, as for Bitcoin, these were working nice, right? We're in a little bit earlier, so we still have a little bit of room there. I don't know why it keeps bringing to the market cap. So yeah, anyways, we got a little bit of room there from 12,600 or 112,600. Sorry, starting to pull back in. I just don't know if we're ready to make that additional leg. I mean, this has been the narrative of Bitcoin. I think this is somewhere around the neck of the woods where I forget when specifically IBIT was released officially. But yeah, you just go in these consistent consolidations. Like, this was a long period, March all the way to November. You're moving in within a $10,000, $20,000 range. You get these big time moves, you pull back a lot of the move, and then you just head right back into this consolidation. So essentially what you want to look for is that when it starts to break out again, look at the strength within these candles. And everybody's constructing a treasury here, treasury there. I thought the space would be performing a little bit better, considering you got the 25 basis point cut as well too. Just keep that in mind. And that's what I was looking for. And did it work out how we wanted to? Not exactly. We have time on the contracts, but considering they are contracts, you have to manage the position slightly different. I can't just be like, oh, I don't really care what happens to this position because in the long run, I'm bullish. No, you have to manage it a little bit more because time is working against you. All right, so that's what I'm thinking with the Bitcoin and the Ethereum space. Now back to the trade review. We get in and then we double it up right at VWAP, and then we did get stopped out 50% there. Now, as for the second entry, this was more or less a scalp. I seen the tape flip, so I got out the remainder. Waited, made a mistake, went short here, got out right away, and then we took another little pop. Unfortunately, we didn't get the whole move on that one. Now, patience. We take the move, we enter in full size, and then we piece out. I'm like, you know what? Let me take out 90% and leave 10% as a runner. We take some more off right there, and then we just get out all out right there. And you can see that it continued to climb. So we didn't catch it all, but we caught some. So you have to be thankful for that. Now, as for Ethereum, ETHA, we go 1 for 1 on this name. We go for the long off of this hammer candle. The volume was supporting the thesis, but it stopped us out. We hop right back in not too long ago, and then we scalp out. So still slightly red on Ethereum, but green on the day.
Attaboy, Joey. All right, FATN. New position, got in at the 10 EMA. This has been a good one. It started really breaking out during the news segment. So this one started breaking out at 105. 1077 high. We're long at 55s, a couple of beak wetters. The loss of this area trough gets me out of the trade. 914 is where I have my stop at, but it's a topping tail candle right now, and it's trying to defend the 10. So it looks like it might be losing the 10 here now. It's been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, at least so far, ever since the breakout. So maybe I should be moving my stop a little bit higher here to account for the loss of the 10. So I'm long FATN at 955. It's up 60%. It's a good look for this one. 1077 high, still putting in higher lows. So even though it's pulling back into the 10, the trend, at least for the moment, is intact. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I want to update you guys on my other trades over here. UMAC, we're still waiting for a break of 69 on that one. And then VERI, we've been holding this one for a while. So let's take another beak wetter here at the third of a dollar as we start winding down the show. Let's move back, though, to not UMAC, but Fat N, back into that $0.75 it goes. We've got a bunch of orders layered here in the 80s, 90s, and then one just a skosh below that $10. So I'm expecting at least momentary resistance at that whole dollar level, despite the fact that we've been above it on the day, just because that's where people likely want to take profit or get short, seeing it as the whole dollar level. So that's what I'm looking at right now. FATN, not a bad look, up 60%. So that's a look there. Sir Poopy Hands, thank you for the QMCO earlier. Yeah, look, it's breaking back into that 12.25. So good for you, brother. I see that it bounced off VWAP while we were doing the news. So good on you to be alive to that, and good on you for getting in. What else? Yeah, that's it. No other comments from you guys, and I really don't have any other trades other than the 3 that we've put on here. So we'll continue to watch those. If there are any new small cap gappers breaking out, tag myself or Joe, so that we can let everybody else know about it. And, you know, if it's a good look, then we'll look to punch in as well, Joey.
Absolutely.
What do you got cooking for the weekend, my boy?
Oh, it's a big chilling weekend, man.
It's a big chill.
Yeah, yeah. We got hockey tonight. We went gym this morning. Hockey tonight.
Lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, I can't gym.
Oh yeah, you're hurt.
I'm hurt and I'm sick.
I'm gonna be sending this guy videos like,
asshole, bro.
just be like, just lift it. Yeah, no seriousness, no. Hockey this evening at McCormick's. Come check it out. I'm on a streak right now. And then also might do a siblings dinner this evening.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
That's cool, bro.
They're all right, man. I don't like them that much. But,
what time is it? 1:54.
Yeah, bro. Hey, you can send them that. I'll say it.
You can chirp your brothers all you want.
Exactly. They ain't gonna say anything about that.
Hold on. What's the fam look like there?
What do you mean?
Like brothers and sisters? How many brothers?
You want me to go through it?
I absolutely would.
Okay, so
I've known you for over a year and a half. I don't even know.
Are you ready for this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so by the way, they're all half siblings. Same father. One of them same.
Sounds
mother.
good.
All right, so we got Kevon.
Okay.
All right, sorry, we got Olivia.
Okay, that's
she's
the oldest.
Right. Then we got Kevon.
Okay.
Then we got me. And then we got Letitia.
Okay.
And then we got Sean.
Ooh.
And then we got Victoria.
Wow.
And then we got Devontae.
What?
And then we got Philip.
What?
yeah. And then that's just my dad's
Yo,
side.
that is a flex, Adara.
There's a Kevon and a Devontae, because I feel like those names are like kind of close auditorily.
Well, I mean, my dad's name is Devon, so Kevon. There you go. So
Devon,
Devontae.
And then Devontae.
And then Devontae's name.
I like it.
Devontae's name is actually Devontae Joseph, which is
That's cool. It was hyphenated?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Me, yeah,
that's cool, man.
Yeah,
I didn't know that you.
Cali, yeah.
Why'd they do that? Because like, obviously you're Joseph.
Well,
right?
Yeah, the third one's the best. Right? They say third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
So that's just how it
right
works.
there. There you go.
Assassino's the third as well too. Yeah.
Assassino, you're the third as well, brother.
Yeah. So that's just how it is. The better looking one, the smart. No, I'm obviously being.
All right,
joking.
man.
But no, that's.
I've always wanted like a big fam, like a brother sister. Well, again, right? I don't know. I've never lived in your. I was never in your shoes. But just growing up, bro, like I always wanted more than one sister, especially because my sister and I, there's 6.5 years, essentially 7 years. Difference. So we had nothing in common, right? We still really have very little in common. So
Sean is the strongest one, and he's the fourth or fifth oldest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. What does he do?
He just works out. He's just naturally. He's just one of those naturally strong guys, man. Yeah, he's just strong.
Guys. Fat N is breaking out again. Here we go. We just wet the beak there at 10.20. We're long 9.50, 55, excuse me. There's the $0.25, but selling at the $0.25. Let's go ahead and wait here a little bit below the third. Oh no, this is breaking out. Oh no, the shorts are going to get squeezed. Don't do that to them. No, I'm playing, of course. Let's see if we can kind of get some continuity there into the high of the day. Fat N, man, nice midday mover here with decent volume. Let me tell you, 3.25 million, but the majority of the volume really started at 1 o'clock, so we're only about 56 minutes deep into the volume on this one. Shout out to J Money. Fat N is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's not bad, man. It's breaking out. Who can complain about that? Pop up into 10.25, but definitely looking for some continuity, J Money. I'd like maybe to touch that 10.75 high a day. 10.77 is the HOD on Fat N. But Joey, this thing comes back into that 9.5. We're flattening out. We're not going to give anything back.
No, you don't want to give anything back, man. So yeah, then that guy's day trader cut. He obviously has no idea what those are. And I mean, it's a part of.
I'm assuming I kind of understand that.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's part of the culture. You got to go down there and see how it is. It's a great time. I love it. Yeah, it is good vibes only, really. To be honest with you, but when they get rowdy, they get real rowdy at times.
That's awesome, though, man. I mean, like,
it's awesome. Okay. But you get what I'm getting at there. It can get a little hectic. No, it's beautiful, man. I love going down there, staying at the house and everything along those lines.
Brother.
Over the years, watching it getting built, when we used to stay there was only half a house.
What?
Right? Yeah, and we would have like the metal sheets on top, and then obviously progressively as we got older, then it's now completed.
Seen that whole thing go from scratch.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Nice, I've always wished to do that.
Yeah,
build my own place. But
it's country living. It's real country living. You go out there, you got a nice farm field in front of you, and all.
How far outside of Kingston?
About an hour and a half.
That's good.
Yeah.
So you're still you can do city if you want.
Yeah, like for me, I'll go to like a smaller town of the smaller town called like Maypen and stuff. We're from Lioneltown, by the way. My cousins go to Kempsville High School. I went there when they go to class and stuff like that. It's weird, man. It's like the classrooms and everything along those lines are completely different.
Hold on, you live there?
No, I would just go there. No, I would just go there and see
That's pretty cool,
and stuff. Yeah, and experience it, drive around. Yeah.
Of course. He hears something about you. He's gonna come in hot there. Big Spile Burdette, $5 super chat. Okay, can't believe little Joey Smalls forgot me. I'm his brother from another mother. Joker, bro.
Yeah.
Get it, Big Spile. We love you. We miss you, brother. Join us a little bit more, man. I know that you're working. I know you're doing your thing, 25. But always love having you on, Big Spile, and thank you for the messages. Always make me chuckle, brother. Always. Guys, Fat N is going, and here we go. We just got into 70, so there's somebody selling up a storm over here as we popped up into that 70 penny area. We're that very close to the high of the day. So I thought we were going to definitely taking this out, but either people are profit taking up a storm at this level or the shorts are all sorts of crazy. This is a very volatile stock, man. Holy cow, I've been only watching it for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's awfully volatile. It moves dollars at a time. Back to 960, up to 1060. So FATN, trade it carefully, guys, because at some point it will turn. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that turn, especially if you're long, but it's holding the 10 EMA. So, I mean, that's all I can say about that. But anything below $0.50, Joey, we're flattening out, and that looks like it might be coming soon. Get it, Katina, man. I don't know. I thought he was going to big up a position, but he was bigging you up, Joey.
Get it, Joey, upside. I don't even know, man.
No, Katina, man. I thought you were going to big up. I'm not going to even say that, brother. All right.
My selective hearing is horrible, man.
Your selective hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all a little tired today, but see that time right there?
It is, man.
You see that, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock, baby. Oh, dude, I am going straight to jail. I mean, my bed.
Like right away.
I'm going straight home, bro. I am sick. I am hurt. And all the good stuff all together, all in one package.
Pure uncomfortable.
Pure uncomfortable. But here we are, right? You gotta do what you're obligated to do, my guy.
It's not even for them too, right? You gotta like chilling out with everybody in the chat. It is Friday. We got Clarendon and Jamaica in the house, always representing a lot of good stuff there. But yeah, I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend, guys. The lion isn't the largest animal in the savannah, but it is because of its mentality. So.
The elephant, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is
Yeah,
it's the,
I know
it's
you're
the king
making a
because because of its mentality. So you don't have to be the biggest or the baddest.
Shout out
you
to
just
the
gotta have the you gotta have you gotta have
go.
the mind game there. So
It's all right.
there you go.
Big boys are that way. Peace.
Oh, bro, that
I
last.
said to him, I said, I can't find our makeup.
Oh,
He said he
yeah,
didn't want to
because they
say
moved-
that live on the air, but I saw where it is. It's in the
not?
hallway now.
Yeah, they moved
How do
our
you get-
makeup station. Whoa. Okay. Oh, all right.
Sharif just called this stock a piece of something.
That it's just a stock.
I know, and it was
But
Joby.
it's going
He's
up-
excited
oh,
about
Joby?
the Joby move.
What's Joby doing?
I don't know what Joby. Nobody knows what
I should
Joby's
probably
doing. He's
enter
doing
the
something.
chat because I just realized that I'm.
Neil,
not
get in the
even-
chat immediately.
I'm not even in the stream.
Neil, could you focus, please? I mean,
No.
we have some things to do here today.
No, denied. Joby high of the day. 12% Joby is up. Why would we be mad that Joby is up? Why are we calling it a piece of, whoops. Why are we calling it bad names?
Probably because he was short or long. Or,
Oh, I was just trying to get BBAI.
He's delusional.
the other way.
When Sharif doesn't feel well, he doesn't even know where he is right now. He thought he was at a Mo Salah game.
Mo Salah.
Yeah, Egypt.
Okay, that's a little random as well.
Oh, are they making? Are they
Welcome
making a
back,
World Cup?
everybody. Obviously, it's been a wild one. The market is still ridiculously
yeah.
hot. Oh, I'm trying to get this reversion on BBAI, but the other thing I wanted to mention is the hooded one is on the move. So remember what's happening tonight?
Yeah.
Yes, Robinhood. Effective.
Immediately.
Yeah, effective at the close or Monday morning. Robinhood added to the S&P. There's going to be some buy.
You would have thought, is Apple
potentially
being
some
added
buy
to the
action.
S&P today? Is Apple being added to the NASDAQ 100 or something today?
It's not in there yet.
No, I don't think
You
so.
would
Apple,
think. You would think that
is
maybe
Intel being
you'd
removed
want
from the
it.
S&P
You'd
500
maybe
today
want
or
it.
something? Yeah, I still have the same two trades, man, that we had all day, and I just have very, very small piece. It's because 245, my level is 245 break, and I just went down 10 cents, and that's literally not stopped out the last two times it went down there by 4 pennies. So today I'm in a good mood, obviously, as we can sit here and watch out what's going on. Here, you guys asked if I was red yesterday. I said yes, and I was. And today we're up more than we were down yesterday. I think we might have one red day this month. That was yesterday. But right there, 245, looking for that little break level. I'm gonna double check that number. I think it must have had more than one red day. But right there, breaking down below that, that's Apple. Boom, boom. We got $5 there. And then the trade for me that I like both of these trades. Both of these trades were right here on our sticky note today where we wrote down Intel short, Apple long. It's that simple. The first long on Apple broke 241.50, and then we had to buy the low of the day. And Intel, there's that first break. We actually wind up making the most money there. And this is a good one as well as we continue to short right off the 200 period moving average. I wasn't here for this reload. That would have been for sure. But I hope some of you guys have that as we continue to make some moves down. Look, it's going to be a great afternoon. We do have the S&P 500. All of it, right?
Well,
it's quad witching.
Yeah, so you
Actually, they don't call it quad anymore.
It's triple witching now. There's no
triple
more quad witching, but you'll have some major index rebalancing, obviously. It's also the beginning of the quarter, so we'll see a lot of crazy, well, I don't want to say we'll see a lot of crazy action. What you will see, well, I mean, shoot. What you already see, what you will see at 3 o'clock or 3:30, and then there's already, the imbalance locator is already kind of ridiculous. It's 2 o'clock, and you've got the entire list is bigger than what we would see on a normal day. Right, CDE's already 18 million to buy. Pfizer already 7 million to sell. NU already 7.6 million to buy. And this is BBAI 4.7 million buy side. And this is at 205. So what are these going to look like in an hour or two?
What?
But these are all pretty big. Remember the early look for the imbalances we only get with the NYSE. So this will be all NY, and then at 350 you'll see some of the Nasdaq names. But the big ones, Robinhood, AppLovin, obviously going into the S&P 500, that's NASDAQ. So because it's NASDAQ, we're not going to get the early look on those. But it's worth keeping anyone that's significant like this BBAI. I'm going to have it up because to me, I'm trading the stock. It doesn't, just because it right now is a buy and balance does not necessarily mean it's going to go up. So I'm trading it like normal. That said, anything with a significant imbalance, once you get closer to 330, I personally wouldn't want to be against the grain, but that's just me. So if you we'll be letting you guys know in real time, obviously, as any of those change. And I see now that I'm in the chat, because I wasn't in it, Patrick Jam, Tesla at the volume weighted average price.
It's above it.
In a good way or a bad way? So it's above it?
Good way.
Well, that's good.
It just ripped through it, but
yes,
it's there.
That we like to see. Tesla ripping up 2%. Not bad for Tesla. Tesla had a bit of a rough day yesterday because it was all sell all day long on Tesla, with the exception of maybe 15 minutes in here. And now it's looking a little bit better. Yeah, so a lot to get to this afternoon for sure.
I said to Sharif, you were there too, but I was like, it's easy to be right when it's this bull market, because like everything, most positions that people have, because I was talking with some guys. Yeah, I was talking with some guys in the back, and he's like, I can't ever get filled. I'm bidding, and I'm just like, don't worry about getting filled now on the bid. Like that's not, if you're not watching the market, it's tough, because like Nvidia will whoosh down $1 and then it'll go back up, and you'll be like, I missed it. But it's just, these things can happen on Monday, Tuesday. Like I just told them, don't worry, the market will fall back a little bit. I put a bid, so I did sell some Palantir. We talked about that today at that 180 mark, and now it's 183. So do we feel bad? Yeah, to do that, but that's what we're doing. We're taking stuff out. We got filled on, like we're long Big Bear AI at $4. We got filled at 650. It's at 680. Okay, we got filled SoFi at $24 3 weeks ago. It's at $29 now. Okay, this is great. Like we still have shares. You don't ever want to get out of everything, and you just want to make sure that your positions are solid enough that you believe in them, and if there's still a story to go higher, then watch them continue to go higher. I mean, there's not much you can do unless you are willing to pay the current price. That's the only way to get long, because like there's the dip down. So someone got long SoFi here today at 28.82, and someone got long SoFi today at 29.50. Like there's going to be this difference of stock prices. I mean, look at Tesla as well. There's going to be some traders that got long, in the pre-market at 420, and some that are punched long at 430. So there's going to be this kind of ebbs and flows with the market. So don't feel that you've missed stock prices. Like I'm still bidding Alibaba. We're going to go to Shreve in a second. Like I'm still bidding Alibaba down here at 150. I have it for 2 weeks. If it fills, it fills. If not, look at it continue to go higher, right? We're in the name, but we like to get more. So let the stocks come back in. It's not unheard of. I mean, we could ask ChatGPT or Perplexity, or I could ask Neil, anybody.
Ask me what?
You don't know the answer, but I was going to say this is a ChatGPT type of thing. I was going to say, like, how many times, because we did this, I actually tweeted this out before. I think I found it on Bespoke or something. 7 is probably about right. It's in the last 5 years, how many 10+% corrections have we had in the NASDAQ and in the S&P 500? I think it's a lot.
Hold on.
So if you're going to correct back 10%. Yeah, ask Perplexity. Okay, we'll get the answer. S&P is fine. I don't care. NASDAQ's probably, S&P is probably better. NASDAQ, I think, corrects way more often than that. I mean, Apple continues to go higher, right? All you can do is buy companies at good prices. Palo Alto, makes a bottom, you buy it. Intel made that bottom at $19, $20. You just follow Donald Trump. I mean, all you have to do is anytime this guy says buy something, buy it.
7 wasn't correct. It's only 3.
How many is it?
It's only 3.
3 times in the last 10 years? That's it?
5 years. You said 5 years.
No, 10 years. 10 years.
Okay.
Just say now 10. Yeah. So Neil just did it. So it was 3 times, 10% corrections in the last 5 years, which, I mean, some of them have been dramatic in that 5-year period, right? Because COVID.
5 in the last 10 years.
5 in the last 10 years. 7's not too bad. And then most of those were extended more than 10%, I would assume, right? So we do have some nice...
Didn't volunteer that information, which I find annoying. See, that's...
You're using Perplexity. I don't use Perplexity.
Oh, well...
I'm sure it's great. I don't...
Oh, I'm sure it's fine. It's just one of those things, like, you have to get your prompts right. Because to me, it's like, intuitively speaking, in your answer, you would throw in... what those percentages might be. Like, just let me know why not? Like, it's just information that you probably would have while looking it up. So I think we have the rundown locked and loaded and ready to go. So let's see what symbols you guys are interested in talking about.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to join us in the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. It's super simple. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all 4 major averages, guys. They're all green for the exception of the Russell. The ES holding above 6,700. We've been talking about that as a critical resistance level. Let's see if we can close above 6,700 on the day. The NQ also nicely up on the day, above 24.8. Actually, the best performing major average on the day, followed by the Dow, up a little bit more than 0.25% into that 46,000 point area. The Russell 2000, which made all-time highs yesterday after we got the 25 basis point cut, giving back a little bit today to the tune of a little bit less than 0.75%. So we'll keep an eye on the Russell going forward. Let's start though with the first ticker as decided by you guys, Open Door, and this one's been on the top for a while now. Today there is a catalyst on Open Door. In fact, they let their top finance executive, the CFO, go in exchange for letting Salim Fareha go and bringing in Christy Schwartz, who served as interim chief financial officer from December 2022 until Fareha was hired. So she has experience on the job. New CFO for Open Door.
Yeah, new CFO. But just before we get there for a second, I want to shout out to a viewer in the chat here, Guap10.
What up, Guap?
Neil, you won the battle, not the war. See you in the playoffs. # Dolphins. No, we won't.
The Dolphins aren't going to the playoffs.
No, we won't. But shout out to you, Guap. I love the confidence, but we're not going to see you guys in the playoffs because you're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean that confidence.
I thought they played a good game, and they're 0-3, and I don't see any chance that they're going to make the playoffs, the Dolphins.
I
do think,
if you start the season 0-2, it's almost like 100% chance of not making the playoffs.
No, but they might trade Tyreek Hill. And the teams,
it doesn't
the
matter.
Bills are one of the teams that actually are on a short list. If you go on like the betting, there's like 7 teams. The Bills are actually one of them. But Open Door, new CFO, unfortunately, did not do anything good for the stock. And we said this morning. Like, if it had been rallying off of $10 on that headline, then to me, you go long off of $10. Because this has been like that pivot point. Like every single day since the last time I guess it had a big day 2 days ago, but you've had a couple of big up days, and every single time, look at the $10 level. Fail 10, fail 10, fail 10. Hey, at least you had a little bit of a break in the pre-market, but ultimately fail 10, close right underneath 10, failed to break out again. So today it failed 10. You shorted underneath the 10 level. I did have one bad one because I got up with an order and a stop, and I came back. I'm like, oh, I got filled. Oh, and I got out. That kind of sucks. But I think this is a short the pop situation. As long as we're under $10 and the volume weighted average price, short the pops in Open Door. Story isn't necessarily over here. No, it's not. This is a stock that's still near the highs. Like if you're like anybody that's short this that's not a day trade they're not exactly feeling great about it. Like Shkreli was 936, and unless you happen to get it in front of $10, most shorts are probably well out of the money. It's just there's no squeeze if it can't hold above this 10 ever or break out the 11. So there's been scalp opportunities in either direction. Off of this level. Today it happens to be down. Maybe at some point that reverses field. But for now, I at least think it's a potential bounce play. Call it like 9 to 9:20 or so this afternoon, but shorting the pops until proven otherwise here in Open Door. It's still doing pretty good volume, but as you can see, the volume has tapered off pretty much. Like it'll have a big up day, and then it'll do like less volume, and then less volume, and then you're waiting for the next big up day, and then the volume will decrease after that. So it's kind of in its pullback phase on Open.
I was going to say, I asked ChatGPT. So there's only been one team that has made the playoffs after starting 0-3.
Who was it?
Since 1979. It was the 2018 Houston Texans. Started off 0-3 and finished 11-5.
Oh.
Yeah, so there it is. Only one team has done that.
I would never have gotten
since '79.
I would never have gotten Houston Texans?
Yeah, Houston Texans did it in 2022. In 2020, sorry. What, that was 2020? Matt Schaub? Is that the Matt Schaub year? I don't know.
Did you say 18 or 2020? I thought you said 2008.
Huh? What do you want? What was the stat? No, I was saying.
What year was it again?
Sorry, the Houston Texans in 2018. Sorry, started 0-3. Right.
Is that Deshaun?
Yeah, Deshaun Watson. Was he that old? No.
It is Deshaun Watson.
2018 was Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just real quickly here. Hold on a second. Andre, I'll get that going.
That must have been, well, obviously that was before he got caught being a creep.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson. Okay, that's interesting. 0-3 to 11-5. That's quite the run.
That's pretty good.
11-2 run to end the season. All right, 14 years, 0 hacks. BTCC has 0 excuses. Delivers what others don't. Trade Bitcoin 500 times. Tesla, gold, and Forex all levered up. With smart copy trading, you just don't copy. You just don't watch the pros. You can trade like them. This is regulated in Canada, the U.S., and in Europe, and trusted by over 6.8. It's pretty exact. Million traders. Trader TV Live has an exclusive offer for you. If you do scan that QR code or click the link in description, you can grab that 15%, which is pretty nice deposit bonus. Go to btcc.com where the pros trade, and now you can also. All right, so for Open Door, I don't know, man. I mean, pretty simple stuff for me. It's exactly what Neil said. I didn't even look at it today. I mean, I'm in those 2 names, and those 2 names are plenty enough there to fill the bucket today. But yeah, maybe I'll look at it on a 5-minute chart. This is right here, just this breakdown of $10. It's kind of like what we did on Intel, breaking 30, breaking 240, whatever on Apple that you sort of got there. I mean, this is